All right. So, hello everyone. This is William from the Duel Commander Rules Committee. I'm gonna make a very long talk today. Just share some ideas with you. Those are just ideas, as we're gonna see, and we have a lot of work to do because this is gonna be extremely long. So, all that you're gonna see is just let's just say R&D, research and share intended for me. There's nothing special to determine from the slides. It's just designed to both close some everlasting conversations and open some new ones. So the only purpose of this talk is, let's just say, it's a campfire chat. We're just sharing ideas. We are having a great moment together, and we are going to chat about some things. So I want to just guide you through some ideas and some narration of things I have seen over the years and I wanted to talk about. So just so you understand the purpose of this talk, let's just say there are several profiles you will find in the current world of company structures, state administrations and stuff like that. You will find lots of different profiles, but there are three profiles that we are interested in when we're talking about designing and conceptualizing games like we do. Some people are managers, and the purpose of managers is to protect the structures. So what they do is usually they go with maximum stability and immobility. So they are conservative, they just avoid conflicts, movements and changes. So they are just representative of directions, of sea levels and stuff like that. So what they do is just make sure no one goes outside the boundaries. You got engineers, and engineers usually are focused on designing stuff based on input. So they have to solve problems with the things they had learned from them training and stuff. So yeah, they are usually very rigorous in the sense that they follow norms. They follow specifications and precisions. Like going off the road could cost them a lot. So they just apply processes, usually industrialization processes, and they follow the norms. Then you got the researchers. If you are a researcher, what you do is usually you don't know what you're going to find, but you are calculating a lot, estimating things, analyzing what is real, what is material, what you know, and you are extrapolating reality to hypothesis. And then once you have the hypothesis, when you have the protocols and methodology and stuff, you can maybe try some stuff. Like, we are far from the era where we just throw chemical components at each other and wait and see what it does. The research we do today is most of the time based on calculus, papers, spreadsheets, and very rarely does experimentation. So the thing is about going further than what we know. So if you are a researcher yourself, you need to be proactive, which means you have to not wait for input or orders or problems to be solved. Your main problem is, what could we do? Like, you're not solving existing problems, you're trying to find new horizons. That's basically where you are. So to do so, you need methodology and consensus, because if you don't, you have a vast, infinite ocean in front of you, and you will most likely waste your whole life and existence trying to find something. So what I want to do with you today is tell you that I'm here, and that we're going to be here for a couple hours, because this is going to be long, okay? So the real question is, who are you? When you think about these games, what kind of profile, what kind of psychology do you adopt or do you think you have when facing stuff that you like, stuff that you work with, your everyday life and stuff like that? My stuff is most of the time being researcher in my head. I like science, I like new things. So if you think now with, the Magic Gathering spirits in head, the managers would be more or less the psychological profiles of tournament grinders, pro players. The engineers could be people who just love brewing, deck builders, collectors, and the researchers could be the people who like the adventures, the flavor, the new ideas, designing new things, building stuff with Magic. In short, building stuff with Magic just to see what it does. So that's what I am. So before we go further, I want to give you a couple warnings. The following slides are only insights, extrapolations, and explorations. Like I said in the first slide, there is nothing you should extrapolate from the slides. I'm just a human being. I could be completely wrong. I could have a wrong methodology. I could have a wrong approach. I could have everything wrong. And it will be up to you to discuss whatever is in this talk. And I can assure you, if you stay until the end, you will have plenty of material to discuss. A second warning is I recommend that you just don't watch this. If you haven't played at least 20 different games over the last decades, all inclusive, like it could be Yahtzee, could be chess, could be a couple of video games, RPGs, AAA games, whatever. If you never simply tried any other TCG than Magic the Gathering, just stop here too. What I mean with that, I don't want you to be an expert and know how they work. Just like, have you tried just one or two, or get interested, like how they work, just the basics. Like, if you can describe the basics of 2 or more TCGs, then you should be fine. And also, if you haven't played Duel Commander for at least 3 years, you should just maybe let that, or if you're not really sure what you are and who you are, if you are a pretty passive and silent person, that should be good. If you just like people talking about stuff and you're creative, that's good. If you haven't played Magic the Gathering for at least 3 years, same thing. I just recommend you just leave that off. It will be maybe interesting for you, but there are a couple slides that are not related to Magic the Gathering, which you might enjoy, but yeah. And again, this is not against you, this is really for you, in your favor. And as a last warning, like I said twice already, but I'm going to repeat myself, you will see this presentation is extremely long. Like, you got no idea. It's going to be really fucking shitty long. And complex. Like, every slide's going to add new ideas, and it's going to be long. It's what you're going to see here is the result of 4 or 5 months of work from 2024 to 2025. It took me, if I put all the slides, the readings, the statistics next to each other, I think this is over 3 consecutive weeks of work non-stop, 24 hours a day. So yes, it took me a lot of time to assemble this. But don't worry, I will put chapters, I will put indexations on YouTube, and it will be helpful for you. Just so you know, I will be recording this in English. If you really, really have a large audience and you want that, I could re-record it in French, but I'm almost eligible for YouTube auto-dubbing in French, which means you'll be able to have a let's say pretty accurate French live redubbing of this video, and the subtitles will be mostly auto-generated, which leads me to another thing which is important. The slides you're going to see are pretty verbal. Usually I don't write a lot of stuff on the slides, but here today for you I wrote everything that I'm gonna say so you can pause. This is in a YouTube video, so you can pause on slides and even not listen to my voice. You have enough to read on the slides, okay? And also it's just easier for people who have hearing impairments, and I did whatever I could for visual impairments. Like, the text will be most likely 95% of the slides really large like this, and yeah, pretty good in contrast. So you should be, if you have visual impairments, stuff like that, that should be okay for you. I tried my best, but yeah. The first thing I'd like to talk about is just a really quick overview at what I saw, what we have with Magic the Gathering over the last 32 years, I would say, because yeah, Magic the Gathering is already 32 years. I've been doing panels every year with a couple slides like this one. Usually they come up in July because they were synchronized with live events in France, but this one's gonna be a solo try. It's way too long to be presented in front of audiences. People would just fall asleep. So yeah, if you look at the previous slides on my channel and stuff like that, you'll find them on Duel Commander committee website. The game state is expecting polarizing toward resolution, which means there's less and less diversity, and every time there's a game out, people will attack the game, they will hack the game, and say, what's the best thing to do? And believe it or not, Duel Commander's been there since 2007, so I would say between 2006 and 2008 for the start. So it really busted fast, and it's already something like 16 to 18 years old. It's almost major, actually. So the only thing that changes that part of the system, that trend, is that the recent prints are outclassing whatever was printed before. And don't worry, we're going to talk about that. Also the tournaments, the fact that now we have Duel Commander on Magic Online, and the brewing that is driven by interest, they all accelerate such a process. So everything goes faster and faster. It's not about the state of where we are, it's about the dynamics and the trend. So the games like MTG, hence Duel Commander, become more and more accessible because Wizards of the Coast is doing a lot of reprints. So cards that could be reprinted that used to cost like 50, 60 bucks, euros, whatever you want it to be, a couple thousand Japanese yens, a couple years ago, have been divided by 4, 5, 6, 10, sometimes more. And it's simplified to be more accessible to new players in terms of complexity. Think about the massive rule changes that have happened over the 30 years of Magic the Gathering, and how cards are designed today. I won't come back on that. This is all the topic of 2023 and 2024 panels on my account. So yeah, I'm just keeping that. And what happens is that as a community, everyone, the committee, players, we are back against the wall more and more often, due to the interference with Commander integrations into MTG and the non-standard product. Like we'll see about that later on, but the 5 modern sets are just now crushing everything else. The player experience, which I defined also last year in a previous talk, is walking on a thin line, which is the equivalent of meaning like every time something bad's happen to Duel Commander, what we perceive as a community, as players, is damaged faster than ever. Like, we are now talking about a week. As you know, since last year, we decided that we could publish an announcement every week, every Monday, and that's related to that. Because things are not only unstable, they're unstable, broken, crushing things faster than we used to. So think about just 2024. Think about Nadu, Winged Wisdom. Think about Ajani and Tamiyo. Think about how fast it happened. Less than a week and it was already done. If it was staying, not even sure the player base could adapt. So the marketing-driven short-term choices, like we've seen that before, like Power Creep, the Fire, F-I-R-E magic, are strongly affecting Duel Commander. Because they're strongly affected Magic the Gathering. So far the game remains globally playable and interesting. You still have some challenges and still moving, changing, and it's still challenging for players. There is still a room, an open space for Duel Commander brewing, inventing, and most likely the metagame is still mutating. In itself, if you were just to take it out of the void, you would say, hey, you know what? It's still changing, and fast. It changes fast. The thing is, it changes fast because the product changes fast. So, a couple metrics the average mana value of the whole ecosystem of decks based on NTG top 8 is something like 2.4 per card. The land count is stabilized. It's about 38.5, I'd say, a little less, and it's going down. The commons and diversity, we're going to see that later on, is shrinking to the most recent prints and less variety. That is a problem, so that is actually accelerating too. And the global diversity is shrinking. We're going to see that in a minute. The most recent prints, the first era staples from the very early unraveled times of Magic the Gathering, 1993 to 9, mostly, and there's less and less variety. So the creator count is exploding too, because it's following the Magic the Gathering trend of new players that were mostly blocked by two things. One, I want to see beasts and things on the board attacking an opponent or themselves, like if you come from like Yu-Gi-Oh, from Flesh and Blood or any TCG, you're expecting things to be on the battlefield to attack each other. The fact that you can play Magic the Gathering in some older moments like the combo winter with like very little permanent count or just explosive bubble permanent counts were just really hurting and deranging from new players. Like they just came to Magic the Gathering like, dude, I don't understand what you're doing. I understand that I'm dead, but I just wanted to play my beast, my 5/5, and slam you with that. And that is just the trend right now. So the creator count is exploding, no worry why. Everything is changing in that. The draft, if you draft a lot of Magic the Gathering, is changing in that way too. Not cube draft, like booster draft is also having and showing more and more creative density. And Duel Commander is just doing the same. What we know too, the good thing is that data certainty is exploding. We have more and more databases, we have more and more data from all of the sources. People talk more, there are more groups, more Discord spaces, more forums, more places to discuss Duel Commander. So it's becoming easier and easier to not miss anything. That's the good news, because we're getting popular. I still estimate the fan base or followers, whatever you want to call it, of Duel Commander to be 100,000 people in the world. I could explain you why, but I've already done that in the past. The mana base is constantly stabilizing. This is also something that was really appealing to new players because they were lost. They're like, I'm sorry, your game requires money to just have the resources generators, like the lands. Doesn't make any sense for most players, because in most games you don't pay thousands of euros, of dollars, whatever, to just buy mana bases. That would just be crazy, or the equivalent of mana bases. And another thing that's changing is many Magic the Gathering formats have peaked in tournament count. That is something new. That means, despite the fact that we have multiplied by, according to Wizards of the Coast, by 4 the player base in 10 years, we do not have multiplied by 4 the number of tournaments, formats by formats. So the benefit of that is that everything that revolves around Magic and is trying to compensate what Magic the Gathering doesn't do anymore, or less than it used to, like tournament scene, is great. And hence, Duel Commander is somehow benefiting from this new lack of things and an expressive disinterest by Wizards of the Coast, especially since the 2020 COVID and isolation at home era. And the official competition diminished. It's hard to say, but whatever came from Wizards of the Coast has been cut by 4/5, mostly. It's like the Grand Prix turning into Magic Fest, Commander Fest, and stuff like that. They just tanked down, and the number of events is just not what it used to be. As for most side events, even though there are really a lot of things organized each week, especially now we have Magic Arena, that adds a lot of quote official things, but it's not paper. No, so also as net decking improved, it's just a fact that net decking improved and helped damaging the competitive scene. This was most of the things that, like, internet basically killed the research and the exploration fund of Magic the Gathering. So yeah. But remember, Magic the Gathering is a material game. And also, it means that as a material game, something that is physical, it's almost, I'm saying almost, impossible to update what is already in the wild. Which means once you have the cards and they have value on the secondary market, it's impossible to say, you know what? This card does not read as it says anymore. There's a new thing. It's been fixed. It's been post-balanced. You cannot do that. You can do that every day in a video game, almost. Which is the great growl in the free-to-play, pay-to-skin games. Like you could just, there's nothing in nerfing the skins. I mean, sometimes they're very 1-2% of the skins have been nerfed because they were helping players, but most of the times they don't. So we can't do that with paper. So we can't do that in Duel Commander because we are not generating the game material. And especially with the hoarders, the people who just accumulate that, who become professional. Like, if you remember the 1996 reprint policy, which led to an establishment of the reserve list of 570 something cards, this is all about it. If you don't know about this part of history, just go read about that. You'll see by yourself. Yeah, so it's almost impossible to update what is in the world. The very last essay on doing so was in 2020, like May 2020, when the companion cards, 15 of them, I think, back then, from Ikoria, were patched, despite they have been printed. The only reason for that is that the keyword companion was only half partially explained on the cards. It was just like, this card can be a companion, and that's all. So they changed the rules afterwards. So conspiracy people just said, it was planned from the start. You don't know, you never know. So don't try to solve this. It's what matters is being patched. So this is only one of the very rare cards of things being patched afterwards. There are a couple examples in the Oracle. I think the most famous, the most known one should be Winter Orb, like Winter Orb having a text that changed multiple times. So you see what I mean with updating things. And there's an online reference that is called the Oracle, and you are at fault if you don't know the real Oracle text of your cards. Also, for translation problems, if there are different translation problems, like the Red Rusalka, if I remember correctly, from Ravnica, from Dissension, I think. Apart from that, you should refer to the English version of the card. But actually, some people did. These are Legend of the Five Rings cards, and you could pause and read the cards, even if you don't know how to play this game. They don't do the same thing, but it's the same card. So what Legend of the Five Rings did is like, we're going to drastically change the cards. Just like not like Winter Orb being untapped or not. We're going to really rewrite the text of his cards. But it's up to you to know that the latest versions, as you're playing, depending on which format you take, is going to be the good one. And eventually it led to some huge confusion on tournaments, especially for new players. So yeah, that's not the same thing, but it is doable. It is hard, but it's doable. And I'm going to call about one of the people who helped design the L5R sound points on this game. And he said, I'm just going to read it, the L5R CCG was gradually accelerating sales decline from roughly the end of Celestial Edition, which is one of the sets from Legend of the Five Rings, due to a combination of bad, inconsistent, unbalanced card design. I'm going to pause. Maybe that reminds you of something with Magic. Storylines that fail to engage the player base. Do you know what Universes and Beyond is? And a series of bad brand management decisions such as letting the Imperial Assembly go dormant, this is something special related to L5R, and releasing an entire expansion of direct-to-player, cutting out and alienating the stronghold stores that have been strongly supported during Summer and Celestial Edition. In short, this is just called close to secret lair something. Except it's not secret lair for special cards, it's secret lair for the mainstream part of the products, okay? If you look at MTG.bait over the last years, and you make slickened curves of what is being played, I'm gonna add my laser pointer here so you guys see what I was saying. This is what has been reported just in number of events. You see, so this is number of not events or decks, but it's just more data. So if you look at what's changing on MTG.bait, you can see that Modern peaked at something like 2024, and then, you know, it's just hard to say because this year is extrapolated, okay? This is not like 2025 is not over. I'm doing this talk at the end of May, but as you see, there is not going to be more decks, more probably. Could be a catch-up between the end of the year, but we don't know. What is interesting is that Pioneer declined. What is interesting too is that Standard strongly declined all the way to 2022 and then had a boost back up. So things are never definitive, you see. And as for Duel Commander, we've been the sleepers, and it's been it's been here for ages, but it keeps going up. So far we can't say we really did some huge mistakes. What I mean with that is that when you see that some of the key ways of playing Magic the Gathering officially, we've supported cards, sets, promotional cards, store tournaments, competitive scene. Despite all that, it's been slowing down. And you know why? Because there's something that you don't see on this graph, because it's not competitive. It is called Commander. And we'll see about that like hours from now on, but yeah. So it seems like what is benefiting, what is boosting the stats of Duel Commander is actually the fact that the rest of these very competitive things has slowly declined. To give you another glimpse, this is the same data, but I put that on 100% stacked bar. So you see for every year what changes. So you could be like looking at this and saying, hey, you know what? It seems like Duel Commander is pretty favored. It's like it's we're going up. So it's cool. We've got good news for that. So remember, MTG.bait also gets some automatic data from websites like Magic Online and stuff like that. But yeah, that gives you a pretty good glimpse of what's been changing and the breakdown of where the main sources of Magic the Gathering games, format, whatever, come from. And that leads me to a question that I'm going to ask as a methodology questioning before we go further. One of the only and good sources I use and I will use through this talk is Magic.bait. So the question is, what does using MTG.bait for statistics do? Is it good? What can it help? So the first thing you need to understand first is that you need to think about evaluating the performance. How does it work with Magic? There are different types of role plays. First of all, you can play Swiss rounds where your opponent has a match win percentage, then the game win percentage, and opponent game wins. So these are your tiebreakers. So you got your best local optimum of performance. You can have undersampling if you are limited by time as the tournament organizer. You can also do the same thing by oversampling, like you can overqualify, not overqualifying, you never overqualify, but you just qualify people more and better. And each time you play a round, you add more value to a game as it is taken from an entirely playing pool. So everyone's playing. One round on the end, sometimes the last one of the day, most of the time, has bad data, like intentional draws when there are playoffs. And then there is usually direct eliminations that is used for, the playoffs after the Swiss rounds, usually in top 8, top 4, top 16, 32. and they have much less value in victory because they allow accidental elimination. Like, you lose once, even you have like a better statistics against everything from the top 16. If you just lose once, it's out. And also they are a sub-tournament of the top performers of the tournament, so it's not really good, which means if you instead of doing playoffs, if you kept playing Swiss rounds until the end of the day or your tournament, you would have much more qualified data, and you would have probably not all the time, but probably people with very good standings that would actually start losing games. And despite losing games against the better people, they might, after some round, fall back down to the middle of the rankings. So they are not really interesting for that. But yeah, and also, when it comes to international draws per total rounds played, they are most of the time intentionally drawn. Like, people use that because of timing reasons, for prizes purposes. They just do that for, how to say so, equilibrium of rewards most of the time. And sometimes they just don't want to risk losing the gap of rewards by going second instead of first, so they just share the prices when there's too much difference. All right. So how to determine performance? A dual commander performance is a mix of 4 concepts. So you have a player and their psycho and physiological state, which means how you are, how healthy, did you eat, you have something in your mind, did your grandfather died a couple of days ago, will you just get married in 2 weeks? That's going to affect your psychological state, okay? It's a highly mutable element. Then you have a deck of 100 cards, and that's immutable because the cards have a binary existence. They are here or not. The only question is, will they be drawn into a game? But that's another question. So it's even highly immutable if you just simplify a deck of 100 cards to its command zone. Like with lists and optimizations with commanders, when the commanders are just not strong enough to be opening any deck to be played with them, or multiple variations. Most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, you can simplify this with just what is in command zone, and that gives you the deck, okay? Then there is the specific relationship that the player has with the deck, with like the synergy with that. It's hard to describe, but some very good decks, some very good players will not match. It's hard. Like, it may be related to their psychological state, but it is really hard to estimate the reasons between players and decks and behind that synergy. And there's the rest, what we call the environmental elements. They're affecting performance, like, the weather conditions. I've played in tournaments with really noisy roofs, and it was raining, and people just couldn't hear each other. It was noisy as hell, and really that was changing the games. If you're sensitive to some special noises, some whistles, some cars going by, some, I don't know, something that would just disturb your thinking process, your mind and stuff. If your conditioned air is broken, that is also something that happened I think it happened at the Grand Prix in France a couple of years ago, north of France, I think, where there were lots of people in a room, and for some reason the vents, the AC broke, and everyone who was on site just said it was a nightmare. Like, it was 2,000 people, I think, 1,000, 2,000 people, don't remember, under a roof in a boiler room, basically, just in a cooking session of tables, or could be traveling conditions too, like your train is late, you got sick, whatever. Okay, we cannot rely on measuring the psychological and physiological state, and we cannot rely on measuring the environmental elements, because most of the time we don't have this, and it's not something that we can make consensual. So what we have is the rest to determine what performance means. So all you need, and of course there is just randomness, is to separate all those things. So in the end, the only things that are quite easy to gather are the player name, the commands and cards, the Swiss rounds final standing. So you need to debias, which means take one out of the other, the player performance from the deck performance. Which means, is this deck good or is that player good? And you're trying to answer, like, is that person deadly? Yeah, they are holding an M60, really loaded, and they're just bursting things. Okay, and is that person, yeah, it's a military professional trained person, but they are both in the open field, and they only have a knife. Against an M60, most likely not gonna win. So you need to understand which one is the person playing and which one is what you're playing. And this is something we always forget about. So in the end, you are going either one direction, where the deck performance is superior to the player performance, or you're going the other way around, like where player performance is superior to deck performance. So somewhere you got the best decks, and somewhere you got the best players. And actually, if you wanted to do so, I have a model. I have a model that uses Google Spreadsheets and Google Looker Studio. I just tried to run that model with 2 or 3 tournaments, counting Swiss rounds, getting all the commands and stuff. So you could just actually debias things and get which deck is better than the players. So you got a graph like that. And so that would just help you determining who is better, who is less a good player, who you can rely on, like constant things here, or who is a very, very who has a very weird data spreading, etc., etc. So I did that. If you people are interested into running that model, but that requires gathering tournaments, commands, and correctly syntaxed deck names, command zones, and player names. So not really easy. And also you get a lot of data. If you do that over a year, you would have this graph with like hundreds of rows and columns, but that will help. So in the end, what does Magic Top 8 do? Actually, people submit the deck lists. They are limiting the number on their own will and time. Like, if you provide the results for 100 players tournaments and you just give the first 4 decks, that will be accepted. But then the final number of decks cut is made automatically on MTG Top 8, depending on the tournament size and visibility, and as a result, player rounds are counted unweighted, regardless of the number of player rounds, which is the same. Like, I took a cut interval of 65 to 115. The players get the same weighted top 8, despite the fact there's almost double the number of players, and that is a change. So in the end, Magic Top 8 answers very well the following question. What a pool of decks and cards were the top reported ones? Because some tournaments do not report on MTG Top 8, and it just tries to help you determining what is winning. But MTG Top 8 does not show the full deck performance, so it's just a presence amongst the classified database. You don't see every card inside of that, how they perform. Like, you can see how the cards are included, but you don't know if they were performing or not. You can not see the player performance, you can just search for players. And you can see the same decks and players that did not perform, you cannot see them, despite entering the final data or not. So you could have a lot of decks that are winning, but also like it would be the tip of the iceberg, for example, and you have a lot of sunk ice that never gets to win a tournament, that never gets to go to a top 8 or to the best players that would play the same deck. So sometimes you're like, well, this is the most played deck, but on the other side you would see that this deck has a spreading that says most people remained in the first 2 or 3 rounds. They go to the bottom quartile of the tournaments and not the first quartile, for instance. And also, there's not an efficient difference between the first and the last selected decks. So MTG Top 8 is pretty relevant to detect grinding winners and better choices when it comes to building. That is what it does, and that already helps a lot. So what I did is I counted for Duel Commander the number of cards that are appearing on MTG.8, which means I took the number of decks, I took the number of prints by Wizards of the Coast at the end of a year, and I said how much is the reachable total of MTG.8. So when you go to MTG.8 and you see the top plate cards, you just go to next, and you could reach the last one. So you approximately have, currently, I don't even know how much, is 1,500 cards that are present at least once in this year's database of MTG.8. So if you take this number and you multiply it by the number of decks, and you divide that by the total prints of Magic the Gathering at the end of a year, that gives you this index of how much Magic the Gathering is covered by MTG.8. So what you see is that that index considerably exponentially grows over the years. And considering that all of these metrics are independently usable and efficient, using all of them can lead to the following conclusions: that Magic Top 8 to me is probably getting better and better in terms of reliability. Okay, so this does not say is it reliable, is it not. What this says, it's whatever it is growing super fast in terms of reliability, of relative reliability. Okay, so you'll see much more conclusions from the previous panels and from what I use with MTG.8. But now we're going to go and move on to what is new, what I wanted to say. Imagine you just went back in time. It's 1996. Yeah, let's go back to 1996. I know most of you will not be born. I was 12 at this point, and it's been a long time, but I remember that era. It was a good time already, so yeah. And in 1996, Magic the Gathering is 3 years old, and you already have a lot of wild things happening out there. People are using articles and paper magazines, and they're already being creative. So they have paper stuff. We are not yet into the internet stuff. Not yet. You need to wait a couple of years more. Like, I'd say it started in 98 or something, but not before that. So you don't even have, I think at that time, the Magic the Gathering CD-ROM games or anything like that. But you have paper magazines. So people are already discussing Magic the Gathering a lot. You have Scry, Duelists, and a couple other magazines that are now very rare to find. And one of them was by Wizards of the Coast, by the way. And you have this article that you might know on the right here, that is one of the founding articles by Jesus M. Lopez for Elder Dragon Legend Wars. And at some point, there's this guy. His name is Adam Staley, and he's the founder of EDH. I'm naming Elder Dragon Highlander as an ID, as a game, as something revolving around Magic Gathering. And in a 2020 interview, where the people were really happy because they found him after all these years, because he's not someone who's very famous, they finally found him and did some quick interview with him. And he remembers creating the playgroup in Anchorage in Alaska, and he said the idea was that you would see different cards that people weren't using anymore, because they didn't have a choice. They had 100 card deck, and every single card was to be different, had to be different. So that is one of the core founding ideas of EDH back then. Like, making sure you would have to dig a little deeper and down, not just the top cards, not just the top metagame, not just the most powerful cards. And he also said, you'd go to a tournament and you'd have half the people at the tournament playing with the same exact deck, and people got really tired. They didn't want to play against people that were playing the exact same deck all the time, so it wasn't becoming social as much as we all wanted Magic the Gathering to be from the beginning. I really encourage you to read that full article here. You got a QR code, by the way. So what that means is EDH was born against net decking and game solving. But competition goes towards net decking and game solving. And that is a very paradoxical thing when you think about Duel Commander. Going against game solving leaves a 5-level competition. 1. The card discovery. Are you sure you examined all the possibilities? 2. The card selection. Did you test, did you try that it really works? That it really does what it does? Is it really the best version of the cards? 3. Your knowledge of rules. Because even if you have the best decks, the absolute broken deck, if you don't know how to play it, more than likely you will not win. Then you gotta fight against randomness, but because it's Magic, there's part of randomness into it, and sometimes you don't win because of that. And sometimes you got epic win. You know what this top deck Lightning Helix was? Like the Ignite Memories of Nassif and Chapin is. Sometimes randomness is beautiful too. And then you got gameplay decisions too, which means even if you just have the rules and anything, you're still gonna make decisions. And sometimes you have multiple decisions ahead of you. And if you let the game solving happens, that means you only have 3-level competition. You just gotta know the rules, you just gotta know how to fight against randomness and make good gameplay decisions. That is a chance that you need to take if you are willing to just compete and win. We go forward in time, we go to 2007, and things have changed. The times are different. So at some point, someone, like this guy in the background here, starts building with people the first rules of Duel Commander. And it's based on Elder Dragon Highlander. That's the base thing. It has 2 players only in the game, more than what Magic the Gathering does. It's reviewing the 3 and more player rules accordingly, like the fact that we are not 4, ideally, or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever you do, is not good, so we need to look at the rules and adapt the EDH rules to Duel Commander. Remember, Richard Garfield once did an experiment with 40 people at the table playing Magic the Gathering. That was good. And he says it worked, because people were eliminated as they go through. Then they changed the player number, they changed the life totals, they changed the ban list card, which was what Magic the Gathering started using in 1994, and that EDH also started to use. And it had a separate ruling authority, which means it was not dependent on Wizards of the Coast back then. So if you just look at my previous talks, you know this graph. This is the popularity of commanders in Duel Commander in 2016. As you see, this is the number of months old, so this is today, and this is going back to the past. How many months is your first print of Commander old, okay? And in the y-axis, you got the presence, based on MTG.8. So what you see is you got a couple dominant decks, and there's a global blob here of things that can be played, but as you can see, it's hard to go back in time and fight older commanders against the new one. Then you go 4 years ahead, 2020. What you see here is that despite the stabilization here, less decks are topping, we have some pretty good old stuff, and it's slowly pushing to the bottom right here. Then you go to 2024, last year, and boom, what you see is that now we have nothing in this quadrant. It's just void. Everything is played because it's just newer, and the older stuff is just disappearing. And then you get a couple winning strategies. And that's all. So these are the slides I showed you last year. And now, it's 2025. What does it look like? It looks like this. You can see the trend is not stopping. despite all the efforts we're doing, the trend is not stopping. So what you have is that you have all these contenders that don't really win, but try to, but not really get so much popular. And whatever is new is not even breaking stuff slightly. It's just breaking stuff midly, and then you got some top winning things. So as you see, we are playing stuff that is more and more recent and more centric to what is being played, what is being printed, over the last 3, 4, 5 years. So what I did then is I took the 100 cards, the top 1,000 cards, of Magic Top 8, and I just counted them. So how many of these cards are at least lands, creatures, artifacts, enchantment, instant, sorcery, planeswalker, and battle? So could be multiple, like Sithis Harvest Sense is both a creature and an enchantment. So what I did is just see what we play. And as you see, we're being crushed with creatures. And I can tell you, over the years, this has dramatically increased. This has slightly slowed down. These and these have slightly decreased, and this is slightly increasing. So sorcery speed, game reversal, and creatures are taking over. And actually, I just went to MTG Top 8 over the years, and I said, if I just get the top 1% card cut, so you go to most play cards, you go to the page where you find the first card that is not up to 1% played. So like 0.999 is the first one that's eliminated. If you count how many cards it does, and you bring that out of the total print ratio, you get some trend here. What that means is that 1%, we are playing less and less of the cards. Sometimes you will see trend line here. This is just maths. This is just meaning that this line that you see here, the white line, is the trend line that is automatically calculated, and the R squared here is just how much the correlation goes. It can be something between 0 and 1. So close to 1 is very good, which means the white curve here is going through most of the points very well. Okay, so what you see is that we are playing less and less of Magic. So what Adam Staley just said about playing cards you would never see is just getting wronged, because it's getting negated. Like it or not, it's negated. So what I did, this is more complex and it's a core graph of this talk, is I took the position of the nth card, the first, second, fifth, 10th, whatever, on Magic Top 8 through the years. So I put that on a graph, and I think you can already see a trend emerging. So these are the heavy curves, and the small smoothed ones are the regressions, the maths that is just giving you a trend line, okay? So the important thing of the trend line is it going up or down? So I took the first card, which means the most played card on Magic Top 8, including lands, the 5th, the 10th, the 15th, 20th, 21st, 25th, 50th, 75th, etc. Just all the way to 1000. Okay? You can see some stuff on this graph, but I'm going to help you. So first of all, that means that if more stuff goes towards the top, there is less diversity at the position it is. If things going back to the bottom, it means there is more diversity at this position. Okay, what it does is it's just a measure of percentage. So the more you see stuff going up, the less the diversity. Just imagine if you had only 100 cards in Duel Commander on MTG Top 8 that are played 100% of the time, that would mean that you would have only one deck that everyone plays the same deck and nobody else changes anything. That would be pretty much of a crystallized metagame. Okay? So if you look on the left of the graph, what you see is it was slightly going up until we decided to change the life totals, which means the game was already getting sold. So we changed from a major change to 30 to 20 HP as a starting totals, which means players like I, you, whoever we want it to be, were to reevaluate all the cards of Magic the Gathering. All the cards became suddenly shaken down. Then you have this moment where things are actually going down. Pretty much all of them. Not all of them, but pretty much all of them are just going down or stabilizing, and it's pretty cool. We've got this good era. Then we've got this that we can throw out and discard. You know why? Because this is the COVID-19 era and isolations. So the problem we have with isolation is that there were less tournaments. Many less tournaments. So as a consequence, people could not evaluate their decks, could not play online back then because there was no Magic Online, nothing. There was Criticality, X-Mage and stuff like that. It's hard and not everyone likes them. So people had less opportunity to fight with other people in game stores, in small tournaments, in large tournaments. They could not measure themselves and their decks to other people. So actually things were shaky in that moment. So I want to discard this position in this time because it was really not significant. But then there's this period here where everything starts going back up, which means everything is slightly going toward the top again. If you see the regression curve, it was going down and it's going up again. And also, if you look at the curves from the top to the bottom, you can see that diversity is regressing at higher stages, and at some point it is not, like it's going down. So I found out there is a dividing line somewhere around the 250th card right now that separates the cards that are less and less played and the cards above it that are more and more played. That means that there is a breakpoint at some place in the MTG Top 8 ranking where the cards are actually less and less played if they are less played, and more played if they are more played. It's just like if a card emerges as being better than the others, it's going to slowly be more and more played. And remember, this is not about a specific card, it's about a card position, so it could be different. You see, like the fetch lands and dual lands, they always played a lot, but they change year after year. It's not the same. Okay, so Polotil Delta used to be the top one, now it's Windswept Heath, it's changing all the time. So that's a graph that says we are playing more and more of the same cards and less the others, in short. What I did is then I just took this on the last 5 years, including, so 2021 to 2025. And what you see is that it's much clearer here that everything is going towards the top. This is what is called game solving or resolution. Okay, resolution is the final state and solving is the process. And I just asked myself, what if you just look at other ways of playing Magic the Gathering, notably the official formats and stuff like CEDH or DC and other games revolving around Magic. I put the 2025 in straight lines and the 2024 in dashed lines. So what you see here is that even though it doesn't really change a lot from year to year, it changes a little. Like we are currently going up. If you see here, the line, the full line is always most of the time above a dotted line. So 2025 is not going better, but it's not the same sample. Okay, it's just based on January to May, so it could change. But what's important here is that when you look at what's happening, things that are completely unchecked on Rival with limited restrictions like CEDH are already solved like a lot more. Like they are solved like a lot. We're not very in a good position here. And what you see is that Vintage is not really working well with that. And you know why? Because Vintage has very little restrictions on card use. Some other stuff where things are a little more balanced and changing and ruled, like Modern and Legacy, have actually better results. You see, they are less resolved. Like, there's more diversity in these ways of playing Magic the Gathering. Okay, and what I did too is that I just actually want to check for Duel Commander what it does after all the years. So in short, if you want to read this graph, you can make a pause. It's pretty easy to read. The more is dashed or dotted, the further it is in time, okay? And the more the line is thick and continuous, the more it's close to the present, okay? So what you see is how it changes against time. So you see before we switched to 20 life points, it was already pretty solid. It was just at the same level that it is today. Then we shook up everything by going down to 20, we changed the rules, and we could ensure by just changing the rules, you see, we went down for like 5 years, 4 years, we don't know, it's just impossible to count, but we went down in game resolution. We had more diversity for a very limited couple of times, and then we just went back to the same position today. And something you could just ask yourself is how many new cards are printed each year, and does that affect Magic and Duel Commander diversity? Like, it's impossible if the player number doesn't change, if the deck size doesn't change, but if the print, the first print, explodes, it's impossible mathematically to play the same number of cards, because we have a maximum diversity. Okay, the maximum diversity is reached by the probability of a player including a card in the deck. And some people will never include some cards in the deck, like the cards that are just strictly worse than any other cards, the older stuff that never gets reprinted, the cards that are just even bad in drafting or limited play. We see these cards are just fillers. Okay, we could call them fillers. But the thing is, does the number of fillers increase over time? It's impossible to determine. My personal answer is no, it doesn't change. It's still the same. Drafting has changed. The draft experiment, the sealed experiment has changed. The pre-release experiment has changed, but I would say it's just about pretty much the same drafting experience. Yeah. That's what I would say over time, but it's entirely up to you, because this calls for non-consensual appreciation of what a card means to be included in draft or sealed or limited play in general. So yeah. What I did too is that I ran the number of prints by Wizards of the Coast, and I just wondered if this was first print or reprint. So what you see on this graph, you got first prints on the bottom, and you got the new the total prints on the bottom plus top. Okay, so the blue line is in front of the yellow one. And what you see with the white curve here is a regression thing based on moving averages. It was pretty stable for a moment, and then since 2009 it just started slowing down, which means actually the number of first prints out of the total is decreasing, which means there are more reprints, which is good, because you have more reasons and opportunities to find Magic cards. Okay, it's better when they get reprinted. So this is pretty good news, actually. And the conclusions to that is that command zone exploration has stopped. If you look at the graphs we've been doing in the previous slides. We're not looking for innovation anymore, we're just waiting for the new stuff to be breaking everything else. Because what we're playing right now is just whatever was out and breaking everything else for the last years. The cards that are printed now override our rules, because Wizards of the Coast starting getting some interest in Commander since 2011. Like, I don't know, like, do you think about the partner keyword? You think about Command Tower, you think about Command Beacon, stuff like that. Okay, so you see what I mean with where I'm going. And the research, which means whatever you could find in the whole panel of cards of Magic Gathering, has stopped. And it's not like because we have explored everything. Like, if you're new to Magic the Gathering, you play Commander and stuff like that, you're most likely having a lot more headache than I used to 20 years ago when I started playing Magic, because there are 3 times more cards out there. So finding the ones you want to play is almost even harder. So the diversity is declining, well, it's for sure. The challenge has slowed down because you're not getting challenged anymore in building, in moving anywhere. You're just going to play the same things that people play too. So it's going to be hard, and it's going to be reduced to some other things like we saw. Maybe the environmental effects or the synergy of things we cannot measure, but yeah. And solving of Duel Commander has accelerated. I mean, we always knew it was about that. We always knew it was going to happen. We always knew that when people started leaving the fun card inclusions because they just like the cards, to tournaments, to people saying, hey, you know what? We're going to play with legacy speed instead of fun speed. And those people just broke everything. I remember like 2011, 2015, the era where people, some of my close friends just started slamming tournaments, winning all of them. Like, you know what I did? I just reduced the curve to 2.5 to 3 or something, instead of the 4 or 5 of people are playing just pure mythics. And I just went and win on everything. Just finding the broken cards, just finding the old ones. And one by one, we had as a committee, or the people before I was joining the committee, had to simply ban the cards one by one. So the detection has almost expired. Like, I'm trying to think about new stuff that is detected. Maybe dream holes that was not yet detected in Duel Commander is starting to be a threat, but yeah. I mean, the journey is not over. We still got fun and challenge out there. We still got some time ahead. Like, this is not sclerotic. We can still innovate and try some new stuff. But strongly and surely we are getting closer and closer to destination. That's what I wanted to think. And it's just like that warning of the idiocracy introduction. Like, you were warned, and we all watched this movie like, how could this happen? How could this be year 2500 and everyone let all that bullshit happen in idiocracy, and people just say, we don't know, it just happened. We just let things do, and things go, things went, and it just happened. And we woke up being pretty stupid and in a dumb world that still works, where you still have living people, and like, the world is still running, but it's not the best thing we can do, the best version of humanity. So let's talk about game design, which is the main purpose of this talk. I wanted to talk about something that I mentioned in past slides that I never really had the time to stop on. What I want to talk about with you is the Duel Commander player experience antagonisms. First of all, you've got what I call emblems. You've got a legendary creature restriction for a style. You've got a roleplay emblem. You need that creature. That creature is representing you. You're like that weird knight, that paladin with a shield, that amazing woman you can identify to, that beautiful character, that weird thing, that huge amazing monster, whatever you want, but it's your Dungeon and Dragon, whatever you kind of roleplay emblem. This is representing you. Then you got a color restriction from the chosen card text. This is called the color identity. You got a research emblem, which means you can't just not add anything. You don't have the right to. You have to think, you have to choose, and you have to explore. And sometimes you're going to find a crazy card and you're like, it's not within the color identity. I cannot assemble those two things with each other. Then you got no name duplication outside MTG basics and a couple cards, which means you have to be building something that has a promise of richness. Your deck will be rich. Your games will be rich. You will have very different games every time. Sometimes you're like, yeah, I know what it does to have this card on turn 1, but it won't be your major experience. You have thousands and thousands of pretty recurring cycles out of billions of deck possibilities and outs. And you're gonna need to limit and limitate that to 100 cards, because you have to be able to manipulate your deck. And actually, there's a problem with Magic gathering cards, especially with sleeves and double sleeves and rigid double sleeves. Manipulating 100 cards, especially with brand new sleeves, is, you know what I mean. It's we have to find high limits, because it's just not comfortable to play with if you go too far. Although it would be crazy to have 1,000 decks and very, very, very strategic, but we can't do that. But at least with 100 cards, you get a random assembler, which means you will never have the same games and the same ways of playing all the time. Then you got a full-time range of prints, which means we go back to alpha. We got back to limited edition alpha, all the way back to whatever's printed nowadays, which was some promise from start, and you could address the nostalgia of people who just had to stop because, as you know, all products don't make money. So the printer, the creators of the game need income, otherwise Magic dies. So they need to print something new. The reprints have been rinsed and exhausted. To me, there's no much room for reprints right now. They're gonna keep doing them, but it's mostly about changing the art and finding new ways. Like, more than likely, the people are buying the reprints for skins. It's pay to skin. We are done with the very old cards being very expensive that everyone wants and nobody has because they've never been reprinted. So, yeah, but at least you could address the old card you used to play when you were young, when you were a teenager. It goes back to some very emotional parts of your life, and at least you have that moment to open your cardboard, open the cardboard and the boxes, and get that very old card back to life and say, yeah, I'm gonna have a new reason for you to shine again, something you used to win with in Standard like 10 years ago. Some cards you really wanted to play but never really saw some competitive play, but you want to make it shine again. Then you've got that command zone casting and return, which means you have some resilience. If it dies, you still got a chance. Okay, that means you will be protected from dying super fast and never knowing what to do. And then you've got the command zone swaps, so you could adapt to the games. It's minor, it's not huge, but it's most likely, as we're going to see further down, the best we can do. And then we get a centralized rules committee, which means you got a security emblem. That means you can call the police and you can insult the authorities, because if something goes wrong in your life, in your games, it's the committee's fault. It's not you. It's always the committee. So you can adopt typical democratic behavior, which means you can riot, you can entice people to follow you, you can have filtering bubbles online, you can have communal reinforcement, if you know what I mean with human psychology. At least you have a pretty clear way of saying things. You cannot fight against the others, because you know who you're gonna yell at. You know, you're calling the police and you're arguing that the president is stupid. It's really easier like that. So if you wanted to address that and go against those things, well, you could just be careful, like things that would break the promises. We could allow non-legendary or non-creature cards in command zone, or have no command zone. You know what Wizards has been doing, Wizards of the Coast, so you know what I mean. Like, you remember Shorikai, Teferi. There's been a couple of cards that break this rule. If you wanted to go against a research emblem, you could have no color identity. That would just change stuff too. Or you could have explicit color identity exceptions. What I mean with that is you could have a card made by Wizards of the Coast that costs black, green, and white, and that says the color identity of this card is blue. Okay? Didn't happen so far. It might happen one day. Or you could expand the color identity, like you could choose associations, like you would have fixed, like, I don't know, multiple color identities. Like if you choose something that's green and white, all your cards have to be green and white. I don't know. You can have cards that be rules contradictory. You know what, like Relentless Rats were the first ones, I think. Not sure. I think it was the first ones. Persistent Petitioners and stuff like that. Seven Dwarfs, whatever. You could have 9-man text variants. We don't have this so far. What Wizard does best or worst, whatever your opinion is the skinned cards. You see what I'm talking about, the cards that are just renamed and variations on the other ones. You could just change the basic super type. Like you could imagine elves of Llanowar elves becoming basic creature. Like you could have multiple number of these in the deck, not 4, or 1 in Duel Commander. Doesn't happen so far. You can have a different number than 100 cards, or you could use what is called outside the game, what is not within your game, like you have at least sideboards and companions, stuff like that. We could change the age cut. We could just choose to play with cards that are younger than the first ones. With exclude editions, variants, or prints, or texting overrides and stuff like that. Okay, we just choose to have the BNR grow. We could remove command zone interactions or make like non-castable commanders or whatever. So there would just be commanders. Or they would fight in the end, whatever. Like in movies. We could add more illegal swapping choices. We could have rounds of one game, because if you just play one game, you cannot command swap. You could damage the security emblem by taking decisions too early or too late, or not explaining them at all. Like you just take decisions and that's all. That's very polarizing. Or you could use a popular decision process, which means you could involve everyone, because as we're going to see further, it's easier to yell at the president and the government than it is to convince 40% of the populations that you are right and that they're wrong. That is not the same thing. I wanted to make a small slide, because I've been addressing that several times, regarding the constitution of what Duel Commander is. So there are many things out there that have been appearing in the world of gaming that just define how you can have different experiences with one game. So first of all, if you remember, maybe you have some knowledge about that, Half-Life was a game that was out in 1998, I think. It had modding capabilities, so the mods became wild. I think Counter-Strike was a German mod, I'm not sure, but I think it was German. The first design of that, then it became a game, and then the game became another game, and then some people modded Counter-Strike to add like the gun games, where you would just have to kill opponents at random with all the weapons one by one. And then Battlefield adopted that as a Gun Master game mode like a couple years ago. Or you could think about the good old Chaturanga, which is the very early versions as we know it of the pre-chess version with limited games that became later chess. Chess is more than likely only a couple centuries old, and the game rules have been fixed multiple times, including very recently. But then people just had fun and invented 4-player chess, and they invented atomic chess, where when exactly as you think, when the pieces land, you just explode whatever is around the piece, so it just doesn't take the piece, it blows up everything where it lands. And then people just said, hey, why don't we combine things and have 4-player atomic chess? As you can see, we went pretty far with parasiting games. You know, this is complex. So yeah, this calls out to a couple of notions. So first of all, you got games. The games, this is the longest slide of this talk, so if you have a nosebleed, come on, okay? So they're standalone, they're self-contained, they're interactive systems with their goals, their rules, their mechanics, and their own identities. This is a game. Like when you have only inspirations from others, it's just a game. You can argue that it's been inspired of within a genre or anything, but it's just a game. Like, for example, you got darts, you got Minecraft, you got Elden Ring, rock, paper, scissors, Tetris, table tennis, etc. Then you got the genres and descriptions. That is what I wanted to talk about too. You got classifications of games according to distinctive categories. So you got the team games, which is a view on how you approach on who you play with. You could have first-person shooters, strategy, board games, battle royales, turn-based games, roguelike, role-playing games, etc. Then you got the modes with an E and the formats. This is a sub-layer of games that defaults to the base genre of the games provided by the games themselves. So usually the modes and the formats are provided by the same authority. So modes mostly apply to virtual games like video games, and formats mostly applies to physical games, especially card games. Like the first game I could track that uses the word format, which is usually adapted to paper sizes or file types, is Magic the Gathering. So it has to be related to something, you have to be a format of a file type, a format of a book size, photography dimensions, photography sensors. They have a format, 4/3, 6/19, etc. And they consider only one thing, one dimension to change, which is the size, the length, the height, the dimensions is usually what defines a format or a mode. It's just something that is just slightly different from one game to another, you see? For example, you've got Apex Legends Arenas, you've got the Save the World mode in Fortnite, the Team Fortress 2 payload, Plants vs. Zombies Vicebreaker, the Rocket League Drop Shot, etc. All these things are modes. Then you got variants, extensions, and additional contents. So they are defined by minor official rules that change from a game mode to simply added content. So the variant is also a default word for altered rules. So you got Paper Commander with Magic, you got Monopoly, the longest game ever. If you don't know what I mean, just Google that. The Bug House Chess, the Scrabble Duplicate, which is a different way of playing Scrabble, where you get the same letters for each player. You've got the Plain Chess Magic, Kiten Seafarers, which is an extension of one of the most played games in the world, Kiten. Then you got the rule sets. The rule set is just about using the same game, but the context is different. So it just changes how you read or apply the rules, or simply remove some of them. So you got, like, if you play basketball, the NBA, the NCAA, or FIDA have different rules. They don't have the same lines, they don't have the same circle sizes, the same dimensions, the same timing, the rounds are not the same length, etc., etc. So even though there are slight variations sometimes, yeah. So you've got the Valorant Champions Tour, the FIFA World Soccer Cup, which is not your regular way of playing soccer. You've got Blitz Chess. It's a different way of playing chess because you add a time limitation. You've got Kiten Junior too, which is a very simplified version too. So it's just rule sets. Then you've got the competitive supervisions, which means it's constraints, mostly modifiers to handling the edge behaviors and the game hacking, so that you ensure that people are playing with the same fairness. I just call that fairness. So you've got for MTG the regular, competitive, or pro rules enforcement levels. You've got League of Legends, regional enforcement, etc. Then you've got the overlay or parasitic games. This is a game name that was that appeared a couple decades ago. And these games, these are games that require other games as playing materials, but you have at least one rule or mechanic that cannot be materialized or found in the base games. But it's usually ruled by an independent direction, which means it uses the first game, but it does not depend on anything else than the game materials itself. Okay. So you need the underlying game to work. So the overlay game or parasitic game is the same word. like I said, you've got Atomic Chess, you've got Duel Commander, you got Super Scrabble, or you've got the futsal, which is not the same way you play soccer, the disc golf, which is not disc and not golf, but you need something that is close to that. Beer pong, if you play that with drunk people on evening, you know what I mean. It's just not ping pong, it's just not drinking, it's just something in between. The Riskopoly, which means, as you can imagine, using Risk and Monopoly at the same time, which is great, by the way. It's crazy, but it's good. So yeah, we got Commander Swap, we've got a couple rules that do not find an equivalent in Magic the Gathering, so we are, with Duel Commander, more than likely what you would call an overlay game, or a parasitic game, is just the same word. Then you got the modes, which is short for modifications and not modes, and editors. So this mostly applies to video games because you need some highly modifiable material, which is only findable in virtual things. So like Counter-Strike, Defense of the Ancients, Dota, if you don't know what I mean, the Arma 2 mod and Arma 3 mod that was called Days Battle Royale, which later became Battlegrounds, developed by someone named PlayerUnknown, that really stormed things today. The Stanley Parable, which is a great thing to if you haven't checked this game, just go play it, you'll see. But the Stanley Parable could not exist if there was not an underlying game like Half-Life 2. Then you got the home rules, which is something that is completely under the radar, like they vary according to player groups without emerging ruling authority. So you got the street ball, for example, is a good example of that. The street poker, if you played that with people, you will know that the rules vary from people to people. The kitchen table magic, like play with whatever you like. The Mario Kart no items race, which is you just play the game, but you cannot pick an item. If anyone is heard to pick an item, they lose the game. The Overwatch no healers, where people just try to assemble fun games and they do not allow healing. Speedrunning, if you don't know what I mean, you just Google that, you find for yourself. And then you've got the overhauls, which is something different, which means like taking a game, but reshaping it into another game, like more or less faithful or relatively similar to the original. You have Black Mesa, for example. If you have played like I did Half-Life in 1998, I think, playing Black Mesa in 2015 to 2020 was a mind-blowing experience, and all these resurrected or reworked game like Diablo 2 Resurrected, Command & Conquer Resurrected, the Metroid Samus Returns, which is a new version of an old game that has never really been popular at that time, the GoldenEye Source, which is porting the GoldenEye game to a Source engine, etc, etc, etc. So if you just look, I'm not going to go through them, but the rules of Duel Commander have changed over time, which means we can allow ourselves to change rules, but really they haven't changed that much. Like mostly we have changed the life totals, the mulligan rules, the color identity, we have changed the commander swap, we have added the commander swap, and we have followed what Wizards of the Coast have been doing with Magic the Gathering and cards most of the time. So there were rules, but they were pretty careful and conservative rules so far. So what I need to set up with that is you need to have a clear timeline of things happen in the past. So this is time. This is past to nowadays. And from what I could track and trace on forums, on discussions, including on archives, the singleton was played since 1993. Some people said on the forums, for sure they started in 1995, but they say we played singleton since the very first stages of Magic. Then we started to have cube drafting emerging from 1997. Obviously we needed to have at least a number of cards that were printed to start being able to play cube draft, because it's pretty hard to draft to cube draft with only alpha, so we needed to wait a little. Then it blew up, so we got the Elder Dragon Legend Wars, which is the article that I just showed you a couple slides ago. Then the EDH was born in 1996, according to its creator. The 7 Points Highlander, then European Highlander. Then you've got the Peasant and the Pauper before anything was adopted by Wizards of the Coast. They got integrated later on. Then the structurality of EDH became a new entity, and this is why you mostly remember Sheldon Manry from 2005. Then Duel Commander was started to appear in 2007. Then Wizards of the Coast integrated EDH as Commander in 2010, just for the first product in 2011. Then Tiny Leaders emerged to Canadian Highlander, which is inspired from 7 Point Highlander, became official with the website and stuff. Then we had Magic Online 1v1 Commander. We got Oathbreaker, Brawl, that Oathbreaker got integrated to Brawl, became something integrated to because it was based on Commander, which was based on EDH. Commander Draft was also partially integrated, partially designed. I didn't know how to classify this one because Wizards of the Coast actually created that, but it works too, from what I know. And then you got the Historic Brawl on Magic Arena and stuff like that. So this is how things happen in time. You see, we became pretty creative. And that is one of the mind-twisting things to understand. So when Magic the Gathering emerged, there was at some point standard play. And what I mean with standard play is that whatever comes is new and is playable and legal in Magic the Gathering, which was before they created the type 1 and 2, which became later standard and vintage, and way before they created the extended, modern, legacy, vintage, whatever you want it to be. But so yeah, so there are some concepts of Magic the Gathering that were designed by Richard Garfield at first, but not really that really easy to see emerging at start. It wasn't that clear. Like the first rule books of Magic the Gathering, I recommend you read once in your life the alpha rule book of Magic the Gathering. It's way simpler than you think. So things emerged, and we started to see singleton play, but also the Elder Dragon Legend Wars. So even though Adam says he didn't remember reading that article, it's really hard to say that EDH didn't take anything from Elder Dragon Legend Wars, which still has their website today. This still exists. It's still a way of playing Magic the Gathering, by the way. So they merged more or less into founding the EDH, and then Duel Commander was a fork out of the EDH. But things got more complicated because at that time Wizards now created Commander, and out of Commander they created Brawl. They took Oathbreaker, that was a thing that was created outside Wizards of the Coast, which became something officially supported by Wizards of the Coast in 2023. And then they just invented new things. They just invented the concept of eternal play to gather all the things that were just like older than modern. And they also added modern play in 2015. So these were added as new products. But the thing is, as you see, Wizards of the Coast now prints products, virtual or paper, for these. But these that were created after Duel Commander retroactively affect Duel Commander, which means whatever is printed into those will change how Duel Commander was created and the foundations of Duel Commander. So, I want to talk about the player experience in general. Something we tackled in 2024 presentation, I think. So, I just coined this notion, which is kind of hard to say, but I just recommend you go back to 2024 talks about that. So, the first thing I like to do now, when talking about PX, which is the short for player experience, is to identify the bad patterns. okay, and the good patterns too. So the question with Duel Commander is how to structurally dampen whatever is happening. It defines multiple game rules to partially contain the overpowered cards' impact. Like, as you know, 100 cards, core identity, domain zones, some antagonisms between cards. So there are rules that prevent things to be solved just like that with Duel Commander. But none of the basic rules of Duel Commander are enough to allow the full range of cards. Like, if you want to play cube drafting or Commander, like, you could play Commander with Power 9. It works. Some people like that, but if everyone agrees with the rule 0, it's fine. It's completely fine. Like the committee says, that's the rule 0. Rule 0 is play whatever you want. So you can change a rule and say we want no BNR. Everyone plays what they have. So if everyone has access to like Power 9, Library of Alexandria, Tamwork, Black Lotus, whatever, it's fine. If everyone has it and your play group thinks it's a good idea, it's a good idea. Like the best cube drafting I tested with paper had the Power 9 and it was great. But it only works when there's that cube drafting experience. I could not find any other example of things allowing everything to be played cleverly. I could add the different 7 points and Canadian Highlander to this, which somehow allow all the cards to be played. But the thing that you have to realize is that you cannot have all the cards in Duel Commander. And the reason for that is that was the last time you had someone complain about the non-legality of Time Walk or Ancestral Recall in Duel Commander? Never. So everyone is conscious that we cannot have everything. So if we cannot have everything, but we don't obviously want to have nothing, there is something in between that is to be set, and that is a problem because this is not inherent to personal taste, it's inherent to the player experience you want to create. So all these rules combined, all together, the rules of Duel Commander, they allow more than a superposition of all of MTG BNR history. What I mean by that, if you just add all the BNR history of Magic the Gathering, everything that was once banned in standard, modern, vintage, whatever you want it to be, Commander, whatever. If you take all these and you consider all the cards that have been banned at least once, most of them can still be legal in Duel Commander. So we still have a pretty good and extensive set of rules that allow, let's say, playing a lot of cards, which is good. And of course, some people are hit with that nostalgia emblem because even if you don't like have the the Jusum Gin, which is not very good according to today's standards, you can still play it if you have one. It's good. You can play lots of cards that once were broken, but now but are not. You can play things that we have tried, but in the end, if you just look, we are getting closer and closer to the official BNR of Magic the Gathering through history. So as a consequence, there has to be one or more other rules to tackle that problematic. So if we just say, you know what, you play Commander, you got 2 opponents, our rules, but we've got a couple of cards banned or restricted, and that's all. The thing is, if you do that, you are trapped into a problem that we're going to address a couple slides later. But yeah. So, historically, when Commander was created, and when Duel Commander was created too, they adopted the banned and restricted ID that was inspired from vintage handling ways of saying there is no chance that you bought a magic card that we, as Wizards of the Coast, forbid you to play everywhere. That would be disastrous as a promise for people. Like, that would mean that basically the cards you buy are one time consumable, like they would just expire, and instead of gaining value, they would just lose value because they would be completely illegal in any Magic the Gathering way of playing. So the very last thing that Vintage did was like, okay, we're going to break the 4 copies promise and we're going to have a restricted list too. That's the only thing they could do. There is no card that is banned other than the things you cannot avoid. Like playing for anti with thousands of dollars of cards is not something anyone wants to try. Worse. Then the physical cards are not something you want to try because they require you to have some space. If you play Charizard, you need to have more space at your table. And that is not a problem of Magic coolness. It's a problem of tournament organizations. If anyone wants to go on the table, organize a tournament and play Charizard, you've got a space problem. If you want to play Chaos Orb, if you want to play Falling Star, you also have an accessibility problem. You don't want to know how humiliating it could be for someone in a wheelchair to have to say, hey, you need to stand up and throw it over the board. That would just be humiliating for someone. So because of that and the randomness of falling and agreeing on, hey, I saw it touched this card. No, it did not. Yes, it did. No, it did not. Did you film that? Did you record that? No. So this could be unsolvable for hours. So the physical movements things were just banned, which is a couple cards like less than you got fingers on your hand. So basically, outside these things and some problematic cards that really had, let's just say, cultural problems, outside that, everything is allowed. So that is the starting point for EDH, which became Commander, which became Duel Commander for us as a fork. Yeah, and back then, things were really easier because back then we had like 1-2 cards per year that were just found as solving problems, and we also had 1 or 2 problems from multiplayer cards that had nothing to do on a Duel Commander ban list. So it was fine. It was pretty easy to handle back then. Less people arguing, less anger, less insults, less damage control and stuff like that. But when you look at EDH and you come to like what is a player experience consideration for EDH, some things are not cool. So for example, when you start a game, you expect the development to be fair and you expect that development to be continuous between players. Like they have a chance to be playing on the same grounds. But sometimes something really breaks asymmetrically what the people are doing at the moment. Like they have access to suddenly more resources than their opponents, or less, whatever. Just like that, in a blow. And that is something that is not appreciated because obviously it means that you're going faster in time and you are a couple minutes ahead of your opponents. Not just the same turn, it's the physical turn of the game. It's true, but I don't know. When you resolve one of these cards, more than likely, if they got played, one of the players is going to take an advantage out of it and is going to throw them back in time or further in time, respectively, to a point you're like, wow, how am I supposed to come back from that? It's just like allowing some people to start with 5 cards in hand and some with 9. Something that you just similarly don't want to see is this promise of equity being broken. Like at some point, you're going to suddenly have just more resources. And you're not like cutting the people down, you're just adding more things. You're like, I'm going to play faster than you, and I'm going to have more resources to do more things than you do. Okay? So if you start with, I don't know, fast burns and 5 lands and your commander is not really cool. I did that in a tournament once. My opponent did not appreciate things. They didn't. I was the starting player, so I clearly remember my opponents had an empty hand and I just got 5 lands on turn 1. It was not good. And Dark Ritual, like right now, I just imagine Dark Ritual Liliana, for example, which is probably the fastest solving ever with Oathbreaker at the moment. Some things that are also deceiving in terms of design and player experience is the damage to life ratio. So some things just like, you know what, we're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh, but what about these? They just one-shot you. So if you can quickly have them put on the battlefield, you're like, wow, how am I supposed to stop that? And you're like crushed. And this is the promise of killing players in one shot. Not cool, because you're like, that really changes how I'm playing the game. Also, one of the things that are not appreciated by people when they enter a game and they go through the game is that feeling of asymmetry I was talking about. Is like suddenly the game becomes horrible. If you're in multiplayer, these cards are a very good example of asymmetry. So like at some point, you got so much board advantage with people that you can just win super fast. And that is not something you would just enjoy. Like, it's good to know that exists, but sometimes it's not symmetrical. When it comes to marketing, Wizards of the Coast had their plans, but Elder Dragon Highlander added responses to address the profit resistance. So first of all, the single-sided victory remains more in check as the player numbers, hence the opponents, grows. So if you have 4 players, you have 3 opponents. It's just like the most balanced choice. But if you have 5 players at a table, you have virtually 4 opponents, which means if you were to fight on an equal footing with people and you want to start comboing off or something, there is a chance that you get 4 people or 3 people against you, not just a probability of 1, which means you raise the probability of being checked. That's good. Also, they started banning a couple of polarizing cards that would just drain things asymmetrically from one player to others. And then they added Rule 0. Like, people would agree on the game rules before the game starts. Could be anything, like arbitrary, could be local restriction of color identity, first frontier artists. I've seen people say, hey, you know what, they got a commander group and they decide each Monday what they're going to play when they see each other on the weekend, and they say, you know what, this weekend it's 1 color only per person or 1 artist only per deck. So this is extremely creative, and that prevents things from being broken. And yeah, it works. It works when you say, you know what, if we believe something is not cool and we can tackle its name, then we got an idea of how to prevent bad things from happening. And also, we had to say that EDH is no competition by design. There's no profit, there's no gain, there's no interest in winning. You don't even know if you truly won, because it's all political. You can attack whoever you want, you can kill or aggress or defend whoever you want, and you can team up with people, you can play mind games with that, which means it changes everything. So the games can be fair or stupid, but depending on the people choices. So, as Magic the Gathering was unfortunately a turn-based game, which is cool too, even though it's one of the most intrusive turn-based games I've seen, most of the decisive and impactful actions and the progresses are taken during a player's own turn, which means during your turn. So the thing is, the game decisions can be very strategic and may require complex decisions and time to be taken. But the waiting time is increased with the number of players on your team. So in short, this formula is the turn time rate you take is 1 divided by the total of players. So if you have an empty hand and you have low game action draw, like lands, nothing to do special, like it's your turn and you cannot do a lot, then you're gonna wait for multiple turns to go back to you, and that it means you have a very bad player experience because you're mostly watching others play. I hope you're friends and stuff, but you just gotta go to the toilet or eat something because you might wait a lot of time. If you have 5 players in a game, you realize how long you have to take before it's your turn again. It's really long. So there are a couple of things that you can take also is just like, especially when you have multiplayer people, is if one person only, one player only, is in between the atomic time of a game. Like you are resolving something in Magic the Gathering, but everyone has to wait for you to finish. If you can take as much time as you want and everyone is waiting for you because they cannot act, the game is paused. The game is paused and waiting for you to finish. This is extremely frustrating for the others too. You could also do the same, but you're not deciding things, you are just taking actions. Okay, so this time you are what people usually call spell slinging. Like you're casting spells, but there is no deterministic way of knowing what you're going to do. Like you're going to draw, discard, play a ton of spells, but you have no idea which one and in which order, which means if your sequence is broken, you're not going to win. But if your sequence is completely working and good, you will win. So the people have to wait for you to see if you're clever enough. They have to, count floating mana. They have to count the storm count or stuff like that. Like, are you going to win or not? Are you going to make a mistake or not? And people have to wait. That's something that is not the best player experience emblem. So EDH, again, added responses to address those problems. So commanders became only one card, not up to 3 like the original Dragon Legend ones. It was only one card. Okay, we just limit things to one card, but they are now separated from libraries, which is something that was not present at start. They were included in the deck. They were part of the deck. You would present them before the game starts. And then the commander cards, they used their own timing and restrictions, so you just play the card like it's a normal Magic card. But they could be cast from the new locations, which later became the command zone. And that also saved solving the emblems of ruling. So this was made to solve the multiplayer problems that when you were playing a game and you had very little possible actions to take, you would just be annoyed, you would be bored. But the fact that at least after being humiliated, your hand is empty, your board is empty, well, if your commander does something, like your commander is Thrasios, for instance, and you have no cards in hand but tons of mana, well, you can do something. If your commander is Kenrith, the Return King, you can use the mana to do something. You see, you have a promise of not being too much humiliated, not being too much set apart from the game. So the others were not like playing without you. So that feeling of being, left apart was dampened by that effect. But on condition that there would be something to prevent you from going and doing this over and over. So pretty quick they realized they had to add a commander tax that was progressive to mitigate other-powered resilience. Like the commanders would just keep being smashed over and over, It was not good. Because maybe you take your turn, you've got like 15 mana, your commander costs 4, you cast it, countered, you cast it, countered, then cast it again, resolves, and then you start using it. So that was not a good thing to do. So the commander tax was added to mitigate that resilience. And also, just to make sure that you would never fail to do so, there was an extra rule of commander, of EDH back then, it was a parasitic game, that says we're going to override everything, we're going to add the commander designation on top of Magic. It's not written on the card, but everyone knows what it is. It's up to you to signify it. Most likely you are playing commander with a specific sleeve, so your commander is set apart, or like top loaders, whatever. And the commanders would return to their command zone on the lost situations. Like if you cannot benefit from it, you can choose, and it's entirely up to you. It's a choice. So if your commander works from the graveyard, you're like, I'm gonna let it in the graveyard. See? So that was designed to be a response to the multiplayer flows of being bored. And also in multiplayer, being able to eliminate players in addition to simply winning the games adds game-wise ranking and competition. So sometimes you don't want to win, not lose, but you say, what if I'm just the second guy left and I don't win, as opposed to being the first one being eliminated? So the first one changes his mind. So the thing that being able to do so arbitrarily changes everything. It means you can choose who you want to eliminate progressively or do a one-shot, and this can lead to a bad player experience for that person. I've known that the first time I played Commander with people, they were all new people, they understood that I was not new, so they all attacked me all the time. And I was eliminated after 5 minutes of gaming, because we agreed on taking pre-constructed decks. And Elder Dragon Highlanders was designed like this, so Commander is. But people can also still build a victory on the spot, and this victory eliminates n players at once, instead of eliminating them one by one. Which means you got a game that could last for hours, that would actually last for minutes. Fun fact, I have a friend, I will not name it, but people would know who it is, who entered the shop, was invited to play Commander with pre-constructed decks. He had a dual Commander deck. At the time, something was really broken, as Hermit Druid, for instance, and he was planning on spending good time at the shop in the evening. There was prizes. I think it was a volcanic island for the first person. So he sat at the table, said, "Can I play with any deck?" The owner said yes. So he took a Hermit Druid, won in 2 or 3 turns for the 2 rounds of Commander, and he slammed, took the volcanic islands. He told me, "I'm not sure I'm going to go back to this shop again, because people are going to hate me," but yeah, that is something you have to be careful about. Because when you do that, you don't eliminate one person, you just eliminate a whole squad of person who wanted to play the game too. So you are just not able to make a new game. You have to ask 3 people, 4 people maybe, to create a new game. That's really complicated. So that was supposed to be a social stimulating duration for games. But when you just kill the games in a couple minutes, it's just shocking. You know, you're not like, are we gonna play a game again? I don't know, I gotta go, I got some stuff to do, maybe later. I was planning on playing more, I don't know, I'm disgusting now. So the limited range of influence rule helps tackling this effect. So usually you have single-sided attacks, limited action consequences, and yeah, like I said, Richard Garfield speaks about that a lot. He once organized a 40-player grand melee game, 40 players at one table, and people could only attack from the same position to the same position, to the left, I think, and they were eliminated one by one. And it was a great game. It was a great game. He said people really enjoyed being 40 player at the Magic table. Then you got some other things that you want to address. Like if you have a possibility that is one of the major possibility of a game blocked, like your game action cannot be taken. It's not like you want to take and fight how you do that. You just cannot take it. The fact that you have everything to tackle it, namely, for instance, with Teferi here, you have an instant in your head that works only during your opponent's turns, mostly, and you cannot cast it. You got the mana available and you cannot cast it. This is extremely frustrating for people. Same for Iona, preventing you from casting spells of a chosen color. See, we could also name the interaction denial, which means you're like, dude, I could react to that. I got ways of handling this game situation, but something unfair, breaking the rules, is preventing me from doing so. Like, and I cannot target your creature. I cannot react to whatever you are doing, and it's hard for me. Also, when you start knowing about your opponent decks and the colors they played, there are some things that once they start hitting the ground, regardless of the board state, you know you're gonna lose. And you're like, if you know, it's about answering that thing. If they can find it, I'm dead. You know that feeling, you know that pressure on you that says, if at some point I let them resolve that, I'm dead. That feeling is not the best feeling in the game, okay? Also, as I mentioned earlier, the spell slinging, you can talk about the chain auto-sequencing, which means you are going to take some game actions in a very specific order, and everyone knows about them. It's just like, is there this tiniest probability that you break the chain sequence, or are you going to do your whole sequence of things that wins, and then I'm going to have to watch you do so because we're a tournament and I cannot just concede on the spot? So that is also something that is tense for people because they know they more than likely lost the game. They have very little spectacular ways of coming back. And they're going to have to watch someone that they're going to hate for the next minutes play more or less slowly and resolve a sequence of things that maybe you know better than them. So that is not a good player experience too. So to address that, to address political or arbitrary crushing of people just doing the things on their own, EDH added or ratified response to address that. So first of all, they had to raise the tools because 20 was too easy to deal with when 3 people were attacking you for some reasons. Like your experience would be too short. So at least you were tanking. You know, there's just this rule. If you more than likely have to kill people by diminishing their totals to 0 or less, then the probability that you have a longer game and a safer position according to the number of life points you have increases. So the more life points you have, the better experience is for stability. You know you will have a 2, 3, 4 hour games, but if you just keep raising the life totals, then you're gonna have some problem. So also, they decided that you could choose who to attack with each creature and who to target with each spell. That is also a pretty good thing. They could have done differently, but they did not. So also, not winning on the spot required eliminating all of the players, hence balancing a game between chip killing a player without becoming the next target. That is important. You would more than likely have to wait for everyone to lose so you can win, instead of being a person playing single-handedly and killing everyone else at the same time. That's not the same thing. So they also banned a couple of win-on-the-spot cards because there was no interest, there's no social interest in doing so. And they added a free mulligan for each player, so everyone had a chance to have maximum resiliency and resistance to getting killed. There are considerations that are just generic to whatever Magic the Gathering is. So for instance, gameplay automation. That is not interesting. Could be linked to Commander if you wanted to as this Commander, but what I mean with that is that no matter how you play, no matter how your opponents are, who they are, what they do, no matter what you play, things will happen. Which means, like for example, if you got Ragavan as a commander, you know there is 99.9 something % chances that people will start with Ragavan on turn 1 on the battlefield. So this eliminates part of the suspense and the randomness that you appreciate in games. This subtract randomness. I heard some people back then saying, when you're playing against Ragavan, you just basically start all your games at 18, which was true by then. This was true, because there are answers to Ragavan on turn 1, but it was extremely hard to defend, and yes, Ragavan was sometimes blown apart by some other decks that had responses on turn 1 too, but more than likely not. Same for Edgar Markov. If you like it or not, these eminence things will trigger every time. It's not something you can stop it, you can counter it, you can just whatever you want, but it will happen. And that feeling of, that doomed feeling of that things that will happen is not a good player experience. Also, when you start building a deck and you know that you won't think for a second to include some cards, does not mean that the cards are strong. It just means that it's lazy and it's beyond solving, actually. This is beyond solving. It's like, by definition, like if we allowed Caracas, for instance, in Duel Commander, we could, but just imagine anyone playing white, not including Caracas, they would all include Caracas. It would be 100% inclusion based on the color you play. So Source to Plowshares, if you don't know, is by far the most including card in Duel Commander. Then another thing that is a bad player experience, if you cannot access a card for two reasons that are closely related to each other. The first one is the price, and the second is the findability, which means, do you have a couple thousands or more euros or United States dollars, Canadian dollars, whatever you want it to be? Do you have this tremendous amount of money to invest on one card? Or on the other side, even if it's not about the money, can you find the card on the market? Also, is it not a fake or a counterfeit card? Which is also something you're going to sweat about. And if not, do you have a probability of someone lending you the card for a tournament? And maybe multiple tournaments, because if it works, you're going to play it more than one time. So that's a question. And usually the rarity is paired along with the price. As you know, this is mostly because of a reprint policy, but yeah, this means when you have to really consider changing your life to access a card, it's a problem. And this is a Pandora's box you cannot really open, because findability is a good thing to put on the front row. Like if you say there are like probably 150 people among you interested in playing this deck for the next weeks, and if we go to the top selling websites of secondary market and we find only 55 copies, that means we can clearly state that the problem will be that you cannot have the card, even if you have all the money you want to buy it. So that is a problem too. But yeah, it's hard to tackle and should be addressed very rarely. Then you've got a bad player experience that are an emblem that I call also structural antagonism. That means due to the structure of your game and the direction it's taking, some cards become abnormally over-efficient. Like when we just decided to remove Wasteland from the decks, and we have long removed Strip Mine by that time, and we also removed Cave of Souls and Field of the Dead at the same time. When we just removed Wasteland, stuff like that, the number of non-basic lands, along with Wizards of the Coast printing more and more of them, just exploded. And we saw a lot of diversity, a lot of new lands that people actually never played before. I'm gonna name some, if you see what I mean, the bounce lands from Ravnica, from the first editions of Ravnica, City of Guilds, Guild Pact and Discord. All of these were amazing, good lands, playing in Modern right now at the same time, but they were just forgotten because everyone finding a Wasteland was just like, I'm going to take 2 turns ahead of you. That was just not good. Fell Push is a good example of that, because Fell Push means we all play fetch lands or lands that get sacrificed, so they trigger revolt. They enable revolt, and field push is going against what we saw today was the dominant type of cards in Magic Gathering Duel Commander, which is creatures. So field push was just a good card that became insanely better and better as time went. Okay, so this is a problem because it just means like, yeah, you're not clever for playing these cards. Like all of us going towards the direction the game is taking. Are helping you be accidentally good with this card. It's not the only thing. You can have also psychological considerations. Let me show you some of them. So first of all, you've got the thought process disruption. So imagine you're in a game and you're already thinking about what your opponent's doing, you're planning your next turn, you say, oh my god, I got so many possibilities. You've got like a fetching card in hand, you're thinking about your 100 cards of the deck minus the one you drawn and exiled and put in graveyard. You're just thinking lots of things, and your opponent is going to mandatorily add something to the stack on every single turn they can. So they're going to keep disrupting your thought process. Like, okay, I'm gonna unkeep, jab, draw. Stop, wait. Before you draw, I'm gonna tap this Richard import. You see, that's something. And Ristic Study obviously became a joke. Do you pay the one? This is something that is also kind of a bad player experience and boring for many people. Another thing that people could like hate for personal psychological reason is excessive physical manipulations. Like shuffling all the time, someone with their deck in their hand, browsing, trying to find something. This is making people nervous. You see, because you see like 80 cards in someone's hands. Like I know it's not their hand, but it's just impressive. Like it's too much at the same time, you know. And this also means that you're gonna keep all your time shuffling, cutting the deck, reshuffling, and you're not gonna enjoy that shuffling. There's no way we can make that shuffling part fun, especially when people are getting tense. They don't want to look at each other. They don't want to communicate. They're just like, please shuffle. Okay, please reshuffle my deck. It's not really the best Magic the Gathering experience, right? Another psychological thing that is more important than a strategical thing is that when you are in a certain game state where powerful cards have been cast against you, you know that even though you had very little ways of coming back, in your head, you would consider them to be the next thing to do. And most of the time, we players, we just forget to think about statistics. Like how much and how easily we can recover from certain situations. And the thing is that we always think positively for ourselves and negatively for others. So we're never really impressed by what other people do, but we always like to remember the good stories of what we did. And when you want to create a good story and come back on something, and you cannot, like you have in the case of these two cards, you have responses in hand, but too late, and you're not able to cast them. It's extremely frustrating. It doesn't mean only that you're going to win or lose or things like that. It could also harm your opponents. But these things tell you that recovering from a certain situation, which is the basic of Magic the Gathering, is not possible because you can't have. It's just like the same thing we saw with Teferi or Iona a couple slides ago. It's like you could have an answer, but you cannot cast it. So that is something that is psychologically problematic. Also for Blood Moon, it's a problem that rich people get denied by people with more accessible decks, and red decks benefit or suffer, maybe rather, from an extremely strong disconsideration from people because they are regarded as being cheap and next for kids or stuff like that. So when you got your 500,000 mana base disrupted by a $10 card, your ego goes away from that. But that's another consideration. Also, trespassing. The private circle, the bubble of who you are. Not everyone is at ease with that. Some people have, first of all, some people are neurodivergent and they have different ways and feelings regarding touching, seeing, eye contact, revealing, or they have some very inner considerations for what they do, the plans they have, and having to reveal their hands, having to be passively not able to do anything, or having their cards, their own choices, their own strategy being played against them. It's not like the cards are better, but they have a feeling that suddenly their cards are better because you're playing my cards with your shitty deck. And that doesn't really get some appreciations. And also some people have very little money, so they don't really like people touching and manipulating their deck, taking their library. If you take control of someone's turn and you just go crack a fetch, you can look at the whole list, and some people will just they become excessively impatient because first of all, this is a suspended action, and a suspended action on someone who is also using your material plus their material in Duel Commander, which means using 100% of the game material on your side. So suddenly you are someone who doesn't have more power than a spectator, which is really something that psychologically is not appreciated from people. Another thing that cannot be rationalized is the promise of randomness. So randomness of Wizards of the Coast is handled pretty easily. Usually you have cards costs and resources consumption that is related to the damage, or let's just say the power of the cards. Like if you take Mind Twist for instance, you just you could say for 3 mana target opponents will discard 2 cards at random. That is perfectly fine. And you could make another card that says they need to discard 9 cards at random for 9 mana, but it's just unplayable because it's too expensive. And then you can make a better card that says, hey, you're gonna discard 2 for 2, which is basically him to Tourage. So that is just a better design. And then you can have some cards that say, you know what, for 2, you're gonna discard 3 at random. But then the card becomes overpowered, it's gonna augment in rarity, and they just designed some cards with, okay, we're gonna put things at random, but so that you don't choose things, or you're going to play actions, you're going to take game actions that you cannot foresee, which is the case of Maddening Hexy. So we could also name Comet, Stellar Prop, or other kinds like that. There are many of these actually. So, or Invert Polarity. So having decisive and powerful game actions taken on randomness can frustrate people, like casting Mind Twist on your opponent where they had a clearly winning game cards in hand, 1 out of 5, but you just make them discard 2 and you hit it. You're like, woo, I got super lucky, and they get like, whoa, I got super unlucky. And that feels like you're dealing with luck, not with skill, which means actually the card played is skill, but especially, I would say, immature people don't like this. They don't like winning or losing to that. They don't like the fact that things could be random. Another thing generically that people hate the most is being disrupted as they play. Not just like we saw a couple of slides before, disrupted in the thought process, but disrupting focused on the game process. Like, I might be able to do that later on, and the answer is no, you won't do that after you try or before you try. And that is something that is not really appreciated. I've won lots of games with just casting turn 1 Thoughtseizes on opponents who kept a risky and broken hand, and because I was seeing their plan, they just felt like I feel like personally humiliated in my own personal space. So they just conceded right away before I could see their hands, which is weird. And some people just like, I'm gonna cast my commander, you're gonna counter it, and I don't give a shit. So you cast a commander, you counter it, and say, all right, I'm leaving. You see? Another psychological thing that is not really appreciated by people is how easily and hitting under the belt some inclusions can be. Like, they just can be because they are free to include. You don't need to think for including them. Like, it's not that they are good or not or powered or whatever, but for some reason, because of structural rules, for example, in Commander and Duel Commander, you have a legendary creature in your command zone, which means more than likely Caracas is going to be super cheesy because it costs 0 to activate, to never have the commander attack you, for instance, which is great. And for Lutri, you just got this as a free include, provided you got the color identity checked. So you can list this without any form of thinking. You can have your whole deck with or without it. It doesn't change a thing. You just had to say, hey, you know what? I got a companion, it's Lutri. A stronger pattern that you can see emerge from time to time is the complexity of the main phase of Magic the Gathering, which is supposed to be the attack phase, which all of its steps it divides into, up to 7. And this is complex because when the attack phase doesn't happen as expected, you have the board, opponents have a board, and you're not fighting. You're not fighting. Like you're not going to calculate. You're not going to put some strategy into blocking, activating abilities, casting spells. It's like suddenly you got nothing else to do, and depriving people of one of the coolest and most important phases in a game turn is really something that says, "Hey, I just wanted to play but could not." So this is something you have to take into considerations too. And also, you could have some now specific player experience considerations specific to Duel Commander. I'm going to have to theorize something here, known as the archetype stress, which is about this definition of a perpetual feeling of being structurally behind an opponent due to the nature of what they play or they are supposedly playing, okay? So, if you have an archetype that says you're going to win very early, so as for a good player experience, too early, you got an overly polarized games, almost all the time knows that's blitz strategies, like all-in, like you empty your hands in 3 turns and you're going to try winning that. Or the opposite, if you have a strategy that requires overly polarized impact-based games, like you have to flood something, like you will flood the stack, you will flood the responses, you will flood the resources, but at some point you're gonna be like, whatever I draw is going to be insane in terms of comeback. Like more than likely with a empty hand, you're going to be crazy. And somewhere in between these things, where the average game has an end, there is an optimal player experience where you got interactions, you can have recovery, you can have impact equality. So what I did is that I just tried to summarize the idea. It's not something that is fixed. It's something that I just add some value so you see what I mean. If people play a game and they all win on turn 1 or before they took their turn, like you're winning because you can do that in Magic Gathering, for the people who don't know, there are ways to build deck in Magic the Gathering that win during the opponent's first turn. They have a really low probability of doing so, but they exist. I used to have a couple lists. They're extremely risky. They don't do that very often, and most of the time you will play nothing and lose, but sometimes they do. How much of a player experience is it to win before your opponent plays anything, or to lose before you get the time to play anything? Not cool, right? Okay, so let's go to turn 1. Is it good to win on turn 1? I'm pretty sure none of you will say yes. Turn 2? Is it cool to win on turn 2? I don't think so. Is it good to win on turn 3? I don't think so either. So, but at least you've got a chance to do that. So what I try to do with this graph is to talk about how stressful things can be right now in Duel Commander if your focus is to win too early or too late. Like if a deck or a meta archetype has a chance to win very often, but you know it's going to take ages, it's bad. And if a deck wants to win very often, is going to win very often, but they use so many resources in 1 or 2 turns that it's going to be a blitz game and it just negates everything you have in hand, it's not going to be a good experience too. So you see, the stress you feel is, to me, something lesser here between turn 3 to 5, which means having an opponent unchecked. Of course, if you interact with your opponents, then it's fine. You can have this move forward to the right. So you remember, those are the things that we saw as emblems. What are the trends? So the roleplay emblem is going really, really high because Wizard of the Coast keeps printing many massive numbers of eligible commanders. The restriction, so research emblem, is going down because we are facing some game resolution. The no-name duplication outside basics is going down too because it's also facing game resolution. So the randomness, because we are facing game resolution, is also going down because we are playing all the same cards. So the randomness is not based on the whole card pool, it's based on the smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller card pool as time goes. Then the nostalgia emblem is just broken. Why? Because as game is solving, your opportunity to play something just because you like it is gonna be denied by the metagame. So the command zone casting is increasing. Why? Because as the game resolves, the mana cost of command zones is going tremendously down. We saw that last year. So that means that you have cheaper and cheaper commanders. So you also have more and more recastability because your commanders are cheaper. It's easier in the game to cast commander that costs 1, 3, and 5 than commanders that cost 3, 5, and 7. So the swapping is going up because, like the number 1 here, Wizards of the Coast is printing more and more legendary creatures, so more than likely you have more and more swaps. And our authority as a rule commander committee is going down because Wizards of the Coast is printing and breaking stuff faster than we can react. So we can try to adjust things, but we are getting behind in terms of efficiency. Just remember now that Commander has taken over Magic the Gathering. This was unexpected. Just so you know, Commander was established 4 years after Duel Commander. So when Duel Commander was created, Commander did not even exist. And it's listed as the top 1 format on Magic the Gathering on the official page. And if you read that article here on the bottom from official Wizards of the Coast website, you can see it's evolved from a small group of shallow marine friends playing the format to a product we thought we trialed in 2011 to being the primary way many of you experience Magic. So that led to some problems because now, as we thought a couple slides ago, we remember the pluses. Wizards of the Coast now prints products directly for Commander, and for that, they allowed overkilling the Commander rules. So they started adding new cards that were specific to Commander, which of course have the power to completely crush anything done by Magic the Gathering when it's not designed for Commander, which makes all the difference. And also, some products have to sell. So at some point, these products will be targeted for, multiplayer game or non-multiplayer, but still breaking things like the modern sets. And the promise of Duel Commander, when it was created, up to a long time after, quite actually to 2009, I think, for the first set. 2010, actually, I think. Duel Commander was based on the promise that cards would emerge in Standard, then go progressively down to what was Extended before it was suppressed, then Pioneered when it was created, then Modern was created, then Legacy Vintage. So the cards would slide down from present to past. And that is a normal flow of cards that you would expect to happen. But now, Wizards of the Coast is printing things directly into the past. That is changing everything you needed to think when you wanted to have some flavor in playing Duel Commander. And of course, things that have been designed since then, as a player experience emblem being broken, is when the rules are overridden. Like, they could be generically overridden for all Magic decks, like with the Shadowborn Apostle on the right, but they can also be overridden specifically to Commander mechanics. And that is a danger, because most of the time, it's gonna be nothing. But sometimes, it's gonna mean something. You all remember the partners, right? Some of them cost 6 or 7, I think, mana. Nobody never played them, because nobody likes them. If all the partners costed 5 to 7 mana, we'd never have heard from them. Same for Friends Forever, same from Doctor's Companion. But somehow they managed to slide in a couple of them that are really expensive. Guess what? They took over CEDH and Commander Play too. That was crazy. They just crushed everything else. Like, why would you play anything else when you would have the interest of having multiple objects in Command Zone? And in so, the products they designed sometimes overflow on the Duel. So, again, sometimes it's harmless. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you just have rules that just text boxes that just read weirdly, so they are completely cool to play in multiplayer because they're chaotic like Edric is, but they become suddenly accidentally crazy good in Duel. And that is not what is intended. I don't think Wizards of the Coast cares about Duel Commander or anything, but when they did print those, they clearly had no interest of making these legal for duels, okay? And other things that are hated by people, this time we're talking about the emblem of security, the committee, is when decisions are taken early on because they have a pattern and we see emerging that they will be destructive in terms of player experience. So sometimes we have to take decisions pretty early and things have not yet broken the fields and stuff like that. They're not like, they haven't cracked the minigame yet. And also, because you have thought about that, sometimes when you eliminated all the other emblems, you just realize some cards have just a crazy raw power that is into them. So they are just no particular pattern to be designed with, but when you're trying to realize and to determine if they're legal or not, if they're cool or not, you just look at them and say, wow, that's a really huge wall of text. And that can lead to some extremely high disadvantage for many people. So more than likely, it's going to be crushing opponents because these ones, which were supposed to be the only things to be banned at first, are just addressable with just their raw power. Like, you see them and you're like, that's a lot of text. Also, when you're playing in a tournament, sometimes you have problems with time. So, I chose to include those two things, those two cards here, Vampiric Tutor and Scalding Tarn, because they are obviously sharing another aspect. Like, Vampiric Tutor is a way to find something that completely breaks the games or ensures a victory really fast and for almost no mana, just one. And Scalding Tarn is also one of the top ways of losing time and getting bored in a game because you spend your time shuffling and finding things that have no value of a game, just mana basis, but it's also one of the most indispensable things to play with in Commander. If you don't have these, then fixing 3, 4, 5 color decks is going to be much harder, especially for 4 or 5 color decks. So they share different player experience problematics, but the fact that you just cast this or activate them and just put their effects or a spell on the stack, and then you resolve them, and you have all the time you need, supposedly, until the judge comes in. But you know you're going to asymmetrically get some time that your opponent doesn't have. Because if they're still busy thinking about what they do, they're like, I'm going to keep thinking about my next play. But if they have nothing to think about, they're just watching you resolving something, okay? And it takes some time on a tournament because you are limited with time. Also, when Wizards of the Coast created products, they created a series of cards that are extremely let's just say easy to discuss when it comes to their design, because you cannot say that they were not clearly designed or almost clearly designed for Commander. I could name the third one here being Arcane Signet, of course, but when you look at these things, the left one is really easy. The right one is less easy to determine as being obviously designed for Commander. And these cards are just answering a problem, a question that is asked by people. Like, we want to play a lot of colors, but we are lacking some lands. So Wizards of the Coast say, you know what? Here's a free land that doesn't work outside Commander, which is clever. And it's just going to be put in any deck you want, and it works and does everything. It's the perfect land. Command Tower is the absolute perfect land. The only things it doesn't like is non-basic disruptions. Really low in terms of disruption. And Wash Away is more debatable because it works all the time if you have just a normal spell. And also some things that are hard to tackle is how you have progressivity, notably within the commands and casting. Because when you think your commander is going to progressively cost more and more, so you have to have 2 more lands, 2 more mana for that, this is not true for every commander. If you cast Golos, you will more than likely always find a land, which means if you have 1 in your hand and 1 atop deck, you can recast Golos every single turn as it resolves. As for Tasigur, it's going to be breaking things too, because as the game progresses, you're going to fill graveyards pretty easily, especially with fetch lands and stuff. So it never really costs those 6 mana. It's hard to tell how much it's going to cost. So you cannot predict when the people are going to cast them. And you know if they land, if they enter the battlefield, you will have to consider them because they will kill you in a couple turns. See? So that makes the command tax not really apply in your head the way it does. It applies all the time, but it is just, you're not going to think about the tempo of recasting through the game turns the same way you would with another commander. Another disappointing experience emblem within player experience is that what if the cards actually break or somehow do not obey the singleton rule? Like, they're not really the same, but they're so close to each other that at some point they do what they're supposed to do. Direct damage, countering, or mana dorks, for instance, here. But you see, those cards, they just somehow slicken, they just lower the threshold of randomness. If all you want from a card here with blue for instance, is just counter a spell, then you're just going to take the situationally better spell to cast from weaker to better as the game develops. You see, that is a difference. And to finish with those, you could have some meta archetype considerations, and you're gonna ask me, why do you call meta archetype? So if you go Wikipedia and you go to the metagame page, it says a metagame, broadly defined as a game beyond the game, typically refers to either one of two concepts: a game which revolves around a core game, or the strategies and approaches to playing the game. A metagame can serve a broad range of purposes and may be tied to the way a game relates to various aspects of life. In competitive games, the metagame can refer to the most popular strategy, often called a game's meta, or preparation for a match in general. If you read that from someone you might know of, namely Richard Garfield, he participated in writing a book with 3 other people named Four Horsemen of Apocalypse, Essays on Role-Playing. That was edited as a book somewhere in 2000, yeah. And Richard said, "My definition of a metagame is broad. It's how a game interfaces with life. A particular game played with the exact same rule would mean different things to different people, and those differences are the metagame." And later on he said, "It is hard to leverage metagame to make a metagame a better game, since the metagame is only indirectly involved with game design. Indeed, the majority of the game's metagame is probably unalterable by game designer or publisher." What he means with that is that you can see on the last part that part of the experience is player-led. It's on the player's side. And people will use your game to create games. In short, they will use your game design to create game events, and that's on their side. And if you look at this article published on GameDeveloper.com, they just say metagame is a term that can be broadly defined as a game beyond the game. However, depending on the context, it can mean one of two things. The first one, like to call mechanical metagame, is a set of systems and mechanics created specifically by developers to wrap it around the main gameplay. Okay, so it's just, they mean by that, like Trample, Initiative, First Strike, Death Touch. Those are metagames. There are things that are developing on top of the Magic the Gathering core games. Like, the game should be turns, phases, draws, hands, zones, and then there are things that you know about that are mechanics on top of that. And the second one I like to call, they said, is emergent metagame, and is the way players mostly use the term, the metagame being strategies that transcend the rules and systems of a game by, well, emerging from them via player interactions, which is what you would usually, I think, call a metagame with Magic the Gathering. And I took this from a paper that was published in 2023 by Hemmingson, that was called "What is a Metagame? Sport Ethics and Philosophy." And he said in that paper that is pretty interesting to read, this is because metagames require that there would be two games being played simultaneously. There must be the base game and a metagame being played on top of the base game. Changes to constitutive rules of the base game create a new activity, a new alternative game, but that activity is adjacent to, rather than on top of, the original game. You can't play the original game and the alternative game simultaneously, which means every time we change the basic rules, the game changes, and what you play changes. If tomorrow it's a simple, small rule change, like by the time I'm speaking, when we banned Urza, Lord Artificer, it was crazily crushing what people would play at tournament. So the whole system evolved around that. Some people started building hate decks against Urza, so they had a chance to adapt to what Urza, Lord Artificer was. But because the rules got changed when the card was printed, you couldn't go back in time to the moment you were playing Magic the Gathering and Duel Commander before Urza Lord Artificer was printed. You see, that's a different game you're playing, and it's a different approach, and it's a different feeling you have when you enter a game. And I can tell you by this time, we had so many complaints, so many people yelling, asking us to take actions fast because they were bored. It was like, we're not playing the same game anymore, which is true. Every time a single card, material, rules changes, gets printed, the game changes. So you have to know that the Duel Commander that you've seen ages ago is doomed to change all the time, but you still have the mastery of what you do, which will create a new metagame. So what I'm going to use is usually the winning metagame, which is, to the definition I give for this word, this term, what is currently being visibly played or chosen by players competitively and proportionally dominant over the rest. Okay? By that, I mean, we'll talk about metagame next year, I think, in another presentation, but I'm excluding that weird notion of tiering that some people have used, which originally was supposed to be just top tier, and then was the rest, and now we have weird people saying this second tier, top tier, free tier, tier 4, tier 5, tier 2.5, and I mean, that's, at some point they're going to realize this is not consensual and useful. Just use top tier or the rest. So what I mean with winning metagame is that it's more part of the winning metagame as it's being winning, okay? And for that, you need to realize you have the game designers on the side and the players on one side, and there's a porous limit in between. So the designers create the rules, not the metagame. The metagame is what people can express with and find out of your rules. And the players create the metagames, but not the rules. Because if you create the rules and the metagame, people will look at you like, really? So you're telling me what to play, how to play, so I have no choices. I don't think your game will be interesting. And on the other side, if all the players feel like involved in creating the rules, then you will realize it is literally impossible to contempt everyone with a democratic process. It's just by definition impossible. There are very few things that you can ask. Even keeping the name Duel Commander is not consensual among people. So, as I was saying, you got the designers on one side and the players on another side. So the designers create the rules, then they pull results, observing the overall trends. Not just one person, not just one winning deck at the moment. That is not a sign. Sometimes if you let things happen, some decks, some archetypes will just disappear. And you won't have any form of impact on that. What I make sure you understand is that you don't get anything but having players pushing their local views to the designers and expecting them to be chosen. Why? Because player A will say, you need to ban balance. Player B will say, balance is cool, you need to keep it. How do you solve that? Answer is, you don't. So as long as you give a voice to players to directly change the rules, there will be no more rules. What you can do is let them express themselves and see what emerges as an overall trend. Like I showed last year, everyone was thinking that the specific cards they had in head, that was something that obviously had to be changed. Obviously. But then I went to analyze more than 10,000 messages online on different discords and groups and forums and platforms and Facebook. I just mashed them up into statistics, and I put them on a slide, and I gave this slide to people like, these are all the cards that you mentioned that were on the ban list or close to being added as a ban list item. And they realized that they were never speaking about the same cards. And most of the time, I asked people, what do you think are the most debated cards? And they all answered wrong. So the feeling you have, which is normal, psychologically normal, as your vision, not saying opinions, because opinions are down that way. They are about expressing yourself, which leads to more distortion. But just your feelings, just your experience, being pushed as a common experience will force you into only listening and viewing and discussing with people who go your way, because people who go the other way around will never content you. So in the end, when you see from yourself that you pull results and you think you should act, then you should adapt the rules. But be careful, if you adapt the rules too often, people will increase pushing their views, because if you change the rules all the time, people will think it's normal to change rules, because you're supposed to watch and then rinse, repeat that all the time. But if you repeat that loop all the time, where you update the rules according to results, you have to do this for good reasons. We do this because mostly we're playing with eternal base game legality, which means we are what you call non-rotating. We use 100% of the card pool in theory, which means when solving comes in, we can't do anything else than update the rules. There is no other way to do that. The cards do not expire. That sir here, Richard Garfield, also said in an article that was published at the beginning of this 2025 years called The Balancing Act on a website called Board Game Geek. He published a very long article about his experience as a game designer for all the many games he's designed, because yes, Richard Garfield did not only design Magic the Gathering. He talks about Robot Rally and stuff like that. He said, the idea that there is an ideal balance based on the best players misleads not only designers but also players. Inexplicably, these players often believe they are among the best long before they have played enough to qualify even as a beginner. I have had industry professionals offer balanced advice for game design over the course of years, literally 5 minutes into their first play. I found this shocking, but the disrespect it shows to the designers, developers, and playtesters pales in comparison to the disrespect it shows the whole field of games, where a single game can absorb lifetimes of study and exploration. And nevertheless, you're gonna think that it's weird to say that, but I fully agree with Richard Garfield here. The only good way of doing things is by organizing propositions democratically. It's just the same as when you organize political parties. Maybe you've heard about that pre-EDH thing, that pre-modern thing, that emerged recently. The people handling this parasitical game on Magic the Gathering do not communicate with people more than this. They just got a website. They don't really justify themselves. They say, you know what, this is what I think, and if you don't like it, get off. And believe it or not, it's been extremely successful. So if you start compromising yourself into trying to establish compromises with people, you're going to compromise yourself only in the end. In the same article, he said, an interesting phenomenon of modern game culture is the belief that publishers should adjust balance to the players rather than the players adapting plays to the demand of a game. Since each player group will have its own ideal balance that will change over time, this often doesn't even make sense. Following this player pressure can lead to games made for the noisiest players rather than accommodating to a broad community. I believe this is at least a part of consequence of digital games in which balance can be, and often is, adjusted on a regular basis to address player concerns. And I fully agree with that. There are numerous people, and I don't hate you guys for giving your opinions to. I have to admit, I give my opinions to the game I play to. Like, I played Apex Legends a lot, I've been on forums, I've posted a lot of things, made a lot of proposals. I have never had any feedback on that. I don't know if people agree, disagree, if developers read that or not. I was just doing my part. I was like, there's a bug here, there's a problem with that. Last season we had too many people overqualified in rank for that reason. I think you need to adjust with these numbers, and I just say that I was never expecting any feedback, and I was always expecting whatever I had to completely be ignored. That is good. If you start with that, and you start with that in mind, like you don't want to convince anyone, especially the game designers and anything else, that's good. You're just adding material to discussions. You're just adding topics, which is good. And what Richard Garfield says this is actually you always end up answering what is the noisiest, not only players to me, but groups, because they have a tendency to spread their thing, their ideas, their noise on other people who will then repeat it. So it's always complicated because you don't want to set anyone aside, and when someone is pretty toxic because they want to be everywhere, talk to everyone, being on every single platform, always have blown opinions on everything, they're obviously active in the community. So you don't want to leave the people on the side saying, dude, you're going to be ignored. So it's complex. It's complex to do that. But yeah, balancing shouldn't be done according to the top players, because you never have to start thinking that the majority of your players are not the top players by definition. In the end, regarding that part, what I mean with that is that a separation of concerns and a trust, a mutual trust, will lead into sanity. We trust the players all the time into writing down what they feel like writing down, into giving feedbacks, thinking, talking, discussing, debating. They are more than likely efficient within crowd and community hive mind thinking. It's just like thinking you're going to develop the best piece of software without using open source. And open source is not something that is democratic. It just means anyone can participate. But in the end, very little group of people decide what will happen within open source, especially when there are companies and private companies and interests on top of what open source is disclosing. You see, that is a relationship you have to establish with people. You never say to anyone, go fuck off, I don't want your opinion, but you're never going to say to someone, I want to listen to you all the time. Sometimes we find good people, for many reasons I also addressed last year in our presentations, that can integrate the committee, but they gotta be, they're gonna have soft skills, like human skills, before anything else, and they need to be open to thinking of such decisions. So in the end, fixing is really hard to do, but also it has no sufficient methodology. There is no methodology for fixing. Like, lots of people keep asking us, like I described last year, you should ban this because it is similar to that. It's not sufficient. You should ban this because it's stronger than that. It's not sufficient. There is no full way of rationalizing decisions when it comes to balancing rules and updates and everything you want to do with the game. It's really hard. It's really, really harder than it is. And in the end, there's always someone who's going to say thank you and someone who's going to threaten your life or insult your mother. That is hard. There's nothing to do. And whatever, one decision has to be taken. And remember, not taking a decision is taking a decision. It's letting the status quo happen. So when you don't act, you act. And also, you cannot, unfortunately, share this with people. You cannot share the discussions, the process, because people will always disrupt, interrupt, dismantle your thought process. And you cannot have external ways of handling decisions, because you will then have interventions with democratic noise, which means people will start acting like militants. They will just start militating for things, advocating for stuff. They'll just start harassing people, sending private messages, and in the end, it's not the best decision that's going to win. It's the one that has the most influence. And influence doesn't mean it's a good decision. Some things in the past of our countries and history as humans have been done as being majorly adopted by people and today seen as historical mistakes. So when it comes to Duel Commander, some emblems are actually recurring, like the gameplay emblems of lazy resource trading refillers, how I call these cards, for instance. If you have this in your command zone, it's fatal because you know it will happen at some time, and you know that you can exceptionally overwaste your hand. Like some things you would just hesitate, like, should I counter this? Should I let this resolve or stuff? You're not gonna think so. You're just gonna I don't care. I'm gonna refill my hand in 5 turns or 6 turns. So whatever I'm gonna do is just react to everything, spot react to everything, which is opponents propose something. I have a spot removal, which is a counter spell, a destructive spell, an exiling spell, a bouncing spell, whatever. I'm gonna do the poorest and most how not to say stupid, the poorest and least interesting and less strategically interesting interaction of Magic the Gathering, which is I'm going to respond before or after you play something to that something. And you do something, I respond. You do something, I respond, which is not really cool because it is not really constructive in terms of gaming. But at some point, if your commander is like that, then you got to freely refill. And because Niv Mizzet Reborn was... that's my opinion only, but because Niv Mizzet Reborn was too hard to build and people were just build it the wrong way, they just created a Traxa Grand Unifier, which is way easier to hit and refill your hand with. So that's my take. I played over 1,000 games of each of these as commanders, not in Duel Commander, but yeah. And like we said about the archetype stress, blitz. Blitz play means, as you saw, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, playing too fast. What is the interest of saying you have to react or die to basically anything I'm going to do? Because you don't know what I'm going to do, but you're going to see the mechanics. Is Ragavan perfect for killing people? Certainly not. It's slow. It's just the average red creature. But over time, the extra resources generated by these 2 cards, for instance, will just allow you to end up with early turns being way more efficient than any other else if unchecked. And also, something which can be very deceiving in terms of player experience emblems is that your opponents have excessive resistance. Remember, we used to have 40 HP, then 30 before we got to 20. And the reasons why all the cards were scrambled and we had to check the new cards again and everyone starting brewing new decks is that changing the life points completely warped the cards being played and what people enjoyed playing. If you do the same with a card that is legal but keeps maintaining you over and over a certain amount of life points, at some point it is just too much advantage. Okay, it could be a hand advantage with Euro too, but yeah. Then another thing that is not enjoyed, I could have added also, added more recent cards to that, but Deflecting Sword or Elsai Resurrected here just demonstrate what I call overpowered disruption, which means not that these are completely devastating, they're not. But what these do is that they actually reverse how things could be played, like Urshai with Parallax cards, like Deflecting Sword, they could actually reverse, like invert polarity, how the spells resolve and what they do. Also, the structural powerlessness is not a good thing. What I mean with that is cards that would be included, like the whole structure of the metagame could not respond to. Like, it's something that you see, that you understand, but once it starts, you cannot respond to that. You cannot respond to someone taking mana. You cannot respond to someone reactivating Necrotic Ooze once the combo started, because it's really hard to interact with. And that's not really interesting too, because you have basically set up an interaction sequence that says, I'm just going to win. And you can play, but what you play is not going to prevent you from losing. Also, when we say it for blitz, there is what I would call partial blitz. Like, some decks could say these will just be okay. Like, you know what? I've got ways to manage these cards. They can be played. I will probably not win. And sometimes you have people with very precise archetypes that just watch others play, and suddenly they're like, this is not my tempo, this is not my archetype target. You are stronger than I am, because if I played something else, I could react to your plays and still remain in the game. But because I chose what I play today, I'm completely dead for that. So this is very close to some balanced metagame circles of predatory ecosystems what you have with metagames. But yeah. Also, something that is not really enjoyed, but actually also tackles the roleplay emblem, is the commander centrism. When your commander is everything, like, remove the commander and the deck becomes really harder to play. If you don't know what these were when they were legal, for instance, you check and see how much the game were different and easy or not when the commanders could not be played, or for Inala could just be tackled with from the command zone, so they don't even need to play it, because Inala was not even being cast most of the time in games. So the fact that your commander does everything one way or another, in command zones, on the battlefield, in graveyards, changes everything. And when you play too many bad cards because you want to create a combo deck, which is the definition of a combo deck, is also that it plays really bad cards because they overly pair with the combo, like self-milling, for example, with Hogak and stuff like that. It means your deck will become weird in terms of player experience for you and opponents. Another player experience emblem that I found to be really disliked by people is what I call defensive irremediability, which means sometimes you have an unfair comeback, which means you would not just resist an offense, an attack on your gameplay sequence and stuff, but you will more than likely take advantage of not losing. Like, you would more than likely win after these results, which is, it's a weird pattern to deceive, because you think they are fair, but in the context of what they do, they're not fair. They're actually like instant winning. Also, something that is hard to tackle for players, this is getting more complex now, is when the threat is not linear. Like, how many lands are going to be played with Azusa, and how much is the probability that they come from the graveyard every turn, they're going to be played again and again and again. So you don't really know, you cannot tell from the commander being cast that you are at threat, because Azusa is not really good at killing people by itself. And same from Ezio Auditore da Firenze. When you have this spell, you not probably have to use free running spells, okay? Menace is okay, but you don't feel threatened by Menace. But the fact that you play 5 colors in the deck, but you also have this weird winning condition that says that at some point Menace plus the last ability will win on the spot, is you don't know if your opponent's gonna find the 5 colors and how fast it's gonna be a treasure or tri-lands, whatever. You don't know. So yeah, I could add more and more and more. So I could have talked about fatal gameplay from deck antagonisms, which is normal in Magic the Gathering. The ratio between blitz games and unterminated games, the immediate reaction need versus the ego loss when none, the impossible resilience, the immutable metagame, the mandatory card slots overflow during builds, the tense opponent due to current state of the game experience, which is something I addressed a couple slides ago actually. The chaotic comebacks against common sense, like the tilts you get from people being abnormally winning or not losing games. Playing around time during tournament rounds, which is also a consideration. And emotion-based building annihilated by competitive requirements, which is something you have to think about, because some people just have their own emotions, and when they join a game like that, they like the rules, but they become crushed by people because everyone's playing the same thing, and competition is ahead of them is devastating. And also over-investing money into a game, because that's something we have to take into action. Struggling to find cards, we talked about that a little though. Humiliating games and ego hurting, when some people have absolutely no way of interacting with other people, or they get humiliated, like they end games with nothing on the board, nothing in hand, and opponents have just flooded them and winning, they could not do anything. Especially with people who are not resisting tournaments, who just feel humiliated with that. You're not sure that they're not gonna leave Duel Commander, and that's not something you want. And also the losses based on anything else than skill and strategy. That is not something you really like swallowing. And there are thousands of other PX considerations that I could have added to just tell you how, in sum, I think it's hard to find good or bad reasons for thinking about the game. So remember, Magic the Gathering still has the same horizons. There are some limits that are hard, some being impossible to break, notably the 20 life points at the start of a game, which doesn't seem to be easy to change. The card unity of an action, which means you cannot have a card that is partially played or maybe played or played but at 20% or something. The turn-based cause of the game, Magic the Gathering is turn-based, and this is more than likely never gonna change. The one-time resource recovery, usually that's what happens with upkeeps, untaps, and rows. The pre-combat main phase being where you add things, and the beginning of turn phase is just like more than likely when you're going to recover things. The one base rule hand refill, which is one draw per turn, because that is not going to change either. The unity of draw, which is you cannot partially draw cards or draw them or something. I mean, I'm thinking about miracle cards, something like that, but it's not really the same. One land play per turn, changing that to like 0 or 2, which are the closest integer value, is just crazy. The same turn structures with 5 different phases and up to 12 different steps. A physically manipulable deck size, we talked about that, because more than 100 cards is already hard. A humanly decent runtime, because being forced to sit at a table for more than 1 hour, if you cannot pause it and you have to race against time and your opponent's also doing stuff, is kind of hard. The fact that Magic the Gathering uses rounded integer value based text, so there's nothing with floating points. There's no decimal in Magic the Gathering, only in fun sets. So you have this is -1, -2, -3, 0, 1, 2, 3, and nothing in between. So when you have a problem that gets close to one integer value, it becomes a problem. Like, people have talked a lot about 3 spells free spells being a problem. I'm asking all the same question. What do you call free spells? And definition changes. Like free damaging spells that actually kill me is actually what they mean. But the thing is, free is just nothing else than 1 mana spells, but they cost 1 less. The only thing that they add is that you cannot read how they're going to be played by looking at an opponent's battlefield. You cannot just read the lands and the available resources and guess if they had the spells or not. That is the only difference. But yes, free spells are just 1 mana spells that cost 1 less. So if you just follow that power creep, diminishing mana efficiency, raising mana efficiency stuff, in the end, there will only be free spells. That is what is going to happen at some point. And the fact there are 5 colors in Magic so far, it's been discussed a lot of times by people, but I don't see how this changes anytime soon. Could be, but yeah, different. It will just rewrite the whole history of things. There are some limits for Duel Commander as well that are hard to break, like no rule 0. We cannot change that. That is just impossible. There's no repetition from temporization cards because of singleton. And there's a really high randomization of effects. There's very, very little redundancy pools, like green mana dorks, red 2/3/4 direct damage, the blue stack spell removal, the white mana 1 combat creatures, the black 1/2 mana hand disruption. These are redundant pools, but they're growing slowly. They are growing, but slowly so far. And the irremediable minimal value search for top spells, which means, like I told you, 0 mana is just 1 - 1. So if Wizards of the Coast keeps printing 0 mana spell or alternative cost spells that still work, guess what? There will be only these spells in the end. Like, what if there's a new Fury and a new Solitude every 2 years? Well, they're gonna take control of everything else, and once you have 40 or 60 of these, you will just flood the deck lists. So what I just remind you on MTG Top 8, if you look at currently when I did this talk, the slides, 12 of the 20 top cards on MTG Top 8 had a mana cost in their main mode costing either 0 or 1, and the 8 others costed 2. So that is the game resolution and the minimal resolution we're going to go to. Like I said, there's no floating point in number precision in values. In Duel Commander either. We chose not to allow anything else. That would be too weird. And also it's hard to do when your base game, the one you are parasiting, is Magic the Gathering, which doesn't use floating point. There's an absolute dependency on Magic the Gathering. Like I just said, we just cannot change that. You guys know that. And there's a common vocabulary between Commander and Duel Commander, which means some cards will always be problematic. When Wizards of the Coast printed Partners, or Friends Forever, or Doctor's Companion, or Choose a Background, they just designed everything to work with the commander name. They said you can have 2 commanders if both of them have partner, for example. Thing is, we also use command zone and commanders. So that's a problem. That means accidentally, because we are based on EDH that was hijacked into commander, today, sometimes Wizards of the Coast prints cards that are never ever designed for Duel Commander. Not for a single moment, for a single second, but actually very precisely disrupt Duel Commander. Like the Jewel Lotus, for example, is a good example of that. Jewel Lotus actually broke Duel Commander while being just a very good card in Commander. That is weird. And the growing popularity makes flows appear and anger rise faster. Like I said during the very first slides of these, it's becoming more and more tense because we are getting overflowed by things. So either we just do less and less, either we're getting attacked and mentioned more and more. And you have to think that unlike what video games can do, once a card is printed, like I said, remember what I told you during the first slides, it's impossible to take it back, it's impossible to change it or rebalance it. It's almost impossible. It could be done, but so far the experiments were not really conclusive. And also, the player base psychology fears change. So every time you speak about changing, you have to realize you have the inertia of 18 years of Duel Commander behind you. So if you're talking about any form of change, people will immediately react negatively, and they will immediately, at first, become reactionary. So that is the fear. So you have to find something that is choosing a direction. So you're either disrupting, if you want to change things, towards the emblems of Duel Commander, or you're conservative towards the emblems of Duel Commander. You have to choose between something that that solves the current problems, or at least tries to address them, or resolves in the end to the same problems. You have also to choose something that restricts possibilities, or something that opens maximum possibilities. And you have to choose between something that remains too simplistic and automatic, and something that, on the opposite, generates strategy and challenges. So if you want to think about a solution, you will have to design something that will most likely join the points like that, and more than likely not be ideal. So you have to find something you propose to players that is visionary and that will work as much as you can, as long-term as you can, because we cannot change the base rules every day. It's impossible for players to follow. So the real question is, can we address all that we have seen together, all that I've told you about since the start? Is there anything we can do? Or should we just let the things burn? As you said, and as I said before, not everything is burning right now. It's just, you can smell that the fire is starting somewhere. But so far, so good. So I'm going to propose you a couple directions. Most of you have already seen or thought about these directions. Remember, those are just ideas, and as a surprise for nobody, you will see that those ideas have already been, crossing your minds. So the first things I could speak about is, how do we mitigate what we have seen regarding the command zone and the problems it poses? To just understand that, this is a look at our banned and restricted list over the years. So the size of it is divided into what is being banned on the bottom and restricted on the top, which is 100% time banned as a commander. Okay? So what you can see is the command zone is becoming a rampant problem, and if you extrapolate this graph, it means before 10 years, it would just actually represent 50% of the BNR. So we could just consider that command zones are a problem. So what I did is that I put the positive and negative change for every year. I could trace back to 28, but just consider this these 3 years, like I said here, is uncertain. I'm sorry, it's really hard to understand what was legal and designed by the committee between 2007 and 2010. It's blurry, and internet is starting to lose its memory. So I got some pretty cool old stuff document and saved archives, but just consider things start from 2011. And you see that over time, you've got things that were banned. This is how many things were banned. On the bottom, and things were unbanned, or things were restricted or unrestricted. And you can see how much it has been changing over years. Before, even if we studied, remember these 2022 things, is not about individual card changes. It's because it's the moment we have chosen for the rule to add the rule for multiple items in a command zone. the partners, the choose a background cards, doctor's companion, everything else, before they were printed. This is a proactive structural rule change that allow us to individually let a number of commanders, that is something like 12 or 13, be legal again. Okay, so that's the only reason why there were so many of these at the same time. So what you see is that after time after time, this bluish things here is taking over, right? So the problem with commander-centric play when it comes to choosing commander, because that's the reason why those commanders are banned most of the time, is you have to go one direction or another. If you go towards better card autonomy, then you have a direction. On the other side, you can go to a better commander synergy, which means you're going to be more commander-centric. So if you are more commander-centric, you are planning more, you have a grouped evaluation of cards because you can eliminate or include cards that suddenly have a very high synergy with your commander. Then you have a local card pool competition, which means you're not going to even consider most of the magic cards because they have nothing to do with your commander, even if they are really generally good. And also you have two game-solving universes to solve at the same time. You've got the local game-solving that is your deck list, your commander, and the global one, which is how your commander competes against the others. And also, you have higher increments towards solving, which means every time you have a commander-centric deck and you just change one card to upgrade it, it is more and more, and usually because you're going to break everything else with your commander. Sometimes you have dormant or sleeping commander that were just losing popularity, and then a new set comes out and you're like, wow, suddenly you got 3 more synergies, and boom, you're back on the track. On the other side, if you allow for better card autonomy, which is you could, in short, if you are just on the tip of the arrow here, it means you could replace your commander with any other commander with the same color identity and your deck will not change, okay? So the more you are on the left, the more your commander is completely unrelated or undecisive to your card choices, and the more you are with, on the right, the commander synergy, the more you are more than probably going to pick cards only to go with your commander. I could say it's hard to tackle with the current metagame right now. I could just say that on the left you got Feldon and Zergo, for example, that you can interchange and they don't really require you to change a lot of cards in your deck. Some do because having a turn 1 commander can change your listings, but having to choose between, let me just say, Zergo and Kellen here, mono red doesn't really change that much. It changes some stuff, it does, but not that much. You're not going to rewrite your whole deck list. But here, if you take, for example, a light pose deck, if you change your commander, I can tell you for sure you're gonna throw to the dustbin at least 50% of your deck, because your deck is completely commander-centric. I could say that Aragorn, King of Gondor, is somehow not really tied to the rest, but it's hard to tell. So just it's just not one, it's just a gradient. Okay, it's progressive. And of course, if you just choose a better card autonomy for command zones, you have less planning, you have an individual evaluation. Is this card simply good or not? You don't need to evaluate it with the rest of your commander command zone. That is not going to happen. You don't care. It could be accidentally, but you don't care. You've got a global card pool competition only, which means you're going to make your card compete against every card of Magic the Gathering only, but not specifically locally good or not with your commander. You've got an absolute game solving only, which means you're only going to look at how all the cards compare to each other. And then you got lower increments towards solving, which means the lesser, in short, the less powerful the command zones are, the slower you get some game resolution. Like, if you take those cards and you go too commander centrics, you're gonna choose worse cards. So okay, that could be an argument against what Adam says in the first sentence I quoted at the very beginning of this. But also, it makes you play awful games without commander in play. I mentioned light pose. Just imagine playing light pose without light pose. Your game is maybe gonna win, but it's just not gonna be doing it. So you got less responses to challenging games. So you're like, is my commander dead? Can I play it? Can I do anything? Okay, I'm losing because that's the only thing I had. One card, and it was my commander. As opposed to a deck that has 15 or 20 threats that could potentially win the game. That good. But if you just have one in your deck, 5 to 6 because you're playing a combo deck, something like that, it's not going to be the same, right? And you are more than likely to concede due to worse hands because anything that is bad with your commander is just generally bad. And you will have some mental blocking if your opponent takes control of your commander. You're like, my plan is... It's not just like one card that is on the battlefield against you. It's just your whole game plan suddenly is not within your hands. And it tells your game plan straight away. Like when people see your command zone, they know exactly what kind of thing you're going to do. They might not know all the cards from memory, but they know what you're going to do. So how can we mitigate the command zone? This is going to be a long series of proposals. So first of all, we could ensure a minimum command zone item final casting cost, which I mean that is some number sphere like Trinisphere, Pentasphere, whatever, on command zone casts, only payable with mana, which means you cannot cast anything from your command zone without a minimal cost. So that re-enables a lot of casts. What I've found by searching on that is that if you take 6 and more, the cost is too high. If you take 3 or less, it just lets everything played. It doesn't change anything. So it's approximately 15 cards on the BNR so far in Duel Commander and the candidates. 4 still requires some banned and restricted adjustments. It would just mean 8 cards would change and candidates. So the ideal, from what I thought, if the solution fits you, is a Pentasphere, which means we have a minimum banned and restricted, which means your command zone would cost 5, regardless of whatever you want it to be. You could just enable Tasigur and make it legal again, because Tasigur would all at minimal cost 5. Even if you just empty your graveyard, the command tax is just like plus 12, and you just have everything thrown out from your graveyard, and yet you would need to pay 5. That doesn't change the archetypes or anything else, because you're playing Magic the Gathering and you still have 7 cards in hand. So you're actually back to playing Magic the Gathering, and you accidentally have a commander that is available in regard to the fact that you have only one opponent, not 4 people at the table. That is completely different. So it seems like it's going to be super slow, but also it doesn't mean that the low commander or the whatever you want it to be, the reactive decks, the control decks, have more chances to play. They don't, because their commander will also cost more. So that doesn't change anything. So it still lets the command zone originated triggers, like Eminence still works, that's a problem. And it means, from what I see, approximately 23 commanders would become legal again, and a handful remain watched once legal. It's proactive, which means this is completely resisting power creep. And all the time I'm going to ask myself, does it go against some emblems or does it favor some emblems? So this one to me goes against the resilience emblems because you cast your commanders less, but it favors the nostalgia emblems because you can actually play more commanders. You can have more diversity, because all of a sudden the first cast of your commander that is power crept and costs 1 will be exactly the same as a commander that costs 5. So you can have way different and way more things in command zones. I think this is creatively good. So then you could say a maximum and minimum value for cards in the command zone, of course. The minimum pushes solving back to a much more acceptable value, which means you cannot anything that has a command casting cost, mana value. Actually, casting cost being the old one, mana value of like whatever 3, 2, 4. That is less than this minimal casting cost, this minimal mana value, is out. And it's not a legal commander. It's pretty easy to understand because this is a magic mechanic. But yeah, if you set it to the minimum, it avoids the 0 mana war in a vintage pool and the game solving we just saw about. And if you just push a maximum, it avoids existing excessive effects or game design ratio for endgames. So it just disallows some really weird things. It's about the same values at the last slide, so 5 is still the best thing, it's still proactive. It goes against nostalgia, because you cannot play some old things that you wanted to play. It goes against creativity because you are limited to what you play. It goes against research and adaptability emblems, but it favors resilience because actually this is ensuring that everyone is on the same level when recasting things. So we could also raise the command tax conditions. This is something quite easy to do. You could add an offset and or raising or both of them raising the current step value. So the best way seems to be 2 plus the current tax, which is close to the same for the first rule I proposed with a 1 mana value commanders. So it's just like we could shift the command tax to +2. That means that you would just less rely on your commander and you would more rely on the cards in hand. But you would still have your commander and like Yoshimaru would still cost 3. So it destroys the deck, but it does not prevent Yoshimaru from being your commander. The same system or similar step is easier to remember because people already know the command tax, but more likely. Cards like Wash Away or Tails End still remain a bad PX because they become even more broken because they counter something that costs even more. It differs for our commander variants from all the things that some people have tried when building commander variants out of commander. It goes against resilience because you cannot make that recasting that easily, and it favors nothing. We could also constrain casting timings from command zone. What I mean with that is we could allowing cast from command zone only, for example, after X turns, or a maximum number of times. Like you can only cast your commander 5 times and then you don't get to choose to return it back to command zone. It just remains what your name is. It is exiled, it remains in exile. It is put to graveyard, it goes to the graveyard. Or until reaching a total mana quantity, which means when you have to, like, I don't know, play 10 mana for your commander, you cannot cast it anymore. I just said 10, but it could be 5 or 7, whatever. The past turns counts add cognitive load, which means players have to remember which turn it is. And believe it or not, it is not that necessarily easy all the time. So most of the time people will have to note down which turn it is, which is a problem to me because that adds some cognitive load to players. And we still have the same starting player asymmetry, which whoever starts first gets an advantage. And if you want to break this asymmetry, you have to say, hey, if you're a starting player, you need to wait for 3 turns, and if you're not the starting player, you need to wait for 2 turns, which is really even worse to remember. So yeah, the maximum mana value spent faces alternate cost headache because when you have different ways of casting commanders or things from command zones, it just becomes a nightmare at the end, like for calculating what it is. So the optimum choice, actually, to me, is what was done at the very beginning of EDH is just 1 cast. And I believe this is a very interesting choice too. Having the ability to only cast your commander once is good. It's pretty good. and then you go back to whatever non-commander is. So you start with your commander in commanders, multiple, if you have multiple, in a command zone, but you only have the ability to cast it once. And whatever happens, get countered, exiled, whatever, it just becomes a normal Magic the Gathering card. Which actually reflects what would happen in a war, where your commander would just enter the battlefield, attack with your troops, and if it dies, it dies, you know? But it has a special position at start. I think it's good. So you still have multiple commanders, like you would re-enable the partners, for instance, but they would only be cast once. So it's up to you. I think this is pretty creative. This differs from commander variants that was done too, so people would need to remember that specifically for dual commander. And when it's about the externs, cards like Duel Lotus can become acceptable, which is crazy, because if you prevent people from casting things too fast, well, who wants to take the risk of a 6-mana commander that cannot be cast during the first 3 turns and have a Duel Lotus in hand that says, boom, my Tivit, whatever you're gonna call it, whatever commander is gonna be cast on turn 3? Well, I think that's still interesting. And this goes against the roleplay emblem, because the fact that you have your commander that is immortal, that goes back to command zones and stuff, people have to forget about that. It just becomes a random trashy card that you can maybe reanimate or stuff like that. And of course, the resilience is lowered, but I don't think resilience pulled from the command zone is the best thing. So that's good to me. That is really interesting to me too. And I didn't find anything that favors. So we can also remove casting costs from living or living command zone. So no more problematic commanders on the battlefield. Casting lets a hanging debate on a handful of cards, because you will see how it handles. But now the decks are strictly 100 cards and less, and any commander does the job based on the color identity, which means you just take anything you want, because if you cannot cast it, then what's the interest of picking up the best commander? It could be just anything you choose for the color identity, which is actually not so stupid, because yes, that is a commander, but the commander never goes to fight, and you can still have casting, like, I mean, you can still have command beacon and stuff like that. Again, this differs from commander variants, and cards related to commanders can become obsolete. Goes against roleplay, because your commander is only here for color identity now, so you just trash everything, and for that reason you would just pick any 5-color commander for anything. You don't care actually. It goes with resilience and against resilience and adaptability. So I don't think this changed anything, and the nostalgia emblem means you could just take any very old commander because it's just legal and doesn't do anything. Like a trash commander from Legends could become the same thing as Aragorn or whatever is currently in the minigame, Rathin or whatever. So it doesn't change anything. Not the best solution too, but okay. Another solution would be to replace command zones present with shuffling commander libraries. Believe it or not, that would mean the commanders will get shuffled into libraries after being revealed each game, so before the initial deck shuffling. So when people agree that they have noted that the commanders do, they don't start or return to command zone. So you would just actually enable all commanders. Everything becomes legal. There's no restriction for that, because they're just part of one game. So if you draw them, you're like super lucky. And it was once a common rule for EDH ancestors. If you also look at what Elder Dragon Legend was, there used to be 3 commanders at some point. I mean, it's been blurry through history, but at some point we have lieutenants, commander, and generals, I think. And when they died or exiled or anything, they generated life drain from being lost. Like, you would lose your commander, your opponent would just gain 5 life, and you lose 5 life, which is fun too. I think this rule is actually very creative too. The decks are now exactly 100 cards stacks, and there's a perpetual shuffling, and you save sometimes some place on the tournament tables too, actually. There is a strong effect to say you're just back to playing Magic the Gathering, and that becomes a single turn with added color identity. There is no commander-centric attrition, it balances the starting zone importance, and it considerably raises strategy, and the commanders now adapt to decks instead of the opposite, which is a really huge change. And of course, this goes against roleplay and resilience because you cannot cast your commander, and whatever you play is going to be shuffled. So you will not have your commander next to you being like, yeah, that's my hero. So yeah, and of course it favors nostalgia because you can play more commanders and more cards than were previously restricted, because actually this completely negates a whole power creep part of the game. We could also have additional non-mana commander casting costs. So what I mean with that is we could have something that would be necessary to cast your commander, but not be mana. Could be static, could be linear, which means it's always 2 something, or 2+1 for each additional time, or it could be exponential, 2+1 for each additional time square. Paying could be one of the more classic MTG resources, could be additional life, which twists your command choices. Like you would have to pay 2 life to cast your commander, in addition to the rest. You would have to discard a card, which also helps a lot. You would have to put some cards on your top of bottom of library. You would have an opponent draws a card, or one cards or multiple. You would have to put something into exile from your hand, from your battlefield, whatever, sacrifice a land or whatever, or put a land to exile. And this still maintains raw commands and strength asymmetry, which is actually good, but not perfect. It works. And this, of course, goes against Resilience Emblem, because in the long term, if your commander's not crazy good at something, it's hard. If your commander has some excessive draw effects, like, I don't know, Plagan or something like that, then discarding a card is not really a problem, as it would be for others. So the problem is this is strongly unfair towards some commanders and strongly fair towards certain other commanders. So you would still need to update the BNR with that. But yeah, it works, and it does not favor any particular emblem. So we could also have symmetrical commander casting, which means the commanders can only be cast a symmetrical number of times, meaning one player cannot cast them until the opponents have caught up to the number of casts. Like, your opponent cast a commander, then you can cast your commander. The first one starts. Whoever starts the deal, you start, okay, you cast your commander once. It dies, you won't be able to cast it again until your opponent has at least casted it once, even if it does not resolve. So that is interesting because it prevents recasting strategy and game stubborn strategy. It's easy to track as of today, and it goes against the Resilience Emblem because you're not really gonna recast your commander that often, and some strategies could also involve not casting their commander, which I think is really creative too. So we could also have additional slots for commander swapping. I think this is a good enrichment, but this one is really hard to tackle. So we could imagine we could have 1 to 10 slots, I think not more because it's way too much, of legally swappable commanders as a commander sideboard. So which means you don't have your commander swaps inside your deck. You have them on a specific deck on the side. We have eliminated attractions and stuff like that. So we could have something like that. And it's up to you to see if you would reveal them or not. But yeah, they could be also allowed to be non-legendary creature commanders swapping from that new pool. So your commander would just, like, after the first game, allow a different thing to be here. The problem is that what is non-legendary sometimes is really broken, like Burrenton Forstander or Core Firewalker against Mono Red is just dead game. You won't do anything, for instance, but it's cool to imagine that. You could also remove identity color constraint. That is hard, very hard, or the fact that it should be a legendary creature constraint for games after the first one. So yeah, you could just imagine pushing the things further and saying, all right, your commander is leading the game. It's playing the first game. But then you have to swap. You can swap your commander with different command zones after the first game. And it's very strategic. Some colors are more than likely going to like them, like white, for instance, but it's not mandatory. It goes against timing and practical concerns, as you have to sideboard between games in tournaments, and that does not really help the games to finish. So it favors roleplay, nostalgia, resilience, and adaptability. This is great if you want to add more strategy to the game, but you have to still weirdly add cards to the banned and restricted list, even though they would never be played in a deck outside the commander swap zone, which is real hard to understand. So we could also have resource draining on commander loss. So as I said, this was once the case in EDH. When a commander leaves the battlefield or the stack, if you want to be really, really insanely precise sometimes, you lose resources or you have your opponent gain resources. Could be, again, life loss, life gain, land loss, or land put into play for free from opponents, permanent cost. You could sacrifice or exile permanents, or some opponents do the opposite. They put something from their hand into play, but that's Eureka-like and that's really dangerous. You could have to discard some cards, or your opponent could have to draw cards, but this can be abused on the late game. You could be putting some library slice top deck into exile, like you would exile the top 10 cards of your deck every time your commander dies. It's similar to the experiments, like I said, from the Elder Dragon Legend Wars, and it goes against timing and practical concerns again, because you have to think more. You have to take more decisions of the game that you were not prepared for. Like your opponent suddenly destroys your commander and you're like, whoa, okay, I need to discard a card or something. So roleplay, nostalgia, resilience, and adaptability again are really enjoying this. You could have a minimal game state reached, which means that you cannot cast your commander unless, for example, any of these. Your opponent has 10 life less than their starting totals. You are 10 life more than your starting totals. You have 10 cards in your graveyard. You have 10 cards in your hand, or you own 10 cards in exile. And could be more of these, could be several of these, or whatever. It could be also a variant which says your opponent has 10 of your command zone total mana value life less than their starting totals. So you cannot cast your commander if they haven't lost a significant amount of life relative to how easily you can cast your commander. That's good too. That is strong against game solving and does not favor anything in the deck. Now, when it comes to general game resolution mitigation, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but first I want to share some insight with you. So with Magic Top 8, I did a sum of points. Okay? So it's weighted by the presence and the sum of points on Magic Top 8. So it's how much is something present out of the total. Okay, so what you see is that we have more or less 36 something lands on the average, but it changes from year to year. The creature count, the artifact and so this is what it tells you. Okay, so right now we have lands, creatures, and instants, and then the rest is really non-existent. When it comes to color, we have a problem. If you remember, I already did this pie for the last 2 years, and now it's clear that we are back to the situation we had with the 30 HP era, which means we have 3 dominant colors and the rest is going to go to oblivion. So we got blue, red, and white. And depending on very, very limited changes we do on the BNR, this could completely change the pie, but green is going down. Every single month that passes, green is going down. Remember, this is not taken from the command zones. This is taken from the 1,000 cards that are the top play cards on Magic Top 8. And I did not take the casting cost, I took the whole color identity, just to make sure it had more chances to appear. it does not surface. You see, green is going down. That is a systemic problem we have right now in Duel Commander, and blue is taking over. Also, one problem we've had is, look at this. These are the 180 real sets, not reprinted sets or anything else that Wizards of the Coast has been printing over years. What you see is that there used to be the 3 major sets, like Alpha, Onslaught, and Zendikar. If you cannot read, I'm reading it for you. And it's crazy because, of course, Alpha was an unbeatable. Alpha is just everything. The top play cards, Source to Plushes, Lightning Bolt, Demonic Tutor, the 10 dual lands, Counterspell. It's just crazy. Alpha has everything we played in Eternal formats. Okay? Then Zendikar and Onslaught have the same amount of fetch lands plus Spell Pierce for Zendikar and stuff like that. But when you see on the right, for the first times, these 5 modern sets here have taken over anything else. Modern Horizons 3 became the first set ever to dominate any other sets in the history of Magic the Gathering. It is more played than any other of the almost 190 sets. It is more played than Alpha. The Modern Horizons 3 cards in Duel Commander represents more cards than the 10 dual lands, Lightning Bolt, Source to Plushes, Demonic Tutor, and all the rest of Alpha. This is just crazy. And if you just think that it's just Modern Horizons, then you could say maybe. Because if you look at the years they were printed, which is 2019, 2021, and 2024, you can see how much they boosted the statistics. If you remove these 3 lines, you would have actually some good and bad years, and you would say that maybe we play a little more of the last year's cards, but look at how they influence the number of cards we play. So this is the first print year of every card we played of the first 1,000 cards of MTG Top 8 for 2025. As you can see, we are playing more and more cards over the last years than the rest. And if I just took the graph of breaking down which kind of products the cards were first printed in. The main line being whatever is printed in Standard. Commander, you know the Commander products, Planchase, Conspiracy, Battlebound, Jumpstart, Fun. Fun is just Unlimited, is just like the last unset that is half illegal. The Universe and Beyond, where you see is small, but it's just multiplied by 3 or 4, and the modern sets. What you could see here is that the part of the main line has been exactly reported to modern sets and the Little Commander Universe, which means something. We're not playing as many as we used to from the Standard Pro. I mean, it's still dominating, but you can see some pattern emerge, and I would just bet some money on the fact that the next Modern Horizon sets is going to push this even further. I just like this little cardboard crack comic that says something. I'm just going to refill my cup of water while you read it. So yeah, that's a way to laugh about something I don't think is really laughable. But yeah, so let that be clear. This is not power creep. Just see what I did with slides for 2024 if you want to understand what power creep is with Magic the Gathering, but this is not. This is a complete redefinition of what non-shifting Magic formats are. The initial promise of EDH and Duel Commander was to re-explore all the cards from the beginning. Remember Adam Staley's quote, not to forcefully buy and play the purposely for that printed latest ones only. Okay? This is a change. You are not now being told what to play in Duel Commander. This is a whole difference with what it was 15 years or 18 years ago. So admit it. we're now back to net decking a new type of standard format card pool, expiring as fast as the latter. You've seen the stats, you have seen what we play, okay? We are bound to playing standard again with Duel Commander. And admit it, we've been deceived. That changed a lot while we had our eyes turned to the exponentially good size of tournaments, the number of tournaments, the explosion of Duel Commander, the fact that more and more countries have local communities that start playing, the maximum prizes. Remember last year someone won a Black Lotus, that's crazy, at a 918 player tournament. That was amazingly good. The major league in the world now has more than 6,000 people in it. It's crazy. But while we were looking at the success, things moved in the shadows. And yeah, because Magic is an author game. What? An author game is... I found this article from Dave Eng is in this podcast of University XP that says, what is an author game? So how do you win? That's the basic question behind the premise of what an author game is. There isn't a specific definition out there, but for the purposes of the discussion, which is a podcast, author games are games that involve two or more players that result in one person or team being ranked the winner after playing with an agreed upon set of rules. So this means that the classic games like bridge, chess, and poker are author games, whereas other games like Minecraft, Terraria, and Farmville would not be considered author games. So yeah, the difference is that EDH was never an author game, and Duel Commander always was. But the thing is, we decided that it always was an author game, someone winning, based on the rules of something that just broke the promise we had. And that is something that is really hard to understand. The promise of Commander and the way cards are designed for Commander are not designed the same way as they would be for any other product of Magic. Because all of the other formats of Magic the Gathering are made for competition, limited formats, constructed formats, whatever you want to call it. Even the oldest one, the one who had disappeared, the old Pioneer that went extinct, the old Extended that went extinct, every single format of Magic was designed for competition. The only thing that was not designed for competition was EDH taken into Commander. But we share the material now, which is something that is kind of disturbing. Someone somewhere, because Magic is an author game, will always get a personal reason for winning. Prizes, fame, reputation, whatever want it to be. So everything, and every time they'll do so, will get solving, taking a small leap further ahead, which means sometimes you won't notice it, but someone breaking the game again will make everything else fall apart if it's too weak. So the progressive solving of this is going to increase. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you will pause the video if you want. I just suggest you read also this articles called What is a Metagame from a game developer that basically says there are 4 phases: an experimentation of whatever is new or how people unload from barges into the shores of a new game, the shores of imagination for Magic the Gathering. And then something stabilizes, the meta gets solved, and then someone changes, patches the game, adds more content, and we got to do that again and again and again. I did some summarizing of that last year, so let me rerun that because it wasn't clear for everyone. So when you have a game, you have items, and when your game starts on the left, this is temporal, okay? From left to right, from past to future, there's an initial state where there's no real movement. Like, people are looking at cards, there's a pretty good pool, it's wide, and even though there are thousands of people playing, they don't solve the meta that fast. Even though the big brains get into the action, is not that fast. The only thing you can count on is the hive mind effect. Then there is a sample-based selection, like people identify cards here, or any other material, that says, these are much better. And slowly they're going to tear the leaves apart from the tree. They're going to say, we found the better ones, and we rejected the other ones. Not definitely, they might have a chance one day, but right now we know. So then you add new elements to the pool, and things become, again, wider in terms of play. Like you have more diversity. This curve in the middle is just about diversity. You have more things played because new stuff being played. But then there's a problem. You added new items, and if they are equal in power to what was here before, it means they have the power to increase diversity. You see, this enlarges, this pushes this form to a wider state. But then there is a new sample-based selection, except this time the whole pool is considerably larger. So the percentage of what you're going to expire and remove because it's too weak is even larger, and not proportionally to the new material, but proportionally to the sum of the old and new material. So in the end, you just go down because the selection gets faster and faster and faster. And then comes a problem of exponentiality versus sampling rate, which means, let me explain, how many times a day, how often people create a tournament, create competitive scene, opponents build a deck, find a game, find another opponent, try to do something like fighting someone to just test their decks. And the more you have this sampling, and the faster you will see what is better and what resolves. And if you gather tournaments, if you gather forums, net deckings, Discord, whatever, where people just share their results, you will get a faster and faster solving. Which means the more you add people, the more exponentially it becomes solved. And the question is, where does that stop? I don't know, but usually it will reach what we called in maths, if you remember your college studies, an asymptote, which means it goes towards something, not zero, not one, like there cannot be only one deck, but can it? How do you prove that in the end there will always be a meta shaking and no stabilization? Even if you let it run for a very long time, maybe the 3, 4, 5 decks you think are currently metagame equal with enemies and a predatory system of decks, one might just become simply better than anything else. So what you see here is that at start you have no optimum, okay? The optimum is what we called the acceptable local solution to a problem. Like, if you want to, for instance, go from one place to another on Google Map, what is the best way to go from point A to B? Depends on many factors. The roads, the limitation, the speed limits, the traffic, depends on so many things. The question is, do you really want to know the absolute exact best way to go from point A to point B out of a million possibilities? Or will you just accept a solution that is just 95% of the best ones? But these solutions, you have it in 2 seconds instead of waiting 2 years. The answer is, I don't care about the 2 years. I will take the solution that is just 95% of the perfect trajectory, of perfect route. Okay? So this is what an optimum is. An optimum means you didn't find necessarily the perfect solutions to a problem, but you accepted an in-between solutions. So here you have no optimum. Then you have a local optimum, which is you are challenging the player experience. You see, you have this optimum, which is here, and the optimum is not like, it's not this. You have progress to do. You have margins. Then you have a local optimum too, but you've got some discovery player experience. You're discovering new stuff. Remember, new sets, new cards, new secret lair, new edition was out with, interesting cards, whatever is playable. And then you've got a local optimum again, but the challenging player experience grows down faster, and also it shrinks. It shrinks to a smaller amount of items. Then the local optimum becomes acceptable again, but you don't play with as many things as you used to. And then you've got the same thing. You didn't change anything, but at some point you got a breaking point where you reach something that people are not happy with. And this is not one breaking point. This is something that every one of us has a limit to. Because at some point, if I tell you, what if there was only one deck in Duel Commander and 0 other deck? You would never play it, right? If I tell you there were 2 decks, not 3, not 4, 2 decks for the rest of your life, you would never play it again. 3, 5, 10, what is your limit? And not 10 with like a meta dominance and then there's the rest. No, 10 and that's all for the rest of the days. The problem is somewhere in between this will happen, and each and every one of us will get disgusted of that. So as new elements start appearing in pool, just this goes back here, and we start with new local optimum, and we start having new discovery of items, but then we start solving faster and faster and faster. And remember, every time we have these oscillations, we push the solving even further. Somewhere on the right is what we call the completion. When you study algorithmics, completion means we've been through all the branches, we examined all the possibilities, we've run the whole program, and we found a solution. It's hard to believe there is a completion to Duel Commander, especially since Wizard of the Coast keeps printing new stuff. So I would say, so far, no, there is no completion. But are we sure there will never be any completion? And how long until each and every one of us gets bored with that? So what happens is the time spans here are not linear. They are not like we didn't reach the point of what I showed you with the graphs of polarization towards more or less diversity a couple slides ago at the beginning. There is no way of saying that the 15 years we've waited will just need 15 more years to be doing the same again. If it was so, maybe it would be acceptable, like 30 years of Duel Commander out of what, 47, 50 years of Magic Gathering? I'd say that could be acceptable. That could be acceptable. And the thing is, if you don't add players here, then the calculation of the optimum will not go faster. If people get disgusted and leave Duel Commander, then solving will slow. So this is a systemic approach. The more people enter, the faster it gets solved. The faster it gets solved, the more people will think thrown out and will hate, because there will be no place, no room for innovation, or for just simply trying the things they used to like as emblems. But this can be traded with. Okay, so what I tell you is this: the time spans are exponential for sure. Which means if here is a month, this could be 1,000,000 years. You don't know. That's the thing of exponentials. Okay. I don't know. I have no idea. But what I know is that we can see this phenomenon right now at work. So when building Commander, when building Magic stuff, you have to place a cursor, and this cursor is set between 2 or 3 major directions. The first one is freedom. I want to play everything and anything, whatever is printed is cool. The second is exploration, which means I want to play whatever I like, I want to try things, and I want to at least not get obliterated every time I try something. And competition means I don't care about what is legal or not. What I just want is to challenge people, prove myself, and win. So the cursor for that, it's entirely up to you. You can put that anywhere in that circle, but you can make sure that not choosing where to put it means it will be put at some point. Okay? So if you take the same circle and you say, what is the avatar of that? What is freedom when it's pushed to its limits? Well, it's kitchen table. Whatever you have, play with your friends, play with brothers and sisters, play with your parents, whatever you have at home, your friends, your neighbors, and they have 10 times less cards than you. You say, that's okay. You just play, we've got some rules. I'll start the game with 5 points and you start with 40. I don't care. That's going to balance the fact that I have legacy stuff and you have just boosters from the latest editions you just bought. That is kitchen table. You can do whatever you want. There's no limit. And believe it or not, this is what Magic the Gathering was with Alpha. I swear it is. Then what is competition when it's pushed to the maximum? Well, right now with Magic the Gathering, I would say it's pro rules enforcement level Team Trio Rochester draft. If you want to find the most challenging way of playing Magic the Gathering, I dare you to find something really better and harder than this. If you've never seen what Team Trio Rochester draft with a pro rules enforcement level looks like, you can have some videos on YouTube because they used to be long time ago. Some Pro Tools, I think, played this way. And I can tell you, this is something that will just make you boil your brain skull. You know, just this is incredibly hard and incredibly strategic. You have to think about 5,000 times a second at something. So yeah. And what if we pushed exploration to the maximum? Well, this is simple. This is Rule 0 Commander. I could have added cube drafting too. Close to the same. So this means you are ensuring that you don't make anything compete against anything. You make things that are fair compete against things that are fair. What is fair? Well, we don't need to define it. If we all agree that it's fair, it's good. The definition is whatever you call fair. So if you were to use what Mark Rosewater calls psychographic, you know this, I suggest you read this article I put in the link here. The psychographic means how you do approach Magic the Gathering. And more than likely you're going to be a Timmy or Tammy or a Johnny or Jenny if you got something that you want, like freedom, you know? If you don't know what I mean, I suggest you go reading Mark Rosewater's article. And if you see the illustrations in the back, that might remind you something from the unsets, the fun sets. If you are a competitor, your player profile will most likely be Spike. And if you are a fan of exploration, it's not really psychographic, but it's close to that, you would be Volthos and Mel. That's what Mark Rosewater thought about the player profiles. Again, if you don't know what I mean, I'm not going to explain those profiles, but Mark does that really better than I do. So, in the end, the Timmies and Tammies and Johnnies and Jennies, they do not care about grinding tournaments. The Spikes don't care about the game flavor or deck building. And the Volthos and Mel don't care about the hype. And believe it or not, like I said, there is no way to accommodate all these populations into one game. It's impossible. You can accommodate them into building an environment where all of these can separately enjoy each other, but there is no way to address that. And for that, I can tell you, for that exact reason, everyone who's been advocating us or anyone from the community at any epoch in writing down an anchor in stone, carving in stone, things such like philosophy or approach or purpose for the game are just asking the wrong questions. There's never been a question of why or what for in the universe. It's just how and exploring. That is all that is. And the kitchen table has the best accessibility. Anyone can play Magic if they just want to play Magic with their own rules, at their pace, with their own home likes and dislikes. I took an excerpt from Blogator from Mark Rosewater saying, the best thing, the most played thing, majority of Magic players don't know what a format is, and it's true. I believe this is something what we forget. Format was invented by Magic the Gathering, and most people just buy games. Why? Because maybe you are completely neurotic about Magic the Gathering and you only buy this. But some people play like 3, 4, 5 different board games a week. They just buy a lot of... The money you put into Magic, they put into just buying more board games. I have some friends who have more than 1,000 board games at home, and they can tell you a lot about each of them. And Magic TCGs are just new board games, and they're like, yeah, I like Magic, it seems cool, but then I'm going to play Pokemon, I'm going to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'm going to play Cathan, I'm going to play chess, I'm going to play video games, and I'm going to play tens of them per week, and then I'm going to play different stuff. I got a friend who is in a play group. There are 3 of them, and I think they try to test every single video game that is out every week. That is about 50 to 100 video games per week, but they do that. And I can tell you, the money will not go to one single game. So some people just buy the cards, try the game, and they like it. But they don't want to be thrown into the marketing purpose of buying over and over every single day. It's too much. And the graph on the right here that you see is the popularity of what we call Magic the Gathering arena formats. Okay? And what you see is that it's not really moving, so the habits are hard to break. So historic here, but timeless, where you can play anything, Explorer, where you can play most of things. Believe it or not, they're not really going up in value. So freedom doesn't lead anywhere. When you want to have some framed play with rules, but also have freedom, guess what? Freedom and rules are completely incompatible, by definition. So then you got competition. It's just, if you ever watch this or play this, just try. Just try Team Trio with just a draft. It's just crazy. And the Rule Zero Commander offers the best attractivity. You see, what Mark here wrote is, I think it was in, I don't have a date, I think it was in 2020, something. We think Commander is the most played established format in tabletop, but it's just a priority of not the majority. When you count all the limited play and standard play, pioneer play, modern play, they add up to more total play, which means whatever is sanctioned, all summed together still works. So the problem with exploration is that competition still, or standardized way of playing, still overrides it. That's a paradox, like I said, between freedom and enjoyment. I added this quote of John Stuart Mill, which is really famous, on his book On Liberty from 1859. The only freedom which deserves the name is that of pursuing our own good in our own way, so long as we do not attempt to deprive others of theirs, or impede their efforts to obtain it. What does it mean? In short, we always misquote it as the freedoms of some people stops where the freedoms of others start. So, having fun using resources mean you deprive others from them. When you cast something that is really devastating and always insanely good, your opponents will always be insanely devastated. So, less rules leads to more chaos, and chaos always profits only one individual in the long run. This is the liberal versus communist debate of all times. If you don't have regulations, people will just enjoy at the expenses of others. You know what I always say? It's funny if you go on a highway and you a ride at 200 kilometers per hour, or let's just say 150 miles per hour, whatever your unit is. It's good. It's funny. But then you realize it's probably 10 to 15 times more dangerous than just following the speed limit regulations. Due to statistics, it is. And it goes really fast. You add 10 or 20 miles or kilometers per hour, and you have like 1 and something times the chances of dying. So the thing is, when you do that, you deprive yourself of freedom by just having more freedom for a short amount of time. You also freak out all the other people on the highway. You freak out the police. You freak out everyone who's like, how are we going to arrest these people? And even if you die, someone somewhere will have to remove your vehicle and clear the road. Someone will have to handle your death, and that is someone somewhere taking their lifetime to handle your stupidity. That is the problem with freedom. We see that today with the ecological concerns too on the planet. We all think that what we have when we buy is an individual freedom. It is not. It is a clock-ticking bomb we have on the head on resources that are only used once and then dispersed on the earth. So this is why we had a problem with chaos and freedom, with limitations and richness and happiness on the other side. It's pretty good that you cannot kill people, right? What if you played Magic the Gathering and all of a sudden people were allowed to bring weapons at tables? People were able to flip tables right in the face of their opponents. What if you were able and authorized into picking their cards and tearing them in pieces? What if you were able and legally allowed to defecate on your opponent's face? Is it good? I don't think so. So for pretty basic rules, you would say yeah, it's pretty easy. But some sharper rules, you don't see how it is. And I can tell you, if you want to enjoy yourself more, you have to have more limitations. And as I said a couple slides ago, the basic rules of Duel Commander do not allow everything to be played. And it's not like true or false, it's not like yes or no, it's a gradient. It's a gradient that says the more cards are legal, the less cards will be played, the less freedom of building, of playing, the less freedom of reacting, the less freedom of having to react now to something that is played in the game, the less freedom of trying to play your deck instead of just defending against the others. That is your freedom taken away. And that is not something we are made to react to as humans. So when actions are framed and legalized based on fairness and mutual consent, the consequences are less global possibilities, but more individual possibilities. When no one is wasting things, everyone can have access to something. When no one is using, like, I don't know, an M60 gun to clean the neighborhood, everyone is allowed to live. And that changes everything. So the problem is the rules become perceived as constraints more than a promise of equity. And I think this is something we need to work on. And the ruling authorities become questioned as soon as individual disagreement emerges. In short, liberalism, more freedom, always leads to disinterest in the long run. And that is something that you have seen in different Magic the Gathering ways of rising and dying. The only thing that's keeping Wizards of the Coast and Magic alive is they print new products. And you have seen that because sometimes extreme limitations become popular. You know what pre-DH is? You know what pre-modern is? Nobody would have thought about that a long time ago. And yet today, it's one of the most popular things in Magic the Gathering, and they are exactly refractory to liberalism and new stuff. That's something you need to think about. Having more cards in a legal card pool is depriving you from playing different things. The more the top cards are played, the less the bottom cards can even reach a simple deck building test. They will be thrown out. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I will just send you back to my 2024 talk on the subject. This paradox can be illustrated as followed. Imagine this is the legal pool of cards, and this is what is visibly played, which means metagame, okay? So you've got the more powerful cards here and the less powerful cards here, and then you've got the less powerful cards in the visibly played pool and more powerful cards. So this means if you move this slider to the right, you've got less building competition, but if you move it to the left, you got more building competition. So this is about choosing what part is legal or not. If you move this to the left, you get more powerful cards, but less of the visibly played pool is cut, okay, to the right. This is cut on the left, cut on the right, okay? I don't know if you understand this this schema very well, but yeah. So if you have more cards legal, you have less visibly played pool. So less diversity, which was exactly what we saw. And if you have more legal pool, you got if you have less legal pool, you have more visibly played pool, because we are cutting away the top edge of what is being crushing the rest. And remember, we only play 100 cards per deck out of the soon to be 30,000. So the question is, how much of playing 100 cards of 30,000 can be justified by just a single turn rule? It's not gonna last forever, okay? There is then this question, what I just illustrated in the schema, of this legitimate slice dilemma. So determining which part of a total MTG card should be legitimate inclusions is almost impossible. I know you all try to discuss that every day on Discord, on forums and stuff, on Facebook, on Reddit, on places. It's almost impossible because it's based on so many systemic and interdependent parameters and variables. You cannot see that. That would mean all significant and strategically interesting cards, right? This is what you want. What you want is all significant and strategically interesting cards. Busted cards, just because they are busted, will bust you out. And you will like them because you're on the good side of a gun. It's always good to have a gun when you're on the good side of it. If you never held a gun or something, you can see how powerful you feel for some reason. If you held a chainsaw or everything like that, for a couple of minutes you're like, wow, I'm super powerful, that is deadly. But the thing is, when you are on the other side, suddenly life doesn't look like as cool as it used to be. That is the problem. But there's no consensual criteria to determine the group size. For example, there are to these days over 29,000 MTG cards, maybe 30,000 at the end of a year. Out of them, 350 creatures have no ability. Okay? 2,530 creatures have one ability only. So is it just sufficient to determine what is strategically interesting? The number of ability? I don't think so. 3,100 cards have a mana value of 6 or more, which we know today we're not going to play. Most of the time, there are almost no cards of 6 or more in Duel Commander. 10,050 cards have been printed as rare, and 2,150 cards have been printing as mythic rare. So should we consider that the strategically interesting cards should be all the rares and all the mythics? If it was so, then it would mean that we need to play 12,100 and 200 cards. You see, that's not how we play today. So we're not even playing all the mythic rares, which is crazy. 571 cards are subject to blocking reprint policy, which means are they interesting? I don't know, because you will never find them anymore. 7 are marked as offensive, which we can easily reject. And there are as many groups as you can imagine in your head to determine what is significant and strategically interesting based on pure statistics. You cannot just read a card and say, this is interesting, we should have this legal, or not. There's no way to do that. And you know what? This is why you've been debating for years and still did not conclude anything. That's just exactly why you've been saying the same thing over and over, debating over and over, and things didn't change. You see? That's the problem. So this has some psychological consequences, this partial legality pool that I was talking about. Because allowing certain cards has many cascading consequences. The boundary cannot be either certain nor deterministic, which is exactly what we saw on the previous slide. The fact that the game keeps adding material based on income-first games instead of game-first income adds progressive instability. The promise of eternal play is mistaken with the promise of maximum legality. Remember, guys, it's not the same thing. Eternal play does not mean maximum legality. Even Vintage has restrictions. And you know what? The top played cards in Vintage are exactly the ones that are restricted, plus a couple other ones. The systemic consequences of each change outside commanders are so hard to measure they almost become global epsilon, which means in maths close to nothing. You know, epsilon means this very small quantity that you're just neglecting, okay? But local game changers, okay? So each change we do does not mean anything. We can just ban 200 more cards. This won't change your life. This will just lighten your wallet. You will have to expend less money to play Magic the Gathering, because guess what? The top played cards are very often not cheap, if not very expensive. I made the calculations. Just removing 150 cards would just alleviate and lighten your wallets and your Magic pool wallet of 1,800 euros in poor condition. So we could just have something even more accessible if we just change it. And you know what? Just take one of the most problematic and bunking cards you have today, like Fury. If you remove Fury, what is going to be the consequence? Do you really think you're going to see a strong difference in the whole sum of the games played worldwide? No, you're not. If you remove Counterspell, you think it's going to be a huge difference? I can tell you, the results before and after Counterspell is banned will be exactly the same. And you can do that for 100 cards. It will barely move 1% towards more or less results, better or worse results. But on one individual game where Fury is drawn instead of another universe where it's not legal, the changes are massive and the game keeps going. You see the difference between something that is globally acceptable and something that is individually, locally devastating. That is the difference. And that does not mean that playing good cards is not individually cool. Of course, when you've got Fury in your hand and another red card possibly, it's great. You feel like you're doing something really powerful. So do we with balance and everything else. So what I call the cult of power effect permanently clashes with sanity and diversity because of the blurry boundary effect. It's like something I tackled in last year's talk. I said with the power creep today, if we have Black Lotus and the Moxies legal and Ancestral Recall legal, okay, in Duel Commander, what is the difference if you just include Time Walk? Doesn't change really that much, right? It's still, you set the power to something crazy and you will play even less of the cards you have today. Like, if it was not for the price and accessibility of the cards I mentioned, you would just play them all the time. Think about Sol Ring if you want. Sol Ring is a good example for that. It's pretty cheap and it would just be auto-included in like 99% of the deck, 96, 97% of the decks. That's what craziness is about. So the rules regulations, they become more discussed than adaptation. So if you do that, because the boundary is blurry, people start discussing over and over, and they question the authority. They question us, like, I don't agree with the rules. And you see that permanent debate on random stuff that is completely useless to discuss. But people keep discussing this over and over. And at the end of the day, this commander, this card that is banned or not, or still legal, they just throw it in the discussions over and over and over. And when they are tired to do so, another person will take the lead and do the same thing. And that does not lead to anything serious. It's not constructed, it's not assembled, and there's not one single topic where everyone gets to gather their minds. This just goes with a social network requiring you to be active and keep posting all the time. So instead of that, like Richard Garfield says in that article we quoted before, sometimes you just need to make a pause, let the people adapt, and trust them. You need to trust your players when you're a game designer. You need to trust the players into building something that can actually override something that really looks strong but is not that strong. And Magic the Gathering is literally filled with these stories. So the question is, if we just removed those problematic cards, you could play Magic the Gathering all over again and Duel Commander as well. And do you think these cards are legion, like there are thousands of them? No, they are just proportionally equal to two things. One, the number of new prints by Wizards of the Coast, and two, the proportion of busted prints per set. And I can tell you, the number of new prints has just been raised by 2 and 2.4 in 7 years, and the number of crazy busted things per set outside the modern sets has jumped from 0 to 1 to 1 to 3. So it's not really that much. It's actually 3 times more, so it's just four times more. So we just need to remove individual cards 4 times more than we used to, and we would maintain sanity. So remember, all that is in addition to recurrently cutting cards from being legal as time goes. So the new prints goes over the static resolutions, over the time limiting changes. What I mean with that, we should just consider what is new, what is doomed to be a game-solving avatar, to what is probably going to be a time-limited change, like we introduced seasons or whatever like that. So again, if we just ignore our current BNR list when it comes to commanders, about that legitimate slice. Remember, there are about 2,400 possible unique legal commanders to this day. About 900 of them have a mana value of 0 to 3. Let's call that game tempo-wise reasonable, okay? So just like tiny leaders close to it. 58 have partner keyword, not partner with, adding 1,653 possible combinations, all more or less legitimate candidates since we changed the rules. 7 have friends forever, adding 21 combinations. 38 have partner with, adding 38 combinations, because they're one with each other. And 18 have the Doctor, the Doctor's Companion, adding 486 combinations. Okay? And 32 have Choose a Background, and 30 have Backgrounds, adding 1,024 combinations. With the combinations, I want to take into account played separately, played together, or just one or the other. So, like, if you consider the partner with separating, they are just like 38, could be 38 commanders, and if you play them with another, it's 19 more. Okay, so it's 19 more, but it could be 19 more with one of them being your main partner and the second being the non-main partner. So it's actually different combinations. The same cards in a command zone, but played with one of each being the focused one. Okay, so that means less than 1% have what I call the mark of commander witness, like Fledge the Untouchable, like Hakon Stone Cold Scourge, or vanilla commanders, mostly from Legends, that are just obviously not going strategy interesting. So even discarding half of these as not really strategic, half of these, that would still represent over 1,000 single possibilities out of about 5,000 combinations, cutting really strongly. So as of today, MTG Top 8 has a report about 220 with very minor grouping, like my MTG Top 8 group spam, like UW partners or something like that, which doesn't really add a lot of possibilities. So we are very far away from the commander diversity we could use and reach with just really gross and approximative cutting, and pretty pessimistic. Like if we were optimistic, we could reach more than that. So now if we just want to understand and summarize what game resolution is, it means that more complex game actions equal slower resolution. Okay, so when you have things that are more complex to play with, resolution slows down. When you have more complex game rules, like more rules, you have slow resolution. When game items get successively eliminated from the bottom, which is the resolution, it doesn't go well. But it will happen all the time. You cannot prevent that from happening. The only question is how fast. So the meshed predation systems accelerates the process from the top, which means when the cards on the top are more powerful, the bottom cards get eliminated faster. Then the new items brew the pool if of equal power, or % weights their positions. So that means that you just do some power brewing, which is about adding the same thing with different names or different colors, and it doesn't really change things. It just reinforces decks potentially that would play both versions, both cards, but that is okay. New items accelerate the process if of superior power, and the more items range from bottom to top, the faster it happens. So what I mean with all that is that the more the new items are on the bottom than on the top of the power cards, quote the power cards, the faster it goes. So the pace of changes asymptotically decreases towards stasis. What I mean with that is we saw that in the graph. Asymptotically means in the end, okay? In the end, it goes towards a value that is close to the same value. I don't know what the value is, but it goes and decreases slower and slower, but it also decreases to a very slower portion of metagame, okay? So to this day, the global optimum remains unknown. I have no idea what to tell you, when it's going to be boring you, if you're going to like it, if Wizards keeps printing more stuff, how long until you get bored with that, how fast we're going to react when things get thrown out as legal cards. This is completely unknown, and it's not driven by us or Wizards of the Coast. It's driven by the shareholders and the people who know and own the company who wants more money. So if more money is to be driven from the company, they will either find ways to make more money, or they will save money by firing people, which they already did. So yeah, the local optimum is the last concern left for a player base to set, and that's where the core of discussions should be today. And I don't see them really set to that discussion. So yeah. So what is the effect of progressive game resolution? There's something I call the criticality of turns, which means which turn are going to be the keystone of your deck and your build. I'm not even going to talk about archetype or stuff like that, because this is not consensual. So the state of adding game state in your favor or adding against opponent's favor. This is what I call the criticality of turns. It's limited by integer values because you cannot break a turn in pieces. There's just one turn in Magic, then another turn, then another turn. You cannot split the phases. It's just one phase or not for like double strike. There's no fraction in Magic the Gathering rules. You cannot divide things out of the integer values. So this should stick, the criticality of turns should stick to acceptable brain focus time and tournament round time. So what I mean with that is when are going to be played the most things, where is the maximum game action density, and when do you think you're gonna turn to be more likely winning or more likely losing? Okay, this is the criticality of turns. So what you see on this graph here is what I modelized. You can do your version, whatever you want it to be, of what I called criticality. And I think that on the left here is really too early, and on the right is pretty okay. Because remember, we're playing tournaments, we have rounds. The rounds need 2 winning games, and if people play pretty average in terms of speed, 5 turns per person is pretty good. You can reach that. And 10 turns multiplied by, let's say, 3 games, you will get to that in 50 minutes with Magic the Gathering. It's fine. So what I think is good, it should be slightly authorized to be a slightly better than 5+. Like 4 turns. If you win in 4 turns, then the game experience starts being something different. Imagine you're playing with someone against someone in a tournament, and they win twice on turn 4. How much of your deck that you built, designed, bought the cards, brought your ass to the tournament, how much of it did you see? None. You've seen like 11 cards, more likely. It's not really a good experience, right? You're like, yeah, like, of course, if you lose on turn 4, you couldn't do a lot about that. So, this is not, even if you're winning, that's not really a great player experience. Like, you won on turn 4, there's a great story to tell, but if everyone keeps doing that all the time, remember, not you, everyone keeps doing that, not cool, right? So, I consider that people should play a little more than this, you know, and the values are just not really useful here. I was just trying to write the values of the ball here of the curve. So I think, you see, it would be good if we had something like that. But if you add defensive resources like summoning sickness, more life totals, or anything like that, you will extend the game durations, which is why, by the way, when we had 30 HP, we used to have many more draw games like 0-0, 1-1 than we have today. People get to give results with more finished rounds on tournaments, and they also get to give more games won per person per round. So it's more likely 2-0, 2-1 than 1-0, 0-0, 1-1, etc., etc. So if you do that, if you add resources, you go towards the right here. You go towards the late game. If you remove oppressing game actions like hyper aggression, mana acceleration, access to more playable items, one-turn kills, you extend the game duration on the average, okay? So this is an extended game flow that says you will more than likely have more long games that at least you can see your cards, you can have an opponent, you can interact. The number of required interactions, even immediate interactions, is reasonable. You don't have to absolutely draw something before you die in 2 turns. You see? That is not the same player experience. If you at least got to play, that is the word, you play instead of just stressing and losing, I think the player experience is better. I mean, you can tell me if you really, really want to play Magic the Gathering to say you or your opponent winning in 2 turns, that is your thing. I don't really think it's what you guys want. I don't think that's what anyone wants. So this concept of criticality of turns, which means the turn you cannot go back to, of the fact that your deck is focused on trying to win or be able to win after some turn, after turn number X, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is important. Okay, this action density thing is really important. And on the other side, if you reduce the game flow of turn-based turn criticality, like lowering defensive resource, like you remove summoning sickness, you have more hasty creatures, you have less life totals, this reduces the game durations. And if you add oppressive actions like hyper aggression, high mana generation, fast mana, access to more playable items, 1-turn kills, this reduces game durations. You know that. You remember all those games that could have been stupid with, like, I can tell you, my first deck of Duel Commander, when it was legal, played Mana Drain, Mana Vaults, Grim Monolith, Tolian Academy, and a couple more busted cards. I once had like 10 mana on turn 3 and did something completely broken that my opponent couldn't come back from. I've seen what players on stream react like when there's a Gitrog monster that plays Fastbound. Turn 1, Fastbound, land. Some play, turn 2, Fastbound, Gitrog. Wow, turn 2, land, Gitrog, sorry. And I've seen how the people were reacting around the table, the spectators, the people. I've been doing that myself in a tournament with different commanders, I tell you. And I can tell you how lost and tilted opponents can be when they see that. Because they know that if they don't have an overwhelming response now, it's too late. They will lose fast, they will spend most of the time of a tournament waiting, and also they won't even have the chance and the time and the opportunity to play their own deck they built specifically. You have to imagine for someone what it is to mentally prepare for an event and get ejected with like 15 minutes of gaming when you have 16 ahead of you. Sure, you can go to the shop or the elders or artists and have some cards signed. You can go to the toilet, you can eat sandwich. That's good, you can do lots of things. But I doubt that's why you went to the tournament, especially if you are among the first ones and the others, including your friends, are still playing. So reduced game flows doesn't seem like a good idea. So if it's too long, the rounds don't end, and that creates some resource war that is not good. So the possible moderators of that are removing life tools, removing command casting conditions, changing global casting conditions, changing mulligan rule, binary, banned, and restricted lists, so we can have the fastest solving cards out. We can also move the most played solving cards, which is slightly annoying in terms of playing experience, because you feel like you're playing something that is really meta, and you know it has a doom clock on the head. Changing legal card pool, like mana value rules. That is what the Tiny Leaders did, for example. You can change deck building conditions for resolution or resolution antagonist cards. You can change legal card pool structure. You can do a lot of things. So the visible negative side effects of overly early average critical turns is you got this pattern of react now or die. You know what I mean. You've seen that more and more. The fact that you get killed if you don't react faster than ever, and you can take so much damage or lose. Like, the combo is going to start off. The creature is going to attack. You won't be able to block. That creature is going to be extremely fast, and it's demeasurably out of synchronization with your available resources, and your abilities to react are completely overwhelmed. And in your hand, you're not playing your deck, you're just trying to survive until the next threat comes in, which is a pretty bad pattern, okay? Then you also have decreased starting hand values, so you're going to have more needs for mulligans and more atrophied games. They will be cut down from the normal resources of 7 cards and points and stuff like that. So you will have to have more valuable hands. Like, you're going to see your opponent's command zones and you're like, I need to have a removal on turn 1 or I'm dead. That is more than likely the case. So you get a critical response due on minimal incompressible game flow starts. That is really important. So the first turns spell casting required, which means you have to cast something on turn 1 and 2. If you don't right now, which is what we have in Duel Commander right now, you got something wrong. There's an increased imbalance against non-starting players. You know, if you're the starting player, you have a slightly more chance to win. It's very slight, very subtle, but if everything has haste, if everything allows you to answer, it's going to be impossible to balance that. Because as we saw a couple slides ago, you cannot break the turns or the cards, the players, the value, the integer value into something. You cannot play half a turn and then go to the next player. We could do that. We could play half a turn and have no attack phase on turn 1. I don't know. We could do that things, but yeah. So the 0 to 1 mana value commandos become critical, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. And we've been mostly banning some of them because it's just over crushing the rest of the meta. Think of Ragavan, think of One Zergo, think of Kellan, think of Tamiyo, think of a lot of turn 1 things that just become really, really critical. So the result also would be that lesser strategic commander played for presence only. So you got partner, friends forever, no particular abilities commander. You just lose and sacrifice part of the flavor and the interest of your commander to just have presence blocking bodies. Like, I don't care, I'm playing Trajectories because it blocks anything on turn 2. It blocks Zergo on turn 2. Whoa, just great. That's not the good reason to include it, but yeah, sure. And the mana value exclusion of cards, so you got the reduced pool diversity we saw, and the lowest mana value to effect ratio cards become over-included. Like Lightning Bolt, because it's the cheapest one that got that much damage for that ratio. Fury, Chain Lightning, Source to Blusher, Solitude, Fatal Push, Force of Will, Mental Mistake, Wash Away, you know all these cards. So they are sometimes risky to include because they don't always have something to do, but they are going to be over-included compared to what they should be because the systemic trends of the metagame go towards them. Then you got a faster metagame stagnation, which means everything's going to resolve faster, and the only change, the only shake that's going to happen is when Wizards of the Coast prints new stuff that is even more broken. Not cool. Then also the faster metagame resilience will fail. You've got the ability for people to adapt to metagame that will be losing grip. So you think like people will be able to adapt, but they will less and less be able to adapt. So the building response, like sideboarding, metagames, bench changing, is going to be crushed. The hypersensitivity to the latest power crap prints is going to increase. Like anything that just gets printed is going to be instantly included and tried, not only for fashion effects. So the individual game action impact is going to be reduced, like you think you're going to change something by reacting, but actually your opponent is going to keep doing the same. So the decision margins you have for mistakes that you could just allow yourself is going to be narrowed, and in which the creative plays you could make are going to be lessened. You will have less and less creative played. You will have a mandatory formatized and formalized way of answering something against you. Like your opponent will be playing Yoshimaru and they know you're playing red, so they will be expecting you to sort a lightning bolt out of nowhere, or more than likely die. That's what is going to happen. And what it's going to be too is the number of games being conceded will increase as well. And you've got that permanent feeling of oppression, and that is for some people mistaken with competition. Oppression is different. Oppression, it means like you feel like you are not starting with the lead. So you have also, what is concerning to me, a higher risk of player quitting. So far as we saw, Wizards of the Coast is somehow slightly abandoning what they do for competition, for constructed play, for sanctioned play. They don't really abandon that. It's just not expanding, if not reducing, faster than it used to. So we get a lot of players and activities from Magic people who just wanted to say, hey, we want to play Magic, but there's nothing to play, so we built a Duel Commander deck and we found a tournament. So yeah, I've been told that by many local game stores in France actually, but don't want to make my own experience a general thing. So the MTG specific, like for right now, if we keep moving this way, faster, more damaging, against no more life points, and better, faster and faster, hasty, more power for mana. This typically favors red, which is why we've been seeing more and more red all the time. Red was the equally dominant color last year, but it's been moving due to local meta right now. But doesn't mean that red will be taking over, because the rest, what is non-red, is also being played right now. So we're not bound to that. So the overly later turns has some opposite effects. So it becomes a resource expansion contest. You can see that in Brawl, you can see that in Commander, where Soul Rings, Signets, Rampant Growth and stuff like that are just completely being staples, you know. They're just being complete staples because they just represent a way of polarizing your card choices, which is adding more resources or being a crazy broken huge mana costing effect. And that's what you play on Commander a lot of times. So the more you add base resources to people like life and stuff like that, the more they will, even in response, add more resource contests. So in the end, it's just about reversing the table every turn. So also having overly later average critical turns, it means you have lower impact to cost ratio in favor of soul impact, which means at some point, not going to say that the cost is going to be discarded when building the deck, but what you will focus on is just the text of the card and what it does. Does it completely break a turn? Yes, I'll play it. So we got this mythic rare spam effect that is visible right now. We have a higher threat towards losses per effect. So it means that the cards become more and more threatening one by one in one shot. And there's a higher risk of single-sided game state and action. So it means that if people got the time to develop something without being attacked or too much disrupted in their building of the game, of a game flow, game state, they will most likely pan towards something that is winning alone, like Paradox Engine, where you want it to be, if you want an example of that. So it will also be an unguessable metagame, because you don't really know what is going to be played if everyone plays more and more, and the individual impact of each card is just less visible into the metagame and more visible into games. So you will have buildings that will be made on resilience. Like, I know that I'm most than likely losing everything, like my whole battlefield, my whole board presence, but I want something that I can include to come back on the later turns. So the next turn I will have everything back to the battlefield, which is not something you would include in fast games. That also means that leads to devaluation of cards and effects, and you see less strategy. You have more game state dominance reversion every turn, which means basically, I mean, if I want to make a caricature of that, you can say that it's going to be I lose everything, and then next turn you lose everything, then I lose everything, then it means like the power and the craziness of turns will be going higher and higher. So there will be an absence of cohesion in builds, like you will see less and less cards being put together because each of them individually will just be broken with a crazy text. So you will have a greater search of mass removal too, that whatever is expensive but trades with everything. You get a flip a coin effect on every cast, which means like every cast is going to be I just won the game or maybe not. And impoverished card selection too, which means you are going to take some cards also going to some solving effect, but in a weird way, not towards the mana efficiency or whatever. Of course, if you add critical turns, if you add the later critical turns, by definition, the games will be long. And the problem is at some point you get some probability of having overly long games. Like, not only when it comes to tournament round duration, it's just like human ability, human capacity. Like after some time you were just disconnected. Like one game of Magic the Gathering lasting 1 hour, not a round, a game is really intense, and you have the risk of going further than that. And in specifications of Magic the Gathering, this usually favors historic green, and blue as the response to not dying to anything. So in short, when you have this card pool I was talking about, when you have an extended base card pool, which is more cards legal, you go towards the left to less turns being acceptable as critical. You will win faster. Someone will win a game faster. And when you reduce the base card pool, you got less risk of someone winning too fast, but they will win later on. So this is not acceptable, and this is not either. So you have to find an in-between that is correct. And what happens is when you have more cards legal this time, not just cards printed by Wizards of the Coast, but just legal cards between what we choose, like for Duel Commander, for instance, the same thing happens. Okay? And if you can play your command zone one way or another, like better items in command zone, better cards, better commanders, or less command attacks, like no command attacks, whatever, the more you will recasting and playing your command zone, the faster your turns will be, and the winning turns will be. And if you do the opposite, you will take a little more turns. That is true. That is what I said. You go back to playing Magic the Gathering, but you don't have that card available. Come to think about it, when we had the partner problematic era in 2016, 2020, lots of people wrote something really not stupid, but close to it. They said, playing partners is like having 9 cards in hand. And I said, it's even more accessible to hand. It's not subject to hand disruptions like Thoughtseize, but it's not really a hand, because once it goes back to hand, you have to pay more. So it's not really a card in hand. And of course, when we just changed the multiple objects command zone rules in 2022, this pseudo argument was out. But has any of you ever read anyone saying having a commander in command zone is just like having 8 cards in hand? It's hard to say, but it's true. If you admit, and if you like, the idea that playing 2 commanders is just having 9 cards in hand, then you're gonna say that playing a commander is having 8 cards in hand, right? So regardless of that, the playability changes things. So also what we call power creeping, due to the Prince of Wizards of the Coast. If there is more power creeping, of course, that is pretty obvious for all of you, the criticality of turns will go towards 0. And if you have, I think, my arrow is just the wrong way around, less power creeping should be the other way, my bad, and it's going to be the same. So the question is, what is acceptable for these? So I just went to venture into some other games, and you can find that depending on what competition exists with a trading card game, you can find that the number of turns and the number of minutes for games changes drastically. And I'll let you explore and do your statistics. This is based on a lot of things I could find from Reddit posts and sources given by search results and ChatGPT or something like that. But yeah, so I also asked some players from these different games to confirm the data. So it's hard to say. Some games enjoy having very few turns, like Yu-Gi-Oh is famous for that, and some games enjoy having extremely long games, longer games at least, like Flesh and Blood or One Piece is a little more extended when it comes to duration. It's just the games tends to be a little slower, but this is just an average. So yeah, another cardboard crack. I mean, like I said, the psychological effect is something you need to take into action. Like this guy here wants to take a deck, and she's asking, "You're really playing that deck in the modern tournament?" And he says, "You know what? I'm tired of Wizards of the Coast and their power creeping dictating which cards I can play. I'm taking a stand. From now on, I'm going to play the cards I like and enjoy, and there's nothing they can do to stop me." And later he comes back, "So how's the tournament going?" He says, "Oh, 0-3 drop." And that's the thing. That's exactly the thing. Except this time, we are making the rules. So, saying that we don't want to take a look at the rules change, saying that we think this is acceptable, is not taking an action. It is taking an action passively. This is passively saying that you're okay or unable to address the current problems. So when you build a game with game material additions like modes, extensions, new sets, new cards, either it remains about power shuffling and scaling, which I explained 2 years ago in a presentation, same, or it purposely chooses, even by mistake, either for short-term profits, to make that material superior to existing material. Okay, this is also known as power creeping. So it's on my 2023 panel. So the more the pressure on your license profitability, the more it will likely happen. When the game material remains on the creator side, you can still post-publication rebalance it, which is not the case for Magic. When the game materials becomes buyer's property, like we said at the beginning of this talk, you need different solutions. So, just to tell you, between 2007 and 2016, about 4 out of 5 Duel Commander banned and restricted changes were either distancing from multiplayer banned and restricted lists, cheap mana accelerations, banning common staples of Magic the Gathering formats, and the remaining 1 out of 5, the remaining fifth, was mostly DC related. On another side, previously concerned banned cards didn't change their text since they got banned or restricted. And the global Magic the Gathering rules mostly showed major changes once every 7 years or something on the average since 1993. So they don't really change either. They change, but not that much. And as you have seen in the 2023-2024 presentations, power creep is not really changing that much. It's showing at most more or less 50% value changes over the whole course and history of Magic the Gathering. So we went from, like I said, barely 0 to 2 selected and visibly played powerful cards per set to 1 to 3, apart from the Modern Horizon set. And in the end, it all lies within a very tiny and limited set of cards designed to make sets sell well. We don't really neither remember nor keep selecting more than we did before per set. We still prune the same amounts. Not all of them even show play in Duel Commander. So the only exceptions to that observations are modern targeted sets to these days, like Modern Horizons 2, Lord of the Rings Tales of Middle-earth, Modern Horizons 3, and Assassin's Creed to this day when I'm making this talk, mid-2025. They represent about 18% of the total pool on Magic Top 8, which is also visibly strongly growing. So Modern Horizons 3 became the first set ever to be more played than Alpha, like I said, and the traditionally top dominant sets of limited edition Alpha, Onslaught, and Zendikar represent 15%, less than the modern sets. So imagine the next 10 sets, the most played sets, also 10 of them represent barely 18%, and the other 950 non-funny sets, out of which about 200 are significant with first prints, represent the last 49%. So you can see how crazy this is. So that means that, except that Commander was never designed to be played at Power 9 or Modern-like pace, nor was it to be with multiplayer dampening effect. So the reaction from the player base cannot synchronize with the menace pace. What I mean with that is that between 1993 and 1999, we had less than 1% non-future-proof or irrational stuff, like the Power 9, the anti-cards. They have 16% presence in Duel Commander right now, and they represent about 18% of the timeline here from 1983 to 2025. Then you got pretty much nothing here, which makes 10% presence to representing about 14% of the time of this timeline. And then we've got modern sets that need to be superior to those and break them apart. And these represent 68% times, but 75% present. So you see, that means that there was a hole here, there was busted things here, but regardless of what is old, what is new is just more present than the time it represents. Okay, so this is a presence to time ratio that is way over the average. And the early non-future-proof or irrational stuff is actually performing better than all this. And the model sets are actually performing better than all this. So you have to remember that. The singleton effect mostly explains playing stuff among the rest of this. So if you now take a graph and you look at our current banned and restricted list, when was the first print of each card? And when you look at it, apart from the anti and Chaos Orb stuff, what you see is that there was a whole 10 years of pretty calm and normal Magic the Gathering. And I swear, I was playing Magic the Gathering at that time. He was cool, he was good, he was changing all the time, and he was not clearly broken. But you see, this is about the reserve list time span. So reserve list cards go from 1993 to 1999. And then you've got the modern covered time span. And then here you see this is when Modern and Commander became official paper formats. And the first modern targeted set was printed here in 2019. So you see how this is affected by the modern play. And also, if you heard about pre-DH, which is pre-Commander EDH, it was pretty good. It was pretty normal. So we had the old broken stuff that we removed, and it was good. And then, this is where and when Commander started to emerge. So this is also the part of pre-modern. So this is something with no particular direction. Like Wizards of the Coast was bought by Hasbro somewhere around here, and it is just like broken because it was just alpha, and alpha wasn't broken if it was just not going further. But the thing is, Wizards of the Coast kept printing cards that made alpha cards even better and better. So because of price, but also because of power, these cards plus something was here. And then you've got a direction that goes towards what is called marketing direction compatibility. So Wizards of the Coast starting to have a clear direction back then, and they started, publishing things, having a website, sharing their ideas, changing their opinions all the time. We don't have nationals, but we do have nationals. No, we don't. Then let's go back with nationals. The worlds, no, we're going to play the worlds solo. No, by team. No, we're going to cut the worlds. No, the worlds are back, but based on different selections. So we're gonna stop making core sets. Core sets are bad. Welcome back, core sets. No, we're going to do the last ones, and there will be Magic Origins, and that will be all. And then core sets are back. But no, finally it was, in the end, not a good idea. So we're going to stop core sets. And finally, no, you know what? We're going to start again with core sets. So this is exactly that chaotic direction that is driven by marketing, so the players cannot really expect anything, and it works. It works. So it's hard to determine, but you can see how our banned restricted list is affected by that. Now, I want to focus on something with you that is something that maybe you haven't paid attention to. Since 2011, Wizards of the Coast started printing stuff outside standard play or fun editions, okay? Which never saw sanctioned play because they're not considered Magic cards. But since 2011, Wizards started printing products for the first time that were not legal in the top time-limited format that was standard, but is still standard, but directly into older ones. So I just started to wonder, what is the proportion of these targeted for Commander and not for Commander? So you can think of drafts fun, like Battle Bond. You can think of Secret Lair when they are legal for all the stuff. You can think of a lot of different sets. But basically, yeah, this is what Eternal prints are. They're either targeted at Commander or at anything that is not Commander. What you see on this graph here is that there is no way that whatever is Eternal non-Commander will keep on living. That is to say that more than likely Legacy and Vintage are definitely not a thing anymore. The only reason why Wizards consider Eternal now is massively for Commander. They have stopped caring about the rest. I might be wrong in the next years and whatever is to come, but you can make a cross on that. The only reason why they care about Eternal is Commander. And if you look at this graph, out of the total proportions of what was built, you can see this is the same data but on a 100% stack. You can see that it is changing. It is affecting, especially in 2022, but we see a trend. I see that there's a trend curve that is going down this way. So you can expect, even 2025 is not finished yet, you can expect the products to be mostly for Commander now. And I also wanted to take a look at what we play in Duel Commander. And this is what I just found over the years, like what is an artifact, a land, or type. And as you see, this also shows you that we're going to have more creators and stuff. Like we saw that on the last presentation, so I'm not going to comment this again. But the question is, what is the interest when we talk about, the emblems and that we talk about that? Leading powerful things, really? What is the interest of doing that and having that? What is the interest of doing that, then that, then that, then that? I don't know. What is the interest of doing that, into that? That is a turn 2. And if you just -2 Liliana, you just got to exile 2 lands. What is the interest of that? What is the interest of doing this kind of play? What is the interest of that? Especially if you keep going that way. I don't know. I don't know. That's a turn 3, but what is the interest of that? I mean, that's powerful, certainly, if you play it. And if you're against it, and look at Emrakul in the hand, you might think like you're not gonna like what's gonna happen next. What is the interest of doing just that, and having your mana drain up? What is the interest of going with a pretty precise sequence of land, Yoshimaru, Eigenjo, Erdnan, attacking with Yoshimaru for 8, playing Moxember, Kellen on turn 3, a mountain, and going full in with Embercleave? What is the interest of that? Do you feel like this is what you want to play with or against? I'm not asking if you think like this is going to win. I'm asking you, is this what you want to pay your whole decks, moving accommodations, transportations, to just go to a tournament to play this? I don't know. It's up to you to answer the question. And to address that, and almost to conclude the slides, we could estimate we have more changes. So, again, we choose to mitigate the game resolution. So we could choose a minimum or maximum mana value for cards for the whole deck. Like this is similar to what the Tiny Leaders have been doing with maximum value and minimum value. This pushes solving back to much harder state. But games, remember, the criticality of turns is going to be extremely higher. So the slow games, resource race, mythic ray race, etc. This can be linked to the smallest commander zone item mana value. Could also be like that. This cuts a lot of the legal card pool and the most emblematic cards of Magic. This is slightly an overall playtime saved. But yeah, it goes against game solution, nostalgia, creativity, research, adaptability and stuff. And it favors resilience, because you lose slower. What if we had a minimum or maximum deck size, but we could change it? Like we could go with 60 for constructed play. The problem is over 80 is you get physical problems for shuffling, and accessibility with people with disabilities is already hard. So 100 with sleeves is really, double sleeves is really, really hard. So it's the maximum. So the playtime is overall saved when you reduce, and raising is unfortunately impossible on physical human manipulated material. It's only interesting on digital games. Also, this is lowering decreases the randomness of games, but yeah, this comes against game resolution, richness, randomness, emblems if lower, and the opposite if higher, and it favors richness and randomness if higher. So most likely not a good idea. We could have flexible partial legality based on attributes, which means we could have a legality principle like outside command zone legal only. Could be set on mutual exclusions in deck list, maximum cards on each color identity, maximum card occurrences based on text type or super type like basics. we could set the maximum total power toughness of the deck. We could have the rarity set at first, last, any print, or all cards or maximum cards of certain rarities, like Pauper or Peasant do. This tempers overly powerful combinations and reduces overpowered commander-centric deck's presence. Goes against games resolution and security emblem, but it favors research and richness. So just to make a pause on this one, you understand that you cannot have, for example, here, you cannot have card A if you're already playing card B or the opposite. This means we have a color identity, and you cannot have more than X number of cards of this color identity. Black, blue, blue, black, or just the 5 basic colors. So you cannot have more than a certain amount. So you will either play colorless cards, colorless identity, or you will have to play more than one color. The maximum card occurrences based on text, type, or supertype like basic is pretty easy to do too. Like you cannot play more than 20 creatures and you cannot play less than 10. Or you can just set the limit, like you have to play 15 creatures exactly, or you can have to play 30 creatures exactly. You see, so you don't have that power creeping effect on 100% of your deck. So this goes against what we've seen with the creature power creeping mostly. And we also have the maximum total power toughness, so you just choose to see the star being 0, and what you do is you take all the cards in the deck and you sum the power and toughness, and if it goes over one value, your deck is not legal. Slightly harder to calculate. And the rarity of the cards cannot be determined by looking at one of them. You need to look at the whole deck. Yeah, and the rarity of the cards is something that I think you understand pretty easily. Then you've got what I call fixed partial legality deck-wise. So this means you have to check the integrity of the whole deck to determine if it's legal or not. So the cards would become contextually legal in the deck, linked to the other listed cards. So, for example, you have something similar in the Canadian Highlander point system experiment, or Magic Arena Brawl rating. If you don't know, that leaked a couple months ago. That is how they determine who you're going to be dynamically paired against. And you could also have a minimal total deck mana value. Like you cannot have a deck which mana value is not under a specific value, so this completely breaks down power creep. So that means you can't play Black Lotus, you can't play something else like that, but you have to have a minimum value of your deck. So if the whole result of a deck is not with this minimal, pretty high mana value, you cannot play it. So most of the cards you would include with that would be automatically illegal. So the point system is the easiest to set up, because if you have a computer, you can create a server where the lists are automatically validated and you see all the cards ranked by points, so you see which one is going to be a good example or not. We thought about that a lot with the community, and we had a pretty good list, and we came up with the idea of having 100 points in a deck, for example, and 100 points is good because it's really fine-tuning, and 100 is the number of the cards you have to, so it's pretty easy to remember. So you would have a list of cards and everything becomes legal. You can also have points legal as a commander or outside commander. The great advantage of this is everything becomes legal over again. But if you really want to include your Black Lotus, you have to sacrifice pretty much everything else you can play in a game. So cool, you got one, but you won't be able to get off on turn 1 and pretty easily. So you will impress the people on the tournament, but you will lose the game after that. So the thing is, you are stimulating the builds when doing so. Also, this could still require static BNR for nonsense cards like the fun cards, the physical cards. You have to express that magic cards only are legal, like no golden edges, no silver edges, no non-magic back, etc. So yeah, this resets the whole game direction, and actually this goes completely 100% towards freedom. So yeah, and this is a perpetual fix of all mistakes and new prints, but you still need to publish announcements on a recurring basis to fix the points. So some cards can still totally be unplayable. Like for instance, we had this idea of having commanders worth more than the number of points you could allow, but you had to considerably lower your deck quality to get point bonuses, so that you could play Ragavan, for instance, or Tamiyo or Nadu as a commander, but you have to make very drastic changes to your deck so you can play them. Like, you have a chance to do something with them, but it will be hard. This clearly establishes and ranges powerful combinations, so when one is pretty too much included with another, you can just set up one or both to be more valuable points. Like, you can let a one turn kill combo, but if there's nothing to fetch it, nothing to find it, nothing to draw, etc., it's gonna be hard to win with that. And also, players need something to be able to determine if the deck is legal or not, and have information on how to change it really fast. And the judges too on the tournament, because they need to, they need to check the deck very fast. So this becomes then extremely complex when it comes to deck building, because you're gonna have an additional layer of complexity. Is not like just, is this card good in this deck? Is it, if I add it, what about the others and the points? So that is extremely good for deck building, and truly this is in favor of exploration too. This goes against affordability, because of course somehow you are reauthorizing every single Magic card in history, and game resolution cannot win against that, because all the cards will be legal, on condition that you can include them. So we only late against the new prints that got out this week, and because Wizards of the Coast keeps revealing all the cards weeks ahead of the release dates, we are pretty safe against that. So that would be a close to perfect solutions. And of course, this favors richness, research, nostalgia, and security emblem. So if we just want to say, you know what, we've been too far with that, we just review the points and we make all the broken things even more broken in terms of points. So yeah, still legal, but you don't have thousands of discussions for that. You will have discussions for points. We could also have a system of deck-wise tiering. This is a simplified version of the previous group of solutions. I said it, so all the cards become legal by default, but what your deck contains define what game tier the deck that uses becomes a part of. So the tournaments happen within tiers, so you get a segregation at tournaments, which is not cool. The tournaments may allow porosity through results, and one round requires also new software for pairings, because you're going to have different people playing at the same time. You could have multiple solutions. You can have counting total card tiers. You can be based on the highest card tier. You could allow X from non-zero tier, and you could just publish lists of which card it is in which tier. So if you didn't pay attention, this clearly goes against affordability, because all the cards become legal again, and this goes against the game resolution, because you cannot be faster than the rest of the game. favors nostalgia and richness, and for example, this is currently what I think the Duel Commander Advisory Group is trying to do with tiering, and they have started to work on that with, you know, the counting if you take extra turns, fast mana, etc., etc. So this is a solution. This is a fair solution that can be ported into competition if you take the time to write things down. So we could also introduce seasonal play. Seasonal play means limited time perimeter on rules for a given public worldwide duration. That means basically you can make mistakes, you can push things that are not fair, but regardless, it won't last. It will have a limited time. So, okay, it is unfair, it is stupid, but only for 3 months, 6 months, whatever. And yeah. It can be defined with blacklists or whitelists. It can be defined through sets, time ranges, selecting BNR, bonus malus rule changes, color-related rule changes, cost-related rule changes. You can have as many definitions as you have. It is very popular against power creeping and power scaling, and it's mostly used in video games today because you can just change everything back again. And also this is good for marketing because it helps you valorize and put your new buyable stuff on the podium, like, yeah, this is good. And it's already popular with ranged, constricted, and limited MTG formats like Standard and Pioneer do that. They have a seasonal play because they have a very limited time, less limited time now, but yeah, Standard used to be approximately 2 to 3 years, and it's going to be 5 years now if I understood everything. So those have time-limited things, so except they are really over the seasons of spring, summer, winter, and autumn, but yeah. It forces more acceptable card pool ownership, so that is a psychological problem too. Like, which cards should you sell or should you keep? Then you are less likely to resell cards and regret it, because you know they could come back one day. This is more cognitive load for players and judges because, unfortunately, the problem is you have to follow the current rules, and if you're not aware that the season has changed, you might go to a tournament with an illegal deck, and that is not good. So this goes against affordability because you need more cards. This goes against casual playing because you need to be really invested to keep up with the changes of the seasonal play. And this goes against the security emblem because this allows us, the committee, to make mistakes more often. But it favors randomness, research, and richness emblems, and competitivity, and also more freedom. Because sometimes you're like, wow, this power card hasn't been played for ages, and imagine a season where, I don't know, all the Moxies are legal for a sudden, or Balance comes back, Ragavan comes back, whatever, for a season, and you got to adapt. So we could also have additional game material to fight that. So we have, most of the time, what you see as a mechanic is called outside the game. So we had sideboards. We could use 15 to remain homogeneous with Magic Gathering, or proportional to 100 cards, which is 25, or any other number. This creates and avoids fatalities and fully fitted predation, but it considerably lengthens games, non-active moments where you just get to think. You need some time-limited sideboarding, because otherwise with 100 cards it's a nightmare, especially when all the cards are singletons, are single. Ironically, you got less 2x games per Swiss rounds because you add more dampening for everyone, and this allows more fairness or broken responses to decks that would win fast but have to wait now for longer times. This is an additional load for judges too, because they also have now to take an eye and keep an eye on infractions and problems with sideboarding. And you know, the infractions, typically you forgot to side out something that you sided in during your last round, etc. For players, it's a problem because you need additional material on tournaments. More money because you need more cards, and it can also be done before round starts under a limited time called bad judges, ensuring game infraction penalties if not done within time. So like I said, could also be done, I was very creative, when you see your opponent's commanders and like, okay, and you can do that before the first game. That is a possibility. Not saying it's a good one, but it's a possibility. And it can also be additional independent game zones, like a sub-commander zone. Like you can have a second commander that is within the first one that you can play from the command zones, even if you don't have a partner or stuff. Like you could imagine that. Like you remove the command tags, but you have a commander and sub-commander. Like, I don't know, the first one has a command tax, and the second one has a sub-commander tax, but it's really higher, but it's hard to track. Whatever, you can have additional game material, regardless of where you put it. So this goes against game solution and randomness emblem, but yeah, it favors resilience and research. You need to find more cards that are good against some certain matches, and in case of very, very bad matchups, you give yourself a little more chance. This is a slide I presented 2 years ago, which sums up what I think when you have structural changes, group changes, or individual changes. So this is just about saying a card is legal or not. This is about saying we're gonna name cards A, B, C, D because they're a group, like the Moxes from Alpha. And this is structural, that says all the cards based on this principle are banned. So you can have a lot of different decisions. I'm not going to review that. If you want to pause on this slide, you can do that, or you can just go to see the 2023 conference. So if you want to do something, you could also change the starting life total and poison counter resistance. So you could increase the state base. That increases the starting state-based game loss, resources dampening. So as the card power to starting life total ratio increases over time, because you get killed faster and faster now in Magic the Gathering, this is a raw answer to that evolution, which means if you let anything pass through and not be blocked, you will take more damage than you used to. But also you got more creatures and more things to play as well. But it means what? If something resolves and deals damage or acts correctly the way the player playing it supposes it, they deal more damage. So this pushes the latest aberrations back, but it pushes older cards even further. And actually it instantly shifts solving state and hierarchy, and it's not really that good. So this moves a handful of cards that could take advantage of this to a banned and restricted list, of course. But yeah, it's not that easy to maintain. And the accurate life total is an everlasting debate. And right now, if you look at the stats and how things change, it should be between 22 and 23. But that's not a number or a count that players would like to remember. And if you go further, it really breaks down the game too much so far. Like the classic 25 is already too much, and 30 is already way too much. So multiples of 5. It transforms games into resources race, like I said, in long-term fights, because this is pushing the criticality of turns further to the late turns. And this goes against game resolution and richness, and it actually also favors richness, depending on what total you choose. Because there is a breaking point where you get more richness, and after some point you get less richness. So it's both of these depending on how you raise the total. We could also exclude cards based on their information in English. Look, I made a rule. That rule does not exist, okay? That is not a command rule. But imagine I add this to the the ban and to the comprehensive rules of Duel Commander. So you get a rule that says any card. This is the section of the banned and restricted cards. Okay, so is banned any card that mentions any of the following in its English text apart from occurrences in their own name, one of your opponents, an opponent at random, commander or command zone. So that means that if you can have this exact text in the English version of a card is not legal. Word. So apart from their own name, okay, so some cards in Magic the Gathering have commander and the name, they didn't ask for anything, so yeah, that could be a rule. This currently excludes 203 cards. I think I need to update that all because there's a couple more now, but yeah, this excludes the majority of inoffensive cards that are just cool to play, that didn't ask anything. So this goes against game resolution, nostalgia, richness, adaptability, emblem, and it actually favors independence from game definition inversion, which means what I mean with that is now that Wizards of the Coast is printing products directly for Commander and stuff, this is the kind of rule that crushes their ability to disrupt Duel Commander. Like, the products they do will be completely good for Commander, but never able to be played in Duel Commander. If you include the rules text, not the reminder text, that is even crazy. Like, for example, if you have this commander word banned, the command tower is banned. If you have this banned, you have all the partner banned, all the friends forever banned. If you have command zone banned, you have command beacon banned, and so it goes. So if you have one of your opponents banned, Edric is banned automatically. If you have an opponent at random, you have Maddening Hex banned, for example. You see, this is a pattern that, if it kept growing, could concern more and more of our BNR, but also that would just save the problems of having some wild mechanics, even for bad cards. So it's hard to tell, but it could be a rule. So what we could do is also have exclusions of cards based on their information, set, product line, base legality, whatever. We could exclude sets with non-standard base legality, so the sets that have never been legal in standard. It's already hard to tell with the first prints, but then it's even impossible with reprints. The total exclusion excludes accessible and cheaper reprints, which is bad, like Modern Horizons has a lot of cool reprints. And the power increase still bleeds on standard products, so you don't make a dam against all the water with that. Could also be based on aged or simply Magic the Gathering's format legality. Like, you could say we are only allowing some things that is legal in Modern, in Pre-Modern, in Pioneer, in Pre-DH, excluding their banned and restricted list. Okay, so like this is about like doing a Pre-Modern Duel Commander, Pioneer Duel Commander, Modern Duel Commander, and stuff like that. And of course, this goes against game resolution, but of course the nostalgia too, because you cut one of the older cards card pool that you cannot play. Of course, it goes against richness because you have less cards to be played. The pool is shrinked down, so the adaptability goes down too. And depending on your choices, that could favor some things, but it's hard to tell. And to further address that, I wanted to speak about the banned and restricted list again. If you look at this graph, it's pretty simple to understand. This is the number of first prints that Wizards of the Coast added per year. So I didn't go before 2007, but this is the new first prints, new cards, new Magic cards every year within the blue column, the blue bars, okay? And the yellow line here is the banned and restricted difference in Duel Commander. So, like I said, before 2011, it's really hard to track the banned and restricted list. So let's assume we start with 2012, okay? So what you see is more or less this follows the evolution of the new prints. So we just got to ban and restrict cards as the new prints go, which is pretty easy. You see, look at these blue bars. There's not like thousands of new cards. It's just like twice as much. But at some point, if you look at 2021 here, we just started going down. So we started having less cards newly banned as Wizards of the Coast kept pushing things further. So if we kept doing so, we would have a pretty saner game right now. And for some reason, we just didn't keep up to the challenge. That I think is a mistake, at least, but yeah. And we could do a massive ban and restricted updates. I've just investigated myself and I said, all right, let's just see what we could choose to be really going far. And you know what? Out of the 29,000 cards, I never was able to go further than 150. I just estimated that 150 is crazy because I was starting to consider banning counter spells, Birds of Paradise and stuff like that. I was like, good. Oh, choose. It's just so easy. So this is really easy to understand for people, except the BNR keeps growing up and up. The principle is already known to everyone. It's really hard to switch during the first weeks as some were all-time legal, so people will not remember it was suddenly banned. But yeah, it requires approximately about 10 changes each year, which means that's my estimate right now, every year we should ban 10 more cards on the average. And it's not that bad, actually. It's just like averagely broken, and this just simply follows the base trend of Magic the Gathering prints. It means we're not banning more or less than we used to. It just means we kept the trend from the start, and that would be okay. So this goes against game resolution, nostalgia, of course, because you could ban some older cards too, and richness. And depending on choices, you could favor some emblems or not. And we could also use a unified ban list, so no more restricted sections. So we would just keep going away from vintage, and it's one of the ways to make forbidden cards easier to read for everyone, so they don't have to worry about which is legal in Command Zone, outside, or whatever. This harmonizes with Magic the Gathering way of handling the situations, except for vintage. And remember, in September 2014, this is what the Commander group did. Because maybe you don't remember, but Commander used to have a restricted list, like apart from Command Zone, and they decided that cards should just be harmonized to legal or not. This goes further away from vintage way, of course, like I said, of handling the situations and stuff, but yeah, this prevents the effects of the ban as a commander, yet a game changer on minimal turns. Like Ragavan or Tamiyo, for example. If you got these accidentally on turn 1, that's going to be a pretty bad news for your opponent, even though it's illegal as a commander. And this will prevent the over-the-top centering cards, even in the 99 effects, like Euro, like Nadu, like whatever card is concerned by that. Like these cards are still good if you find them in the 99, so you don't get to ask yourself this question. Of course, it goes against game resolution, it goes against nostalgia and richness for the same reason as I mentioned, and it does not favor anything special. It just has more decisions to be made. And we could change the starting resources. We could start games with resources depending on 1 to multiple criteria. So it could be based on basic lands, on specific cards, could be extra life tools for the players who did not start, could be extra card draws plus reshuffle, could be declared in Command Zone or directly start on the battlefield if they are cards. It depends on how you want to make some cards legal or not and useful or not. Could also be starting life totals against commander stats, like Bolus Malus against the cheapest mana value. Again, this is relative to to your commander, not to your deck this time. So this would be not banned or restricted, but something in between. And yeah, this goes against unfair game starts because you got some advantages and your opponents don't have, or you got to make different choices. So yeah, this on the left is a reminder that the concept of banned and restricted list was not provided when the game started. This is actually for the oldest people in the house still here. This is a Usenet post, which is something most of you will not understand. And this is the first official tournament rules of Magic the Gathering. And the first list was about banning 5 cards and restricting 19 of them out of 366 cards, which is about 6.5% of them. And it was invented and published on Usenet in January 1994. So you got more information if you read these QR codes here, they're safe. And before that, there were no construction rules. I'm not kidding. When you started to play Magic the Gathering with Alpha, there was no construction rules. You can read the books. It was just about play a deck, get the cards, and be happy with your friends. You see, nothing is anchored in stone. Nothing was here from the beginning. Everything was invented. So even though it is pretty good, or used to be pretty good, the banned and restricted list is not mandatory. We could handle things way, way differently. So think about that. He was not always here with Magic the Gathering. So we could also change the card draw conditions. This completely alters the game by changing the card draws. It could be limiting to 1 per turn, limiting the card draw at the start of the draw phase, limiting drawing when another card is played, only the Vampire mod if you know about it, and replace the discard cards with discards and draw an equal number, if you understand what this means. Like you could just have a Chains of Mephistopheles effect on your, but this favors graveyard too. This is a lot of complexity added. You could use an extra draw equals discard rules, like I said. You could have rules that deeply alter the game, that slicken its fairness but remove a lot of MTG flavor. So more than likely it's a major change that's shaking the game too much. I've been thinking about that too, and it does not really help. It goes against nostalgia and game resolution, but really does not favor anything to me. So some other things we could be doing, and it's almost done, we could target specific mechanics and some specific stuff that we found too. Again, there's no easy way of handling things. So, for example, we could ask people to bring multiple decks per round. So each player has to play a different deck, color identity exclusion, non-swappable commander, singleton for the 200 cards, whatever, or on each game during a round. So that's something that dampens the fatal nemesis effect, like, oh gosh, I got a very bad matchup against X or Y. This also unfortunately raises the money cost of playing because you have to buy 2 decks, and this goes against game resolution and time constraints or rounds, obviously, because you get to buy 2 decks and change. So it favors every single emblem but the security one, because we got less credibility as Duel Commander Rules Committee, because everything becomes more complex and people will say, hey, why do I need to buy 2 decks now? It's crazy. And if you force each game, that means either they can take the first one a second time or they have to bring a third one. So it's not really the best thing, but it's an idea. We could also remove the singleton rule, and that would just be back to Magic the Gathering constructed play, if back to crowd plates, and this absolutely crushes variance and randomness. It shrinks the pool of selected cards even faster. It raises the price with expensive duplicates, lowers the price with cheap duplicates. So it depends on what you do. And it goes against richness and research emblems, but it actually favors game resolution because things that are broken will be broken even faster. So it's hard to estimate because there's no proof that going with quadruplates goes faster, but if you have a command zone and 4 copies of cards, that more than likely is going to be a problem for people. So not a good idea, but that's certainly something we need to explore. And the singleton removing the singleton removes completely the research emblems and the necessity to have diversity on cards. So yeah, diversity is gone. So we could exclude player designation. So a player designation, imagine we have these rules, player designations. In Duel Commander, a player can have a designation from any card effect in Duel Commander. So if you want to know what this is, you got Protector, City's Blessing, the Monarch, Initiative, and potentially future ones. This is all in the Magic the Gathering comprehensive rules if you want them. This is future proof because it's structural. This could have unwanted side effects, like I don't think City's Blessing is a problem right now. And this goes against multiplayer mechanics because they usually player designations, and this favors none of the cards. And what we could do is exclude excessive mana generators. This one is a little harder, let me explain. So we could have a ruling that says, for example, any non-land card which text states it could add more fixed mana quantity to a pool than its mana value. And you have to read every single word of this rule because otherwise you're gonna get lost. Any non-land card which text states it could add more fixed, which is always the same, mana value quantity to a pool than its own mana value. Okay? So very few cards remain on the banned and restricted list because Chrome Mox does not generate fixed mana value. It's depending on which card you exile. Moxopal does the same thing. It does not generate this fixed mana value. It is future proof, it goes against game resolution, and it favors none. Let me show you what it would do. So, for example, if you have a Maze of It, it's a land, so it's good. The mana value is 0, it adds 0, difference is 0, is legal. A Swamp is a land, mana value 0, can add 1, so it can add more than it costs, but actually is a land, so it's legal. Azorius Chancery is a land, produces 2, the difference is over 0, so it should be banned, but it's a land, so it's legal. Other's Tower is a land that produces 1, and it does not produce 3, okay? It produces 1. The rest is not fixed, it's dependent. Fixed is tap, add something, or just add something, okay? But it's a land, so it's legal. Ancient Tomb is a land, but if we keep it as present on the banned and restricted list, it would be banned. Otherwise, it would be legal. Cabal Coffers adds as many you want. It's actually equal to 0, because if you have no swamp, this does no mana, okay? So this is not correct. So this is a land, it adds 0, Gear's Cradle adds 0, if you have no creature it does 0 mana, and the difference between two is less or equal than 0, so it should be legal, but it's on the ban list, so it's banned. The Land of War Elves is not a land, this time it's a little harder. Costs 1, gives 1, difference is less or equal to 0, so it's legal. Priest of Titania is not a land, costs 2, generates 0, because actually this could lose elf state, so debatable this is 0 or 1, I put 0, because I think this can be, there are ways so this can not generate just by changing the type. But if you want to add 1, it's okay. So the difference is inferior or equal to 0, so it's legal, okay? Everflowing Chalice is not a land. It generates 0 because it doesn't always have charge counters. So the fixed mana value is none. There's no fixed mana value. So it's 0, it's legal. Mox Sapphire has a problem. It's not a land, costs 0, and it generates 1. But actually, this is superior to 0 because it generates more than it costs, so it's banned. Moxopal is not a land. It costs 0, generates fixed 0 because you need to have Middlecraft for that. So it was banned because it's on the ban list. Otherwise, it would be legal. A Black Lotus is not a land, generates 3, costs 0, the difference is over 0, so it's banned. Pretty easy, see? Sol Ring, costs 1, generates 2, fixed mana, is over 0, banned. Basalt Monolith, not a land, costs 3, generates 3, inferior or equal to 0, it's legal. Mana Vault is not a land, costs 1, generates 3, more than 0, banned. Dark Ritual, not a land, costs 1, generates 3, more than 0, banned. Ironcrag Fit, not a land, costs 4, adds 7. Yes, you can only cast more spell, but this is fixed mana, so it's banned. And Blaze of Fire, cumulative, add 1 red to your mana pool. You don't really care. And that costs 2, generates 0 fixed mana. Curse of the Hammer, costs 4, generates 0. You can have this and have 0 mountain in play. So it does not have fixed mana, so it's 0, it's legal. Elemental Resonance is the same. You add mana equal to the Ancient Permanence mana cost. You don't really know, but doesn't generate fixed mana, so it generates 0. So it's legal. So that would be an example for that. And other mechanics could be on tournaments, we could have exclusiveness on top brackets or registrations. So all tournaments playoff, the top 8 also, or prize ranks cuts, may have different commander or must have different commanders and or color identity or whatever you want it to be from top to bottom place. It would just be cut down to X player until X unique commanders are found or force included if none more are found. So this is similar to the UFS diversity top bracket experience, and I believe it's also similar to what used to be the case with some Legend of Five Rings tournaments. This prevents homogenic top X decks, so you have to have diversity in your decks. It's by design, and this prevents the same deck list to crush tournaments in numbers. And this also could be done upon registration, but it requires more complex mechanics. Could be about tossing players to choose their unique command zones in order, like 1 by 1 or more. Again, this is just a general idea. It needs more thinking. It needs more deep thinking on how to implement that on tournament. But yeah, you could have people forced to register with a certain color identity or stuff like that. I don't know. But yeah, this still favors the better cards, but at least it limits the damage done on tournaments. So it goes against game resolution, but it favors the richness emblems. Depending on the choices, if we just do that, we could have tens of things banned or legal again. So yeah, we could have also tournament listing restrictions. So we could restrict listings from start or between rounds outside any form of individual restriction. So that means that we got possible game variants that can address the idea. For example, team unified listing. So we got 1 card plus per 2+ player team. So we can have team unified duo, team unified trio, team unified encounter, stuff like that. You could use 2-headed giant unified, 1 card per 2-player team. We could have tournament unified listing, like 1 card per tournament, drawn at random among participants. All commanders drawn at random. Like you can organize a tournament, but you would just not let the people choose purposely what they want to play. You could have a command zone change after each victory based on card name, color identity, etc. So this would often lead to great concepts for online play, but it's harder to set up for pay-per play. Like this is going to be a nightmare for tournament organizers. So this really goes against game resolution and favors the richness because you have to play way many more stuff. And of course, you would more than likely not allow picking broken commanders. So that would be good. So kind of rule 0. So we could also limit the resources of a game. So imagine we put a hard limit on game resources to prevent overdeveloping or infinite resource growth along game state. we could limit the total permanence of type per player, like lands, non-basic lands, non-token creatures, total permanent counts. This reshapes mid archetypes playability and often removes deck building opportunities. So this actually goes against richness emblem and the infinite commander recasting, and does not favor anything that I could have found. So yeah, just to tell you, there were lots of patterns that go against emblems in addition to creating new problems, and those patterns create a really bad player experience, even if it's not really easy to see. Like keeping commander as foundation is a problem. Like commander, what I mean with that is commander in the sense of Wizard of the Coast does, because it's not that what they do is hateable. I think Commander is amazing. It's one of the best experience we had, but the problem is Commander was added on the same foundations as we have, and it keeps disturbing us. So we should separate those things. So we should have two different things, and we should not maybe keep the same vocabulary. Like what if we decided to change the commander name and name commander like general or leader or whatever, so the commander rules do not disturb dual commander ever again? That could be an idea, but clearly it's hard. It's an open thought. I'd like to know what you guys think about that, but it wasn't on the table since start. Clearly, Commander came in, broke everything else for us, and it's intended to be a fun thing to play with people with Rule Zero. CEDH is barely something out against the general multiplayer Commander, and who play just for fun or whatever they like to play. So yeah, we also don't think, we should not think collectively as adding additional items in command zone, permanent or not. I think this is really a bad idea. Like one commander is already too much. The overflow of commander products with partners and stuff like that is really too much. So the rest, eminence and whatever, I think is already broken things. So yeah, additional item types in command zones, not good at all. So the first one was the Oathbreaker, and this is like Brawl, allowing planeswalkers as commander is a really, really bad idea. It's not really even on the table. Letting resolution go further in and pushing it, like pruning the BNR, seems to be a really, really bad idea. So, like I said, it's not about the fact that some items became bad because the new stuff is good. The problem is that the new stuff is good, or too good, or broken, and that we're not acting against it. So if you don't act against it, yes, at some point you're going to say, well, Wizard of the Coast is going to keep printing stuff that is more and more broken. So I'm just asking, how long until they print lands that are better than the ABUR lands, like Taiga, Tundra, or Underground Sea? Like, this is good for your wallet, right? But how long until they keep printing stuff up to a point where Ancestral Recall becomes just a normal card? How long until Black Lotus is, acceptable? You think Black Lotus has an emblem, like it's never going to be touched? How about Duel Lotus? How about the impact of Duel Lotus? It was just a start, right? So we don't know how long it's going to be. So the thing is, like I said, like I demonstrated on this talk, it's not about all the cards. It's just a very small fraction of all the cards that needs to be addressed. So yeah, in a world where 2025 cards are still legal, cards that were banned in 2014 look like bad in comparison. But the thing is, if you keep doing so, you are just directly pushing into further game resolution, and you are just shooting in the face of diversity. Like, you're adding things to the top. And if your argument is like, yeah, they didn't even see play, that proves they were not adapted to the current state of things. Well, the problem is that things are still better than them on top, so you don't even get to see them. Like, is an M60 gun dangerous with loaded ammunition for your neighborhood? Yes, you can literally shoot through walls and demolish houses with that powerful weapon. Like, M60 is a pretty crazy fucking military machine gun. But what is the purpose of an M60 machine gun if people start using F-16 fighter jets with nuclear bombs or whatever you want to put on them? So yeah, your M60 is going to be pretty miserable. Doesn't mean it's harmless. It means like you just crushed something with an arms race. That's what the problem is to me. So yeah, I don't think cheesy mulligan rules is gonna help us, like giving 1-3 mulligan to players, or giving people special mulligan rules, like if they don't have a good starting hand, they can choose to fetch for 2 lands and 5 non-land cards, reveal them and start with that. Like, they have the advantage of having a stabilized hand, but they have a disadvantage of showing their opponent what they can play. Is not going anywhere. Removing the color identity of singleton, as we saw, is gonna be not only damaging the emblems and the basics 2 emblems of Duel Commander, but also it will greatly improve resolution, like faster than having no BNR. It's just like crazy. We cannot automatically ban based on metagame presence, because it means we would just acknowledge some data source as being an oracle. Like, we don't have anything else than Magic Top 8 right now. MTGDex.net is not really good at doing stuff. So, and I don't know any of so far. So what we have is like no consensual tool. So if we just were to not take human decisions, but arithmetic decisions, there is no tool to do that. So that would start more discussions that it would remove. And also if like the decks would become less played as they are banned, that would be crazy good. That would be not crazy good, sorry. So we cannot have open rules decision making. Remove the security emblem. Like I said, there's no such thing as that. We do not get anything from that apart from insults and problems and time spent, and in my case, money spent. We do not get anything, and if so, just prove it. We have nothing to get from being a Duel Commander Rules Committee. Nothing comes to us from that. Maybe some thanks from time to time, but it actually doesn't do anything. So if you were to be in our place tomorrow, you would just do the same and on your decision-making process. But if you start having something that is based on public choices, well, the problem you have is that illusionary word that is called democracy is empty, it's void, it doesn't mean anything. Like, if you just ask people to define democracy, they will just go either to the base definitions of semantic and tell you what demo and Kratos means, but that won't be going any further. Or if you just define how to build a democracy, then you're gonna have 10,000 people, 10,000 different answers. So the problem is, if you do so, what is in favor of more liberty, more freedom, is always going to win. So the people will just actually self-sabotage and kill their own game rules just because they want to. So because someone has an affinity for balance somewhere, people will just at worst be saying, yeah, I don't care about balance, I don't play it, but if you want it, so let's make it legal. All right, valid, balance is legal now. And you will just make everything legal based on whatever is cheesy illegal and whatever is stupid legal. I'm not gonna name anything, but you have one experiment in head which will help you determine that, if you know what I mean. So yeah, this has to be and remain arbitrary, based on a group, and not open. Just just trust the people and see how long the game has been so far, since 2007. I think we're doing pretty well. So yeah, just trust the process, and also ask yourself, if you don't like the current state of things, of affairs, maybe the problem is not in the game. That is what I solved a couple years before. I know that the current game doesn't like me, and I know that I'm just getting away from it because I got bored with things, and I found better stuff to do in my life. So yeah. Also, pairing things dynamically, like Magic the Gathering Arena does, to prevent player anger. I do not even know how to do that with physical things. So I don't know. It could be done, like we could give points to decks and then only allow people with the same number of points to fight each other. Like we could have a minimal ban and restricted list, and we could have points, but the points would not be restricting to deck building, but only to pairing. So you would only face people mostly on the closest points you have, or whoever has Swiss pairing like that. This is not possible to create just like that. This would require redesigning a new piece of software to do that, because it's crazy. It could be good, but only a computer can do that real time. So yeah, that is a pretty long presentation that I wanted to conclude. First of all, I try to give you a couple directions with the rules. It's up to you to see what you want to do with them. You can pause and ask me questions about that, but I don't have much more to say about each of them. Like I said, hive mind. You all guys have more answers than I have on my own, and you got way much more power to discuss with each other than me alone at home. So yeah, remember, you can also combine the rules. You can use them simultaneously. Like you could have points and seasons. You could have deck-wise steering and tournament top 8 selection based on commanders. I don't know. It's up to you. But one rule alone might not be, and I may have obviously missed a number of rules that could be possible. So also you could imagine forking the rules and having the old vintage dual commander as you know it, and a new version of dual commander. But I don't know. I don't know how easily we can maintain this and how people would enjoy that or not. Like, we had a split in Magic the Gathering formats for all time. So I believe we would have the same with Dual Commander, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people would like to play 2 different types of games. So what? After all that we've seen, concluding. What I do is I never conclude, because I just open things. Concluding is for managers and people like that, and engineers. I was just researching today, and I'm not concluding. I'm not going to have to conclude because it's hard to conclude, and it's up to you. I was just giving you ideas and insights. So what I know is I like this quote from the end of X-Men United X2, where Jean Grey says, "Mutation is the key to our evolution. This process is slow, normally taking thousands and thousands of years, but every few hundred millennia, evolution leaps forward." And I think this is what I wanted to illustrate here. It is slow, there is a strong inertia in the current system, and maybe it's for all good. Who knows? Maybe all that will never happen, maybe the trends will not go further. Maybe we're going to collectively fight against it and find some better way, or maybe just Magic the Gathering is going to change. I don't know. I'm not reading the future, I was just extrapolating the present and the past. So yeah, that's been a pretty long talk. I hope you stayed until the end and you found something interested in that, I might offer to do the same presentation in French if you really want to, and if I have enough French people requiring that. And if I get enough requests, I might do a Twitch version of that, cutting the sounds and getting the slides so we can discuss on that. I'm not sure I want to do that with everyone because some of you are pretty angry, but it's always a challenge to do that. So I hope I just helps you think about the things, the current state of affairs, and have a broader view of what the Magic the Gathering and Duel Commander current states are. And yeah, I hope that would feed your minds, add food for your thoughts, and so you can just broaden your discussions and talk about everything with your friends. Like my advice was don't ignore how the things are changing, measure them and accept what is the change, and also don't forbid yourself from opening to new possibilities or examining what possible directions could be taken. Like, you never know, and I've never considered that the rules we have taken should be either doomed to dying or immutable. I think it's pretty easy to change, but yeah. And then would come another question is, how would we actually handle such transitions from the older state to the new one? Well, I don't know. I haven't discussed that because I'm not really advocating for any change in particular. I have some ideas that I found good or less good or worse. I think personally I would let the time, like, I would say that the rules would change like 1 year ahead from the announcement date. So yeah, and that would be helping people to adapt, to change, to test. And I don't think there would be that many people being so refractory to change, especially with the promise of, a new El Dorado and starting from ground zero all over again. That would be good, but I don't know. I made my choices in life now, and I'm just a spectator to all that, and I just wanted to share a couple thoughts. I thought you would drop until the end, but it seems like you are still here. So thank you very much for staying to the end, and with all the chances, I might catch you up later, probably next year, talking about new stuff regarding Duel Commander. I still got a couple of topics I would like to discuss, but I don't know if I'll have the strength and time to create so long presentations about that. So yeah, I'll see you ahead, and in the meantime, enjoy Duel Commander, enjoy your games, enjoy whatever you enjoy in life. Be happy, play with friends, play with people you like, challenge yourself on tournaments, be a good person. Don't be toxic. Don't be a bad person. Be someone you would like to meet. And I'll see you up later again. So see you in space.